Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respect to elders past and present. Please be seated, and I declare the meeting open. Councillors, are there any apologies? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to advise that Councillors Griffiths and Cook will be absent, so I move they be granted leave of absence for this meeting.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that the Councillors Cook and Griffith be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Any other apologies? There being none, we will continue. Councillors, apologies. The agenda is being distributed now. However, it will be. Thank you. There was a minor issue with the printer, but they are being distributed and they were part of your electronic package earlier. Councillors, we will now move to the motion of appreciation. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that this council moves that, as this is the last council meeting of the year, council notes and acknowledges the hard work and dedication of council officers and the contribution that they have made during 2020 to make Brisbane a better place to live, work and relax.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the resolution as proposed be debated. The Lord Mayor.
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
I apologise. Well, I just saw that
we're
took
happy
the
for
first.
Councillor Cassidy to second this motion. So.
I'm sorry, that was no offence meeting, Councillor Cassidy. I just stood up automatically to second the Lord Mayor.
The first two people I saw move. So also, if it can't be legally recognised, I'd like to note that Councillor Cassidy did intend to second that resolution as well. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Cassidy for seconding this motion, or at least attempting to do so. We appreciate the bipartisan spirit that is displayed here. Obviously, it's a pleasure to speak on this motion because it has been a year like no other. There have been so many different challenges that have been faced this year by our city and indeed by the dedicated employees and staff and contractors that work for Brisbane City Council, and this is an opportunity for us to say thank you and to commend them for what they have achieved today, this year, under incredibly challenging circumstances. Circumstances, in fact, that none of us have ever seen in our lifetime. The first thing I wanted to say is that I am so proud of the people that work for Brisbane City Council and the people that are dedicated to the service of the people of Brisbane and to building a better Brisbane. Obviously, we've had a large contingent of people that have had a significant change to the way that they work this year, while others have been continuing on their out and about jobs, I guess, or outdoor jobs in much the same way that they had normally done. So there's been a lot of different, I guess, adaptation to be done, but there's also been people that have continued on in more of a regular sense, such as our bus operators who, all the way through the coronavirus pandemic, continued to operate in the normal way, such as the people that collect the rubbish and maintain the parks and footpaths and roads, who have those outdoor jobs that have continued on. And for that, we say thank you. And we pay tribute to you for providing those essential services that everyone relied on. And in particular, at a time when everything else seemed to be changing, to give that sense of, I guess, dependability and reliability that we all rely on, to know that there's a global pandemic, yet the rubbish is still collected. There's a global pandemic, yet the grass is mowed. There's a global pandemic, yet I can still catch a bus. And so those things we really appreciate. But as I referred to earlier, there's a number of sections of council that have had to change the way they do things significantly. Whether they are some of our office-based workers who have transitioned to working from home, working remotely, there was a fantastic effort put in by the organisation to make that happen quickly and as seamlessly as possible under challenging circumstances. Or whether it is some of our staff, such as the library staff in our 33 libraries, who have adapted the way that they provide services. There was a point, obviously, where our pools and libraries were closed down, but they adapted quickly, in the case of libraries, to make sure that they geared up our home delivery service and that we continue to provide online services. And that required a lot of work behind the scenes. I will never forget the visit to some of those closed libraries I did, where the staff quickly transitioned from what they would normally do to putting together orders of books for people, to also getting together to actually sterilise and clean books that had come back in. And you'll all remember the big rush when the library closure was announced of people to borrow books. And I think from memory, something like in a day or two, there were 500,000 books borrowed. I'm speaking from memory here, but at points when all those books came back in, they had to be sanitised and treated, and our staff did that, and then that library service had to be geared up. I'm just using this as an example of so many other things that have happened across council this year to adapt to these circumstances. There's obviously been a lot of normal council supported festivals and events that haven't been able to happen, and there's also been a great effort put into working with community organisations to see A, whether the event could be changed and postponed to another time, or B, whether we could support them in doing something a little bit different this year, such as having virtual or online events, and that work was very much appreciated by all of us. And then there are the staff that have helped at the front line with our community organisations, with our sporting clubs and community groups and not-for-profits, in helping them through this challenging time, and help to make sure that measures such as the COVID-19 Direct Assistance Program was provided very quickly and efficiently. And we're seeing a very fast turnaround for that financial support to local groups. In many cases, it was just a week or two between when a group applied to when a group would get that money. And that is a fantastic outcome. We know that council grants can often take many, many months to go through the process. And so gearing up to provide that support quickly, once again, was just another example of council officers, council staff adapting to the challenging circumstances that we're in. And so right from the top of the organisation, Colin Jensen, our CEO, our executive management team down, all the way through the organisation, to every single person that supports this city in the municipal services and the things that we do, I want to say thank you on behalf of all of us. And I also want to take this opportunity to wish every one of those staff members a Merry Christmas, and may we all hope that 2021 is a much better year than 2020 was. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to support this motion before us. And to say 2020 has been a tough year would be an understatement. I'm sure most Brisbane residents would have been happy to put the tree up in July and call it a year then. But thankfully, the time is finally here for people to relax, reset with family and friends. The Labor team here in Council is beyond impressed and appreciative of the efforts that all 8,000 plus council employees put in this year. The tireless work of council officers sets this city apart from the rest. So I say thank you to those staff and to their families as well for helping put in the hard yards this year, not only to get the job done, but to get the job done well. This council still has a long way to go in terms of making workplaces safer and wages fairer, but as Labor leader on this side, our team vows to keep fighting for you, our employees, and beside you in this chamber. As a Northsider, I want to give special mention to the council mosquito control team. I recently joined them out in the field, and each officer in that team does a fantastic job. It's probably one of the hardest ones, considering the team is only made up of 17 officers and they're required to cover thousands of hectares of difficult terrain each and every spray. We will continue the battle in this chamber to get that team more support and the resources they need to effectively keep Brisbane residents safe from mosquitoes. Other Northside legends of council include, and this is fairly specific to my area, but I know some of these officers cover a number of wards, and I'm sure I'm going to forget some, but these are some that we interact with on a very regular basis. John Jouliffe, Rudy Carman, and now Mo, as Rudy is on leave, Ivan Montgomery, Simon McDermott, Graham Christopher, Rowan Deering, Ricky Franks, Alan Jarvis, Shirley Amps, Ted Crosman, Sean Kelly, Ben Jackson, Michael Denman, Dan Padgett, Lucas Stewart, Peter Simpson, Peter Norgrove, and Cinnamon O'Shanassy, and many others, of course, in the CARS team, Community Halls team, Parks and Asset Services, and our libraries at Sandgate and Zilmia. That's just a really quick run through, but those people make quite an amazing difference to the lives of Brisbane residents getting out there and rolling out the work of council, and really are the front line for us. And a special thanks must go to all those other frontline staff right around Brisbane who battled through the COVID lockdown. Bus drivers particularly, they were especially impacted when this administration refused face masks, and when we heard, we joined forces with them and their union and changed that. That was a great job by the RTBU, and it goes to show what standing up for your rights and better working conditions can achieve. This year we've also been fighting tooth and nail to get the senseless wage freeze reversed. Whether it's proper safety equipment or a fair wage increase, we believe all council officers deserve better, and that's what we will continue to fight for in this chamber. To the team here in City Hall who make this place tick for us on Tuesdays, Helma, Lucy, Melissa and Alina, Billy and the IT crowd, we say thank you. To the committee clerks who are here in the chamber with us today and the others that support our work in the council chamber more broadly, of course with limited numbers, they're not all here all the time over the last few sittings. I know my team and I have certainly kept you on your toes this year, and I'm sure Victor will appreciate the break from seeing me each and every Friday up in level 23 for a while. To my team in the ward office and here in City Hall, I certainly couldn't do the job without you. Some of them have been with me since day one, and others have joined the wild ride more recently. With a bigger team here in City Hall than in previous years, we've certainly been able to keep this administration to account, and I appreciate your support immensely. A special shout out to Victoria, Tristan and Tom here in City Hall, and Jen, Amanda and Quinn out in the ward office. My message to all council employees is this: please enjoy your break. Return to work next year with a confidence that the Labor team here in City Hall will always have your back.
Further speakers, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to contribute to the debate on the motion of special appreciation on behalf of the administration councillors in the West. The famous neo-cultural philosopher Justin Bieber once said that fame will make you go crazy. So we don't need crazy. Today I will not name and fame individuals. And I'm likely to forget someone, and then I'll be in trouble. As great team players, I'm sure those officers will understand. What I will do, though, is bring attention to people and the faces who are the heart and soul of this wonderful council. We want to call out the officers who have represented the very best of council over this calendar year and who have rendered extraordinary service to the city in carrying out their duties. It says something, doesn't it, that some of our council officers have been with Brisbane City Council for, in some cases, decades. Sometimes I question their choice of football teams, like the All Blacks and St George, but we cannot question their dedication to the people of Brisbane. It is this dedication that the people of Brisbane see and feel. It's why residents love speaking to Brisbane City Council and love seeing their problems solved, their ideas implemented, and their feedback taken on board. For an entity as large as Brisbane City Council, it's a tribute to all of the individual officers who play such an important part in the overall team. Take, for instance, the council officers who continue to deliver the basic services that residents expect and deserve. Clerking, street sweeping, tree trimming, line marking, footpath maintaining, cleaning stormwater gullies, answering calls, driving buses, reading to kids, laying asphalt, cleaning pools, cleaning things up, breaking things down, weeding, inspecting, registering and assisting. Sometimes the average Brisbane resident could be forgiven for not realising how much impact council officers have on their lives. Like the traffic planners who work to bus congestion and improve road safety. Thank you to TNO and TPO and the boffins who actually understand the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices and can translate it into English for councillors. I understand that Walter Taylor Ward makes up for more than 3/4 of your workload, and I appreciate that you don't complain about that, but politely remind me every now and again. Or the Parks team who work to make our green spaces some of the best in Australia. Thanks to the inspectors, the planners, the maintenance and the builders for your ongoing patience and dedication. And what about the librarians who clean, file and sort tens of thousands of books, especially this year with a cleaning regime that would make Mr. Sheen proud. There's no place kids love more than going to the local library. And the bus drivers who have continued their prompt, polite and friendly service even when this dang pandemic upended travel and commuting and made people enter in the back door and funny things like that. There's the asset services team too, who fix flooding issues, help with road reserve problems and generally keep things ticking over in a way that residents seem to appreciate beyond words. And I appreciate the way you smile and nod when I come to you with ideas that seem a little too out of the box. And what a year for creative communities who have seen their world turned upside down but had the resilience to carry through. Another group that's shown true grit in the face of COVID is the wonderful team at Brisbane Festival, although they aren't directly employed by council. Fancy turning the suburban cul-de-sac into a stage. What a year. One group who don't like the stage or the limelight but perform admirably regardless are the compliance team. Honestly, what a job they do. Development issues, pools, parking, fires, drainage, dogs, gyms, restaurant, the list goes on, and so does their effort. Well done and thank you for ensuring the problems of residents are resolved and reviewed. To our hazard reduction team, certainly, we've seen in Australia how important it is that we manage hazard reduction. They do an amazing job and they are very talented at fire management. Thank you. I also want to thank the Lord Mayor's Office. The people in the Lord Mayor's Office are dedicated to a better Brisbane as much as any other council officer. And they cop a bad rap from some people in this place, but they work their tails off, all to advance our great city. In this place specifically, let me thank the clerks and the chair. Considering some of the behaviour that goes on in this chamber, your chairing is fair, equitable and admirable. In the ward offices, let me thank the forgotten few. We couldn't do what we do without our ward staff, and they are very much appreciated. And I am going to break my own little rule. I'm going to let you in on a little secret and tell you that Philippa in the Walter Taylor office was just given an award from Rotary for excellence in customer service, which exemplifies the effort and dedication ward staff portray. I pay tribute to all of Brisbane City Council officers who are dedicated to making Brisbane better. On behalf of all the councillors in the West, thank you to the incredible officers at Council who assist the people of Brisbane so resolutely. Thank you, Chair. Have a Merry Christmas to all Council officers. Here's hoping 2021 is nothing like this year.
Further speakers, Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, I support this motion and I also want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and thank all the council officers and employees for their hard work. But I did also want to suggest that given this is a very crowded agenda for today's meeting, perhaps we don't need every single councillor in the chamber to stand up for another 5 to 10 minutes. We all agree and we're all very grateful. Merry Christmas. Maybe let's move on with the substantive part of the meeting.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to talk to this appreciation motion because I know, like every other councillor knows here in this space, that we so rely upon those officers to do what we need them to do to look after our wards. And I'd like to commence by naming calling out a few names, and there are a few. But Tom McHugh, of course, Asset Services Manager South, Brisbane South, and I've worked quite closely with Tom, and there's a number of projects in my ward that are being undertaken. So it's important that the leadership from Brisbane South, and of course he has some fantastic team members. And I'll start off with the arborist, the trees, because it is Forest Lake. The word forest So trees are very important in my ward, and they're very important to the residents of my ward. Most people love trees, but sometimes they want them removed as well. So there's a lot of diplomacy going on here, undertaken by Anastasia Brown and Jason Henderson and Dave Balarescos, who do that work, and they do it well. Of course, I'm blessed to have a number of parks and green spaces in Forest Lake Ward. Probably, I think it was 110 green spaces in park just in the suburb of Forest Lake. So that just gives you the idea of the scope. So Barry Childs, Dwayne Harkness, Frank Griffin, Dean Middleton, and Rob Mollison undertake that work, and they do it very, very well. And I just want to make special mention to Mark Garden, who undertook the project of the terracing in front of the lake stage and did an unbelievable job on that. Councillor Marks was out with me the other day. She was visiting, and she had a look at that new terracing, and it's just spectacular. And he worked with the contractor who was really struggling to do it and come into budget, but he worked with them, and it was accomplished to a spectacular level. City projects, of course, Sarah Bishop, who's undertaking a new park or redeveloping an old park, I should say, in Thrush Street in Inala, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the outcome of that. There's a lot of money being spent. Peter Owen in city projects as well, who is undertaking that lake management plan, right? With the help of Peter Healy and Chris Daly, Darren Burrows, and Peter Sitma, who all have a stake in that in the lake, plus other issues on roads and drainage. And also, of course, we're trying to establish some habitat groups as well, and Paul Devine is doing that work, and I think we'll get a couple of groups up this coming year. Paul Krusak and of course Ellen Wheeler continue to do that litter prevention, which we've been doing with a number of volunteers over the last 4 or 5 years, and that work continues, and they are a great asset to this council. Community facilities, Matt Trevor, Kate Huron, Nita Kelly, and Donna Bowe are doing a number of things in the ward, and I do appreciate them as well. The transport network, of course, operations, they're doing well, of course, not just in my ward, but they're doing right across Brisbane a lot of work in our transport network. And Nathan Schmidt, Nick DeBrist. Sorry, I'm going to get some of these names wrong, and I do apologize to these council officers. DeBritz, Kieran Steed Heron, Melvin Bowe, Stephanie, a new one, Stephanie Gow, and Lucas Stewart as well. Community grants, my goodness, my team in the ward office can't speak highly enough of Shirley Apps, who's just the treasure, and she's just so great to deal with. Council support, Leonie Motum and Darren Schumacher as well. Darren, of course, has been there quite some time. Leonie has been there for a few years now, I think. Ward support IT, Billy, Aaron, and Craig. I'm one of those councillors that didn't grow up with, with that IT instruction in school, so I'm a little bit needy when it comes to support, but they always look after me and my team as well. Council community committee liaison office, Jade Sapar, Sapar does a fantastic job as well, and I'm going to finish off by talking about a couple of members of my team, and that's Pam and Nada, who undertake a huge amount of work out of the ward office. We're right next to a library, so you can imagine the walk-in traffic that happens. I'm very lucky to have that walk-in traffic too, because it really keeps you attuned to what the ward is needing. But I'll just finish off by saying that I have a number of volunteers that come in as well to assist them. And it has been a very challenging year, as people have already said. And I just hope that the new year brings a little bit normality back to our people that we work with and our friends and family. So Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak on this special motion. On behalf of my Eastside councillors, I want to say thank you to each and every council officer for your hard work during 2020. I think we can all agree that this year has been a lot of unknowns, ups and downs. We've asked our employees to work from home, back again at home, and then now please come back. We've asked council officers to close down our dog parks and playgrounds, which was not a popular decision. Our bus drivers kept going to work through the height of the pandemic to get our residents to the shops, work, or to visit their family. And considering so many of us were staying at home, they continued going to work every day and assisting our residents, and for that I'm sincerely grateful. To our finance team, we're really grateful for your responsiveness to our request on paying businesses within 7 days to apply rates remissions and reduce various fees so our city can bounce back and the money can stay in our businesses' back pockets. And I'd also like to say thank you to our library staff. You adapted very quickly to deliver books to our elderly residents. I know a number of Doughboy Ward residents contacted me and they were so grateful and they thought this was a wonderful scheme and they obviously want it to keep going. I'd also like to make a special mention to our Eastside Field Services team. To Kieran, Brendan, Noel, Russell, I say thank you. I speak to you almost weekly. And I'm always so grateful for your assistance and responsiveness and guidance as I'm learning my way. And lastly, our TPO staff that assist the East Side. To Billy, Brian, Lucas and Damien, I'm always grateful for your listening ear on how we can make our streets safer for both motorists and pedestrians. You've done a wonderful job in delivering a few upgrades around the Doughboy Ward and I thank you. But to every single staff, office member and contractor to help make our city better, thank you. I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak on the motion of appreciation and acknowledgement for council officers. And I too would like to add my words of thanks and appreciation for all the hard work that they've done throughout the course of the year, particularly since the global pandemic hit in March. There is obviously one notable exception to that. This person knows exactly who he is. It's the same person every year. And I exclude him from my thanks. Well, I think everybody knows. I particularly want to put on the record my thanks to all the frontline staff who've worked under extraordinary conditions this year. You know, we had to find a way as a council through what is overwhelmingly a service related business, and council has performed adequately and innovatively, I think, in terms of adjusting to the impacts of the global pandemic. So to all the South team, to the transport team, the libraries team, the waste team, the call centre staff, the bus drivers, the City Hall team, the grants team, all the admin and IT staff, and to my office staff, I'm very grateful for all of your hard work and support through an extremely difficult year. I'd like to echo the words of the opposition leader and say have a very nice Christmas and we look forward to seeing you in 2021. However, I can't ignore the way the Lord Mayor started this motion by saying that during the pandemic we had managed to keep collecting the rubbish. Clearly, that has not been the case. The Lord Mayor cut curbside collection to every resident in this city in the budget for 3 years. Our core responsibility is to pick up rubbish. And the Lord Mayor is refusing to do that. And my ward missed out for the previous year and will miss out for the next 2 years. And to me, that's just unreasonable. There's money for all sorts of, you viewed things in the budget today, which aren't on the council agenda. They've just found the money in a dark corner in a closet out the back somewhere, and they're bringing it forward, you know, 100 and whatever million.
Councillor Johnston, I appreciate you making an argument,
Yep.
and that an argument could be made that you are staying on topic, but I would prefer it if you could bring your comments back to the resolution at hand, please.
Yeah, well, certainly I feel that the Lord Mayor has set some strategic policy directions that are making it harder for our council officers to go about the core business that they are doing in our city. And waste is one great example of that. And I just want to say that it is incredibly disappointing that money can be found for so many nice-to-haves, but not for the collection of rubbish in our city. And to me, that is clearly a failure of leadership, and it is really disappointing that the council officers have to deal with the mess, the phone calls, the dramas that go with this very bad decision. The other one, of course, which has put our council officers in a really difficult position, is the way in which this Lord Mayor has cut the grants program this year. And I'm incredibly disappointed about how he's gone about in delivering grants. So obviously, the local funds that council officers have, councillors have for projects in their ward was cut by 55%. That's made it, you know, heartbreaking to say to groups, I'm sorry, there's no money for you this year. Then the Lord Mayor very sneakily changed the way in which he offers grants. Now grant programs are only offered...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to
This
you,
really
Deputy
is
Mayor.
about thanking council officers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnston, I appreciate you making an argument, and you could make an argument that what you're saying is relevant, but can I ask you again to please come back to the substance of the motion in front of us? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. And I am talking about how the Lord Mayor has made it harder for council officers to go about doing their jobs. And this is the only other example I'm giving at this point, and that is the grants program. So this year, the Lord Mayor...
No, Councillor Johnston, I did ask you to come back.
Yeah.
Can you please... You've made your point. We've all heard the point you made. We understand what you're saying. Can I please ask you to cease that point and return to the substance of the resolution? Councillor Johnston.
As you've pointed out, Mr Chairman, that is what I am doing. The contribution that the officers have made has been made harder this year by the Lord Mayor's decisions to cut the grants program. And I'm just illustrating that statement with facts, which is he cut the grants program for groups that are not based on council leased land. So all of our small community groups, sporting clubs, all of those groups that our officers work really hard to support.
Truly, when I ask you to come back to the substance of the resolution, I do mean it. This is the third time I'll be doing it now. Please, I appreciate you trying to use this resolution as an opportunity to make a general statement about the year in review, but can I please ask you to bring it back to the motion of appreciation about the efforts of council officers, please.
And my last 4 words, when you read the transcript back, will exactly show that that's what I'm talking about. I am allowed to debate the motion, Mr Chairman, and that is what I am doing. Now, my point here is the Lord Mayor has made it harder for the officers to go about doing their job because of the way he cut the grants program. We have so many community groups in our ward who no longer have support from this council because of the way in which the Lord Mayor went about cutting those programs in the budget this year. And to me, that is disappointing. And I know that that makes it harder for our officers who want to support them, who want to assist them, who want to help create a resilient and a strong community. It makes it harder for them to do their jobs. And I'm extremely disappointed for our community that the Lord Mayor has done that. So with that, I would have been finished 5 minutes ago. I'll just say that yet again, we are here offering our support to council officers, particularly those frontline staff who have done their best efforts through the year in a very difficult time in light of the global pandemic, and we thank them very much.
Further speakers? Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise in support of this motion of special appreciation, and it gives me an enormous amount of pleasure to be able to speak on behalf of those councillors that are allocated to the central region. Mr Chairman, at a time when circumstances around the world provide such enormous uncertainty in the everyday lives of people, it's absolutely testament to this organisation that it has continued to provide exactly what they need, which is certainty in difficult times, to know that their city still functions, their lives can still continue in the ordinary course, even though other things are beyond their control. And it is absolutely to the credit of this organisation, not only from every individual officer, but the organisation as a whole, that they have been able to achieve that under challenging times, not only in their workplaces, but also in their own personal lives, in being able to juggle and manage those things to continue to serve. At no time in the past have I ever seen such commitment from council officers in what they've done to help this city. The logo of this organisation is dedicated to a better Brisbane, and these people live it and they breathe it. They do it every single day in the best of times, but in the hardest of times that we've now seen, they have exemplified that to the highest degree. And it is full credit to them and the work they do in order that we can continue to do our jobs, not only in this chamber but in our city. Mr Chairman, on behalf of our councillors in the Central region, I say to those officers thank you, wholeheartedly and deeply, for all of their work every single day in the front line to fill those potholes, to resurface those roads, to trim those trees, to fix those parks, to keep the lights on at those intersections, to do the work that they need to do, to keep people happy, to address their questions and fears. The enormous amount of work that goes through the call centres, the emails, the work that goes through our ward offices, those officers just continue to do their job tirelessly, and they do it with a smile. And if we didn't have those people there to do what they do, Mr Chairman, then God help this city. We've heard all of us speak in glowing terms of these officers. Unfortunately, we've heard from those that choose not to speak so glowingly of the organisation as a whole, and that's fine. That's your right to debate. But ultimately, Mr Chairman, there is so much work that has also been done behind the scenes. Now, the Lord Mayor himself has committed and dedicated himself to ensure that we deal with COVID-19. There are so many organisations within our city, we all know them, that have been significantly impacted by the necessity of maintaining social distancing and the impact that it has on the bottom line of those community organisations to stay afloat, to keep the lights on. I have to personally say to the Lord Mayor, thank you, and to Councillor Howard in her role as chair for the enormous generosity and vision that they have provided in providing grants in amounts that I have not seen before. I've got Bowls Club that received $10,000 towards keeping the lights on, Mr Chairman, so that they can plan for the future ahead. Those are the kind of simple things that seem simple to us but are life-saving to those organisations. The Lord Mayor has done the things he's needed to do to gear this organisation.
Councillor Maddock,
yes.
Can I please draw your comments back to the resolution at hand?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I got a little bit carried away there, but understandably, the work that we all do is important. But I really want to acknowledge the officers in what they've done as well, because they've had to make changes in our priorities to address those needs. Mr Chairman, day in, day out, these officers work hard. They make sure that they do the things they need to do. They support us in everything they do. I can't name all of them because there's so many of them, and if I even tried, I might miss some of them. So I want to collectively, to all of them in all the different branches, thank you wholeheartedly to you for your work you do and to your families in supporting you to be able to do the work that you're doing as well. To our staff also in the ward offices that work tirelessly to help us and support those officers in their work, I say thank you as well. Mr Chairman, it's been a challenging year, but to all I say Merry Christmas, and I have no doubt that if we can work through 2020, then we can work through 2021 and make it an even better year. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be quick. I just want to I'll name some people at risk of forgetting some people that we've dealt with mostly in our office and done a terrific job. From Asset Services Manager Karen Sweeney, Noel Lawrence and Brendan Whittaker have been very good to deal with. Footpath Trees, Sean Downs, Traffic, Brian Nicol and Amir Pourfarsad, who started recently, is doing a great job. The SAM signage, etc., Nick Hersom and Melvin Bowe. Andrew McIntosh from School Projects and Charlie Johnson from Traffic Calming generally. In planning, Rory Kelly is a very experienced manager who's very good to deal with. Our leasing unit, Moy Maria, CEO's office, I've had to deal with them occasionally, and I've always found Colin Jensen and Pip Hole good to deal with. Grants unit, Jim and Shirley, great to deal with as well. Tabitha from the community development. Paul Cusack does a great job in the area, working with the community on littering issues and coming up with problems with solutions for littering issues. And IT, Billy, Aaron and Craig. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise here today to join with the Lord Mayor and fellow councillors from other regions to pay tribute to the hardworking South Region Council officers for their support and success in making sure Brisbane maintains its lead as the best and most enviable city to live in. This year, we have endured a worldwide pandemic that has changed many behaviours in our life, both personally and professionally. COVID-19 has also created challenges to our delivery of world-class services to the residents of Brisbane. And may I say to all our council officers, ward staffs, Lord Mayor's office and our clerks, you've done a wonderful job in these challenging times. On behalf of all the Southside councillors, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation for your dedication in making sure that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. Wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Further speakers, Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise on behalf of the Northside councillors, Councillor Sanders, Davis and Councillor Adam Allen. I said it wrong again, didn't I? Anyway, you know. Sorry. We all know on the north side that we have the best council officers that Brisbane City Council has to offer. And we appreciate all the hard work that they do. I'd like to say a massive thank you for our parks teams and our compliance officers for getting out there quickly and unfortunately closing our dog off-leash areas, closing our parks, but quickly getting them back open when they could. It took a massive effort, guys, and I thank you for making our parks look absolutely fantastic. They just keep on getting better and better each year. To our roads and drainage guys, I think you gave a lot of our Brisbane residents a lot of kind of peace at seeing people out there still working, getting our roads resurfaced, getting our curb and channelling done, fixing those potholes and continuing putting in new footpaths. The sports and recs officers, thank you so much for all the hard work that you did to all our community groups out on the north side. Not only did you activate those grants for the relief, the $10,000 for their water and also the COVID relief money, thank you Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard for your hard work and getting that put in pretty quickly to help our clubs. Because as we all know in this room, our clubs absolutely suffered this year with the loss of income, but with the fast action from this Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard, they got the relief that they needed to continue on. The council call centre, all I'm going to say to you is thank you for your patience. You do an exceptional job. Over the last 12 and a half years that I've been in this place, I have never once had a grumpy council call centre. Your patience is something that I wasn't lining up for when God handed them out, unfortunately, but you certainly did in abundance. Thank you to all the officers that had to change and work from home, then come back in, as one of the other councillors said. To the TPS gang, Kevin, you're a saint. Thank you for putting up with us on the north side and delivering. I will give you this message, Kevin. We love when you say yes, so keep up the good work. To my councils, my office, Anthony, Dominic and Elizabeth, thank you for your patience with me as well as our residents, for keeping our office open. We didn't close the Marchant Ward office. We were there every day to make sure that our residents knew that they could pick up the phone. Some of our residents just picked up the phone so they could actually talk to somebody. So thank you for the massive effort you put in this year. I'd like to close by saying enjoy your break, Merry Christmas, and cheers to a safer, brighter, happier 2021. Thank you.
Further speakers? There being none, the Lord Mayor. Can I just add my thanks to the clerks and attendants and everyone who works here in the chamber to make it operate so well all year. Thanks to you as well. I will now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,635th meeting held on Tuesday, 24 November 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Howard, that the minutes of the 4,635th meeting of Council held on the 24th of November 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, can I please draw to your attention the public participant for today, Ms Cathy Manifold, who will be addressing the chamber on how COVID-19 has affected Meals on Wheels. Welcome, Ms Manifold. Welcome. You have 5 minutes that commences when you begin speaking.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you for having me here today. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, is speak to the council as a whole, but I've only got 5 minutes to tell you what I think. But anyway, and now I can see James, he's going, oh my God, what's she going to say? If I had one thing to say that was slightly negative, would be that some time ago, 3 or 4 years ago, in discussion with some council staff and a councillor, I was told that Meals on Wheels is a club. And that absolutely horrified me. Because we're nothing like a club. We're not a social gathering. We're an essential service. And every day, there's a Meals on Wheels volunteer that goes into someone's house. And every day, across Brisbane, someone will go in and find someone who's sick, who's fallen, who's unconscious, who's disappeared. And we then fall into action and we take up all the scenarios. We phone relatives, we phone doctors, and if we can't help them, we end up calling the police to do a welfare check. So because we have volunteers, it's not a social gathering, although the end product to those volunteers is a social engagement. But for our clients, it's even more than that, because we're there regularly, we have the same clients, the same volunteers, and they build up relationships. But what COVID has done has actually broken that, because many of our clients are still so frightened of the virus still being around, they're very reluctant to engage. My saying is that we deliver to the table, not the door. And so we go in, we make sure that they're safe, we put their meals in the fridge so we know that it's meeting food safety. But because of COVID, we couldn't do that. We had to make that space between them. And so for all those weeks that they were doing it, that gave them confidence that they were safe. But now we're left with a really big agenda of loneliness and isolation. And how we manage that is going to need a whole community response. James and I have spoken several times about loneliness and isolation, and he's connected me with some people in the community, and we're looking at that, and I'm hoping to sponsor that through Meals on Wheels. But we do need support to get that going. One of the things I'm going to do is to produce a magazine that can be distributed through the community, and then I do have concerns about how our older people cope in this time when there's such terrific heat? And how do we connect them with people that can call them and say, are you okay? Do you have an air conditioner? But that's a major project, but it does need the support of the community, and it also needs the support of council. So if anyone wants to talk to me about that later, I'd be really happy to. Whilst I'm speaking about Meals on Wheels, you may not realise, or most of you might, that Meals on Wheels has all separate entities. We're not one collective. We each have our own agenda, our own policies, and we do things differently. Well, I'm pleased to tell you that there's a bit of a move on now between Meals on Wheels, and we're starting to come together as hubs. We haven't yet made the collective, but we're getting there. So I do want to talk about COVID a little, but our COVID experience, probably unbeknownst to us and to James, started this time last year, when all of a sudden we had mass failure of our kitchen. We had freezers go down, we had ovens go down, and we were in such a state that I didn't think that we were going to be able to provide meals for our clients. And through James' assistance and the assistance of some other people, we were able to meet the demands of COVID because of that assistance that we got just those few months earlier. And when I left the office today, I asked my service manager, what would he have me say? And he said, say thanks for the funding. So,
Ms Manifold, I'm going to have to stop you there. Your time has expired.
Well, how perfect was that?
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much. It was lovely to speak to you.
I will call on Councillor Howard to respond to you.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and it gives me a great pleasure to respond to Cathy Manifold. Cathy, thank you so much for coming in today and talking to Council. I know that I get a great deal out of our public speakers coming to speak to us because it's people like you that are the reason that we're here. And so you are indeed an essential service, and I think that Councillor Mackay has been in my ear and telling me that, of course, he was very grateful to be able to give you some money to help with the freezer, I think 2 weeks before Christmas, so we always know what a busy time that is. I think I agree with you in that COVID has been quite a challenge to everybody, but it has also brought about some quite positive things, and particularly the collaboration with groups, and so I'm very pleased to hear that that is continuing through Meals on Wheels. The importance, I think, of Meals on Wheels is not just the meal; it's the human connection to people. And I think your motto might be something like "more than just the meal makes someone's day." So I think that's really something really important that that we sort of agree that we should be supporting you as much as we can. So. One of the other things that you mentioned was loneliness and isolation. And again, that is something that we as councillors are very conscious of, checking in with our community and making sure that our community groups are supported so that they can support others. So I'd really like to thank you and your team. I look forward to having a conversation with you outside to hear some more of the things that we might be able to do to assist. And on behalf of the Chamber and the Lord Mayor and all of the councillors that are here, we truly thank you for all of the work that you do. And I know that extends to Meals on Wheels right across Brisbane, and many of the councillors here are part of that. So thank you for your contribution to St Lucia, but also thank you for what you do right across Brisbane, and we really appreciate your coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Manifold, Mr Pearce will assist you. Councillors, Councillors, I draw to your attention item 5, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in today's meeting, we will debate the partial rates rebate for Brisbane ratepayers using savings from our award-winning Kingsmead-Smith Drive project. Can you outline the benefits of this rebate?
The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, for the question, through you, Mr Chair, and a very pertinent one today, because today all councillors will be asked to vote on a submission which includes a rebate in paying $15 million equally to all ratepayers across Brisbane. And this is an important initiative that is made possible by the responsible management of major projects, which we continue to deliver year after year. And with projects like Kingsmead-Smith Drive, which are incredibly complex, the award-winning Kingsmead-Smith Drive, we should all be proud of the achievement and the outcome that has been delivered there now for a major gateway to the city, but also in providing great active travel benefits to the city, a river walk and pedestrian access that is now unparalleled. It provides great opportunities for the state government's priority development area. Slip of the tongue there. The state government's priority development area in Hamilton North Shore to provide those active travel and public transport opportunities through that major corridor connection. But because the project was delivered under budget, with at least $15 million in savings, we can now provide a rebate to the people of Brisbane in the next quarter of rates, which will be the January quarter, which will come at a time when I think will be very important for the people of Brisbane. And so the decision that we all have to make today is really quite simple. Do you support more money in the pockets of Brisbane ratepayers, or do you think that that money is better invested by council deciding what happens with it? So it's a really simple question. Should council decide what happens with that $15 million and spend it on other things? Or do you support it being paid into the pockets of ratepayers at a challenging time? But an important thing to be aware of is exactly what's happening with rates in this financial year. Because as I pointed out a number of times in this place, this year will be the first time in the history of Brisbane City Council where the rate bill for the average residential ratepayer will not increase. Average residential
Councillors, please allow the answer to be heard in silence, Lord Mayor.
Will not increase this year. And so that has never, ever happened before. And the only other time where we've come close to that happening was where we saw a rate freeze introduced by a Liberal council under Sally Ann Atkinson as Lord Mayor. So when it comes to rates, the reality is that rates will always be lower under our side of politics than they would be under a Labor side of politics. That is, the facts show it clearly, and we only have to see that is also the case when it comes to borrowings as well. And we just have to look at what's happening up at George Street, the extraordinary increase in borrowings, to see that Labor simply cannot be trusted with money. They cannot be trusted.
So point of order, Councillor Strunk.
I think what's happening up in George Street wasn't relevant to the question asked.
So your point of order is relevance. Lord Mayor, I ask you to reflect on the question asked and limit your comments to the question, please.
Oh, absolutely, and that is exactly what I was doing, Mr Chair, because we have an important financial decision to make today. And I was simply pointing out that there are some councillors in this place who, due to their party affiliation, when they get a bit of extra money available, and remember, it's not their money, it's ratepayers' money, they can't help but spend it. They can't help but spend it. And so what we want to do today is to pay it back into the pockets of Brisbane ratepayers, that $15 million back into the pockets of Brisbane ratepayers in a time in January where I know they will need it. Christmas is always an expensive time for residents, and I know that they would appreciate that saving of $15 million being paid to them rather than council deciding to spend it on other things. And so that is the important decision we have today. but it is a decision which fundamentally comes down to that question of who better manages the money of $15 million. Will it be better managed by each individual household of Brisbane or by the Brisbane City Council deciding to spend it on other things? And I think in this case, the answer is quite clear. We trust the people of Brisbane to know what to do with that $15 million at a critical time, at a time when we are experiencing economic and financial challenges.
Lord Mayor,
and
your
that's
time
what
has
we'll be
expired.
voting on
Further
today.
questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Ryan Murphy. Councillor Murphy, under this LNP administration, ratepayers have already been ripped off to the tune of almost $20 million, thanks to a sweetheart deal with French advertising company JC&Co, signed off by this Lord Mayor's mentor, Campbell Newman. And now ratepayers will lose out on much more with that contract being extended. But the kicker is, of course, JC&Co doesn't have to provide a city bike service any longer. This French advertising giant has had this Lord Mayor wrapped around its finger. Even if council wanted to terminate this horrible contract, it would cost ratepayers an almost inconceivable amount of money. That amount represents the sheer magnitude of pure advertising profits JC&Co plans to make over the next 11 years. But that's all commercial in confidence. Usually council contracts are only commercial in confidence when there are competing tenderers. But here we see a contract with no competitors. It's clear these figures are being kept hidden from the public because this Lord Mayor is rightly ashamed of just how bad this deal is for ratepayers and how much of a hold JC&Co has over Team Schrinner. Councillor Murphy, will you come clean to Brisbane ratepayers and release these commercial in confidence figures so ratepayers can see just how much JC&Co plans on making over the next 11 years by advertising on public assets?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm glad there was a question at the end of that very long political statement. And I say to Councillor Cassidy, don't cry because it's over, Councillor Cassidy, smile because it happened. City Cycle was a fantastic scheme for our city at the time of its inception in 2010. It was an incredible scheme for our city. It was the second public bike hire scheme of its type in the entire country when it was implemented, and it was groundbreaking. No one had ever seen anything like City Cycle when it was came in, and people were saying,
Councillors,
well done,
Councillor
Campbell
Murphy,
Newman. You modernise it.
Councillors, please allow Councillor Murphy's answer to be heard. By all councillors, please allow his answer to be heard in silence. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. People were saying at the time, well done, Campbell Newman, he's bringing this modernising scheme to Brisbane. People will be able to roll up to these stations, rent their own bike, jump on that bike.
Councillor Murphy, point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Just on relevance, the question was whether Councillor Murphy would release the commercial in confidence figures.
There was a lot to that question, and Councillor Murphy is addressing parts of that question which did go for a minute and a half. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as I said, City Cycle was an incredible scheme for its time, and 4 million Brisbane residents have travelled on the City Cycle scheme since its inception in 2010. 4 million residents have taken active transport, chosen to get on the bike instead of get in a car. And I think that is a massive success, and we should be thanking the visionary Lord Mayor Campbell Newman for bringing that scheme into Brisbane. Now, if the Cabinet and if the Council at that time had seen the electric revolution that would be coming a decade later with e-scooters that have absolutely changed the way people travel around our city, then maybe they would have signed a different contract. But the reality is that the contract is what it is. And commercial in confidence, by the way, Councillor Cassidy, also is what it is. And I wonder if you would be keen to see the state government release all their commercial in confidence figures in contracts that they sign. And the answer is, of course not, because commercial in confidence exists to protect businesses that do commercial transactions with government bodies, so that people like you can't ruin and besmirch their reputations, as I understand.
Councillor Murphy, can I please insist that comments be made through the chair, to and through the chair, please? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, we are focused on getting people out of their car and onto public transport and onto active transport, and that means providing the best possible transport experience for the residents of Brisbane. And e-scooters have shown us that people are in love with e-wheeling. We've seen 3.5 million trips taken on e-scooters since Lime and Neuron arrived in Brisbane just 2 years ago. People are voting with their feet, and it's time that we give them a modern, sustainable public transport option, an active transport option that is future-proof. And the e-bike scheme that we announced last week will do just that. Now, this administration is investing in record amounts for active transport infrastructure. You only have to look down to the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, $190 million investment in active transport there, one that will take 83,000 cars off the road. Projects like the CityLink Cycleway, which we're doing in concert with the state government. The state government is working hand in hand with us. I only wish the opposition would work with us on any active transport initiative instead of coming in here and trying to play politics and sabotage this e-bike scheme before it's even got off the ground. We know that City Cycle was at its time a pioneering piece of infrastructure for Brisbane. I saw the file footage of the Lord Mayor and the then Civic Cabinet, Labor and Liberal councillors alike getting on board with City Cycle. Now, it's a shame. It's a shame that it didn't carry more people. But we had to make a decision. And this administration, I believe, has made a very responsible financial decision, not to shackle the people of this city to a scheme that has had its day, but to take them forward into an electric future, to e-bikes, a way that you can get around this subtropical city in comfort, at speed, getting to destinations further out than just the inner CBD, going all the way out to Councillor Cummings' ward, down the Esplanade. People will be able to take an e-bike from Councillor Howard's ward all the way down to the Esplanade. Maybe they'll be getting all the way out to the western suburbs in Councillor Adamans' ward using an e-bike. Or God forbid they could even go to Deagon, to the foreshore there, the beautiful Brighton foreshore, and visit a destination like that in the outer suburbs. Chair, e-bikes will change the way people move around our city, and this administration, with its biggest ever historic investment in active transport, will deliver that future to Brisbane residents very shortly.
Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, as the local councillor for Doughboy Ward, I'm extremely disappointed with the state government's failure to remove and replace the Lyndon open level crossing. Can you please advise the Chamber how Council and the federal government will be now working together to deliver outcomes for our local community?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Atwood for the question and for her close interest in this issue. When it comes to the removal of open level crossings, Mr Chair, the state government is nothing if not consistent, always promising but never delivering. For a moment, the future of the Lyndon level crossing in Wynnum West was looking brighter. The federal government committed funding towards a planning study for the level crossing and the state government matched it. Unfortunately, the state government's decision for the OLC, the open level crossing, following the completion of the study is extremely underwhelming. Instead of agreeing to upgrade the level crossing at Kawanawha Road to deliver the crucial safety and congestion improvements the community has been requesting for years, the state government announced they'll be spending $40 million only to undertake upgrades to the rail station precinct. They'll be doing work such as lift installation, bicycle parking and platform raising. And I saw a media release from the ALP's member for Lytton last week. It said that the rail station precinct upgrade is a key part of the Palaszczuk government's plan to fix the Lyndon level crossing. What's confusing about this statement is that the state government's plan works won't fix the dangerous open level crossing, and we're yet to hear of a real plan from the state that actually will. It's a state asset, yet they're the only level of government not willing to invest in it. I have no doubt that the amenity of the rail station will be welcomed, improving the amenity of the rail station will be welcomed, but it's not the best use of that $40 million. Open level crossing removal and replacements are expensive, and this money should be going towards constructing the overpass that will solve the safety and congestion problems. A rail station precinct upgrade is not the first priority of the community, nor of the council or of the federal government. Mr Chair, in 2019 the federal government generously committed $85 million towards upgrading the Lyndon rail crossing, an asset, I'll remind the Chamber, is owned by the Queensland Government. The Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner also committed $40 million towards removing the open level crossing, contingent on the state government also budgeting for its removal. And now we've learned that the removal of the unsafe open level crossing isn't what the state government intends to do, despite the local community's serious concerns about this level crossing. The crossing itself and the surrounding intersections are notoriously dangerous, and Iona College is very close by, with many parents and learner drivers having to navigate this crossing on a daily basis to and from school. Making it safe should be a clear priority for the state government, like it is for the federal government and for council. Mr Chair, an elderly lady died at this level crossing in 2019, and there have been other accidents that have occurred this year. The community has been crying out for a fix to the level crossing for years and years, and some nice-to-have station upgrades are not enough. Beyond the safety issues here, which are the greatest concern, the open level crossing causes serious congestion for the road network around the rail line. The level crossing boom gates close the roads for around 1/4 of the time during peak periods, causing congestion and delays for drivers on their daily journeys to and from work and school. I certainly would be interested to hear what Councillor Cumming thinks of this outcome. He should, if he's honest, agree with the federal member for Bonar, Ross Vasta, and Councillor Atwood, who know that the state government station upgrade is a long way short of community hopes. Councillor Cumming can't keep saying that council should do this without the state's involvement. It's their asset. This is why both Mr Vasta and Councillor Atwood, who know the state government's upgrade is a long way short of community hopes. This is why Mr Vasta and I have written to Minister Alan Tudge, the Minister for Population, Cities and Urban Infrastructure, to request that the federal government commitment of $85 million be redirected to council for first stage solutions in this precinct. In the past, we've looked at a number of options for improving the network surrounding the open level crossing, and we'll be looking at this area again, Mr Chair, to identify potential road upgrades and road extensions to improve safety for pedestrians and motorists in the area. With that federal government funding redirected to council, we can get some road upgrades moving that will actually deliver tangible outcomes for the community. We already have a number of ideas of how we can improve the surrounding road network, and while we wait for the state government to do the right thing and agree to upgrade its own asset with redirected funds from the federal government, we could commence works on the next steps of the Tilly Road corridor. This is something we'll be investigating over the coming months. I look forward to receiving a response from Minister Tudge.
Councillor McLaughlin, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, recently your administration introduced a new Kangaroo Point Peninsula neighbourhood plan without the support of local residents or the local councillor, which increased building height limits around the Shaftesbury precinct to 15 storeys. Residents are now objecting to development applications for 108 Lambert Street, which propose to remove 3 historic pre-1911 homes and introduce at least 300 additional apartments to a small site in an already crowded neighbourhood without addressing concerns regarding unsustainable building design, inadequate green space, excessive traffic impacts, substandard public and active transport options, inadequate community facilities, and a long list of other issues. Do you acknowledge that public infrastructure and services are not keeping pace with private development in this part of Kangaroo Point? And will you oppose the current development application for 3 15-storey towers at 108 Lambert Street?
The Lord Mayor. No. Sorry, Lord Mayor. Members of the public gallery, as you well know, no, Councillor, please, in the future, please refrain from clapping. The Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor, please continue.
Okay. So in relation to the question, quite simply, no, I do not acknowledge that infrastructure is not keeping pace. And in fact, one of the flagship projects of this administration is all about boosting accessibility into the Kangaroo Point Peninsula with the new pedestrian bridge. We are investing heavily, and we will continue to invest heavily in providing better access, and whether it is through the new bridge or through other initiatives, new terminal at Dockside that we are going to upgrade, we will continue investing in the infrastructure. Now, you won't find any part of Brisbane, not one single part of Brisbane that thinks their infrastructure is in a perfect situation that can't ever be improved. Every part of Brisbane would like to see infrastructure improve, and we, as a council, do a job each year to make sure we prioritise areas of growth and areas where investment is required, and that is an ongoing process, and we will continue to do so.
No, please, members of the public gallery, please do not interject. The Lord Mayor.
And in relation to the second part of the question, which was, will I oppose the 108 Lambert Street proposal? What I can say is this. The proposal is currently, it is not our proposal. This is a proposal put in by an applicant, and there should be no assumptions made that we support this proposal. Councillor Sri knows well that I was recently in Kangaroo Point and heard feedback directly from a number of residents down there, and there's been other mechanisms which they have provided feedback as well, and we appreciate that feedback. I know that that feedback is ongoing, and our assessment of that DA is ongoing. What I understand has happened recently is that Council issued a request for information to the developer. The developer or the applicant has then just responded to that. So we have to go through that response to determine our view on what those responses are and how whether we believe that they have adequately addressed the issues and concerns that we have raised. And we will make the decision, or council officers will make the decision based on the adequacy of that response and whether we believe the proposal is appropriate or not. So no decision has been made, but right now we are in the decision-making process, and I can assure Councillor Sri and the local residents that we take their concerns very seriously. And you should not assume that we support this application. You should not make that assumption.
No. All right. Councillors and members of the public gallery, Section 22 of the Meetings Local Law, acts of disorder by a member of the public. A member of the public must not interrupt or obstruct the proper conduct of a meeting of council or a council committee. If a member of the public interrupts or obstructs the proper conduct of a meeting of council or a council committee, the chairman may direct the person to withdraw from the meeting. A person directed to withdraw from a meeting place under subsection 2 must immediately withdraw from the place and must remain away until the end of the meeting or for a lesser period fixed by the chairman. Members, if a person contravenes subsection 3, a chairman's representative may, at the request of the chairman, direct the person to leave and to keep away from the meeting place. Members of the public gallery, please refrain from interjecting or I will ask you to leave. Lord Mayor, you have some time left in your answer. You've concluded your answer.
Point of order,
questions?
Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
I move suspension of so much of standing orders as is necessary to move the following urgency motion, which I've emailed through to you.
Thank you.
That Brisbane City Council shares residents' concerns about development application A0055542190 and associated applications for the removal of pre-1911 houses, and will take all available steps to prevent this proposed development proceeding.
Seconded, please. I have an urgency resolution proposed by Councillor Sri, seconded by Councillor Johnston. I believe that's being distributed to all councillors at the moment. Councillor Sri, you have 3 minutes to urgency, please.
Thanks, Chair. As the Lord Mayor has acknowledged, the developer has recently responded to Council's information request on this particular...
So, Councillor Sri, can I please get to turn your mic on? Please proceed.
The developers recently responded to Council's information request on this development application, and a decision is due on this development application quite soon. This is urgent because this is the last council meeting for the year, and it's quite possible that council may make a decision about this development application during the recess period and that decision will be made by unelected public servants who are not directly accountable to local residents. Now, there's some evidence in published correspondence between council and the applicant that development assessment officers have had phone conversations with the developer that aren't documented or minuted, which raises further concerns about leaving this important decision to unelected public servants. It's urgent because other development projects around Kangaroo Point are already in the pipeline, and the cumulative impact of these various proposals must be considered holistically, particularly in terms of traffic and pedestrian safety. The state government recently announced partial funding of the Kangaroo Point Riverwalk, but the proposal for this particular development site does not include completion of that section of the riverwalk. So it's quite urgent that we make a decision on this development application to ensure that the funding for that project is not misdirected or wasted, and that residents have certainty about the provision of that essential public infrastructure. A lot of residents have been raising concerns with the Mayor's office about this particular development and are frustrated that the Mayor hasn't even met with local residents. Hundreds of submissions have been lodged opposing this development application. Hundreds of emails have been written.
Councillor Sri, can I draw your comments back to urgency, please? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it is urgent because residents are frustrated and they are fearful that the council administration will make a decision about this development application during the council recess without sufficient transparency or oversight, and without residents having an opportunity to put their case directly to the council administration. It's urgent because recently residents applied to address this council chamber as members of the public, and that application was conveniently lost by council staff. I'm not blaming any individual for that, but it is unfortunate that residents have not been able to address the council through the public participation processes, and it's now concerning that this development application might be decided before any of those residents have an opportunity to speak to council directly. This is urgent because this is one of the most significant developments proposed for this suburb in many years now, and because it's one of the first projects that's proposed under the new neighbourhood plan, which takes advantage of significantly greater height limits and density than was previously contemplated for this precinct. Residents are concerned that the council is not listening to them. Residents are concerned that the council is not taking their concerns seriously, and residents are concerned that because the Lord Mayor previously expressed reservations about the 10-storey development application for this site, but then subsequently approved that development, that this is what will happen on this proposal as well.
Your time has expired. Councillors, to the matter of urgency, all those who believe this matter is urgent, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Sri and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We will proceed to a vote. All those in support of urgency, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And all those against urgency, please say no and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 20 against.
Councillors, the noes have it. We will return to question time. The balance of time is 22 minutes. 22 minutes, excuse me. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Standards, Community Health and Safety Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, last week we heard from the opposition mosquitoes are wreaking havoc in our city. While this is a serious issue that Council is addressing, can you update the Chamber on the history of mosquitoes and the Labor Party?
Councillor Marx.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Toomey. Mr Chair, courtesy of Councillor Cassidy's interest last week, I was given the opportunity, several times in fact, to keep the Chamber updated and reassured about the veracity of our mosquito management program over the wet season. Our program is guided by the experts. This administration has always said that mosquito prevention is first and foremost based on science. It is for the medical entomologists to drive Council's treatment program. It's not for the opposition councillors who think they know better. It's not for me either, in fact. When the experts say we spray by helicopter, truck, quad bike and boots in the mud. We make available the resources that our crews need because our experts have determined it's necessary. Mr Chair, as I listened to Councillor Cassidy last week through you, Mr Chair, asked the same question for the third time in the meeting and I provided an answer about the great work our officers do for a third time, something occurred to me. For all the same old criticism and attacks Labor like to put out in the chamber and on social media, what are their ideas to address the issue? Through you, Mr Chair, they clearly don't trust the experts running our program. They claim repeatedly that we're not doing enough and we're not spending enough. Councillor Cook only yesterday shared a poll on social media. Should council be doing more to tackle mosquitoes? Well, what exactly do they want us to do and how much do they want us to spend? So I did some research, Mr Chair, and I'll be honest, it wasn't an easy task. The opposition don't usually put ideas to residents and the media about what I've found so easy to see why. Only 6 years ago, Mr Chair, Labor's great vision to tackle the problems of mosquitoes in Brisbane was to drain the city of its wetlands. On no scientific grounding, the opposition would have had our council crews knee-deep in mud digging trenches through our beautiful wetlands for the purpose of diverting the water into our creeks and rivers. The then Councillor Fless, a member of the opposition, even conveniently proposed a trial site, Mr Chair, the Boondall wetlands for you, Councillor Cassidy. Through you, Mr Chair, I'd be very interested to know whether, with Councillor Cassidy at the helm, it's still official Labor policy to drain the Boondall wetlands and destroy its ecosystem in the process, a process called runnelling.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
It never was official Labor Party policy and it's not now.
No, that's not a point of order.
I'm happy to participate in question time, Chair.
Councillor Marx.
We've been saying for years that the simple reality is the city of Brisbane was built on a floodplain. When you couple that with a subtropical climate, managing mosquitoes is a fact of life. Apparently not too long ago, the opposition took that head on as a challenge, Mr Chair. While altering the climate probably seemed a bit far-fetched, changing the topography of the biggest local government area in the country apparently didn't. Now, I didn't hear much from Labor this election about a plan to tackle mosquitoes, so I can assume there's no change from the only mosquito management plan they took to the 2012 election. For a princely sum of $200,000, or about 4% of what this administration spends on mosquito management annually, Labor's plan to tackle the problem was to introduce a new team of mozzie busters. Mr Chair, the then Labor Lord Mayoral candidate Ray Smith didn't go into too much about the proposal. They never do with their 3 a.m. ideas, but what they did say was clear who the opposition blamed for the problem of the mosquitoes in Brisbane: the residents themselves. A Labor administration would have this squad of mozzie busters go door to door, individually telling residents all the ways that they're potentially contributing to the problem of mosquitoes in their neighbourhood. Mr Chair, how's that for an abdication of responsibility? This administration doesn't blame residents. We get on with the job of managing a problem that exists because of our natural environment. That means aerial sprays, ground sprays and active monitoring and treatment of about 3,000 known breeding sites. We have an unlimited budget and resources to manage mosquitoes based on what the experts say we need to do. This is a commitment this administration stands by.
Further questions? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Finance, Administration and Small Business Committee, Councillor Adam Allen. Mr Chair, many Brisbane residents don't know this, but for the first time in the history of this council, rates in some suburbs across Brisbane will increase twice next year, January and again in July. It's a Christmas gift no one wanted or asked for. In fact, 99% of the residents have curbside collection on their Christmas wish lists, but instead, there are some getting 2 rate hikes next year. The LNP administration claims a small one-off $29 rebate will spell an average rate reduction, but we know many suburbs will see 2 increases. In fact, over the next 3 financial years, this Lord Mayor is planning to jack up the rates a whopping $355 million. It's written in black and white, and it's in the papers today. tabled here today, I should say. Councillor Adam, it's the last meeting of the year and the last meeting before residents will receive their January rates bill. Will you today release the percentage rates charges for each suburb that this LNP administration is planning for Brisbane in January 2021?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Strunk, for the question. I'm delighted you've actually asked that today. Now, back in June, we were in this chamber and the Lord Mayor handed down the budget. And I have the budget speech right here, Councillor Strunk. And if you've got it handy, I'll refer you.
Councillor Allen, can I ask you to direct your comments to and through me, please?
Through you, Mr Chair. To Councillor Strunk, it's very clear here what the average rates increase was across the city. And I'll get to that question, Councillor Cassidy, that the increase was going to be 2.5% for the year, and that as a result of the COVID rebate, that would drop back to 1.25%. This is at the time the budget was done, so it's all there in black and white, it's in the budget book. Then, recently, we've had the savings from the Kingsford Smith Drive project, which rightly so and equitably so, we're going to pass on to all ratepayers in January's rates bill next year. Now, for many ratepayers, that means that they will have no increases in this financial year. That is a terrific outcome for the residents of Brisbane. So in answer to Councillor Strunk's question, there will only be one rates increase next year, and that will occur when we do the budget in 2021. Now, in the context of what that figure will be, I think we'll just have to wait. At the moment, we've only just started the budget development process. It will be a challenging budget to put together under the circumstances. We've made no decision about what that increase might be, but certainly we'll get clarity as we move towards handing down the budget next year. But in answer to the question he posed at the beginning, there will not be 2 rate increases next year. That is demonstrably incorrect. Read the budget speech, and even better still, Councillor Strunk, when you go home, have a look at your rates bills. The one, first of all, for the July quarter this year, and then the one for the October quarter. It's very, very clear what the general rates amount is for each of those quarters this year. It's clear when you have a look at your January rates bill what it will be next year. So this notion that there is going to be 2 rates increases in 2021 is incorrect and false. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, we understand the state's Coordinator-General is considering yet another change request for the construction of the state government's Cross River Rail project. Can you outline what role Council has in these decisions?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Hutton for the question. As anticipated by the Courier Mail 2 weeks ago, the Office of the Coordinator-General has released details of the latest request for changes for the State Government's Cross River Rail project. Request for change number 9 is all about the construction methodology for the project's southern portal. We had a question last week in relation to the previous change, number 8, which is about the movement of trucks into and out of the Boggo Road precinct. This latest request now provides answers to why the project needed to have truck movement changes. This change, change number 9, will make the construction of the rail tunnels at Dutton Park easier. The construction consortium led by CIMIC realised the original design concept was not technically feasible. This change, if approved, will reduce the tight turns in the rail line shown in the original concept design, and that sounds pretty good to me because it means the trains will stay on the tracks at high speeds. But included in this change request is to radically vary the way in which the tunnels will be built. They'll scrap the intent to use a tunnel boring machine and instead build them by open excavation, by cut and cover. This is typically a cheaper and quicker construction method, and I'm sure this will be greatly appreciated by the construction consortium. They have said it will mean several months for construction rather than 2 years. Now, there will be impacts on council roads and other infrastructure as tunnels are built by this method. That is undeniable. Last week, Councillor Murphy said, quite correctly, the council will work with the Cross River Rail Authority to reduce as much as possible the impact on local residents from the state government's project and the change requests. Councillor Johnson's Trump-light Twitter response was, "Shame on Brisbane City Council." Well, the question is, what authority does council have to block or overturn legislated decisions of the state government on any element of a Coordinator-General declared project? This is a project governed by the Cross River Rail Authority Act 2016. Under the Act, council has a statutory duty...
Councillor McLaughlin, councillors, please allow Councillor McLaughlin's answer to be heard in silence. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Under the Act, council has a statutory duty to cooperate with the Coordinator-General in the performance of her functions. Once a request for project change is approved by the Coordinator-General, council must work within the approval, including any specific terms or conditions issued by the Coordinator-General. The approval takes effect as a development approval, where the overarching approval preserves matters for council to determine. Council is able to affect how works may be carried out or permitted, provided it is consistent with the head approval. For example, under request for project change number 8, the Cross River Rail Authority requested 24-hour-a-day operations. The Coordinator-General has approved it. Council cannot now place conditions contrary to that approval. As part of the internal approval process, the extent of council's authority is to exercise the opportunity to influence the use of the most suitable route and require improvements to intersections to provide safe access. We cannot make the authority go back and start again on how it will build the project. It may well be a shame the council is obliged by law to work cooperatively with the state to lessen the impact of this project where possible, but that is the law. Now we know that CIMIC and its consortium partners intend to build these tunnels using cut and cover. Council will take every opportunity available to it to request amendments where possible to minimise impacts on the surface network. This is request for change number 9. It's pretty meaty and the council officers are now working their way through it. It is available online and the Coordinator-General is accepting submissions until Christmas Eve. An alternative avenue for providing comment could be to the Minister responsible for the project, Mark Bailey. I'm sure he'd appreciate receiving advice and views, but I suggest you stick to the formal channels. And I note that the head constructor, CIMIC, says it will earn $900 million from this project, so they've certainly got skin in this game. If one were a shareholder in CIMIC and had concerns about the construction methodology here, one could raise them perhaps at a shareholder meeting. But any attempt to make concerns about the impact of this project a council issue is, at best, confusing responsibilities. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I believe it would be my turn for a question because Councillor Sri was 2 questions ago, then Councillor Strunk. So it's been Councillor Sri, then a Labor question, then me. So it should be my turn for a question.
No, that's not correct. Councillor Cassidy.
This is ridiculous.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards, Community Health and Safety Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, your leader is the Shrinch who stole Kerbside collection this year, and his Christmas gift to the people of Brisbane in exchange is a monumental surge in illegal dumping. Since Kerbside collection was cancelled at the start of April, there has been just shy of 5,000 reports of illegal dumping. Councillor Marx, why is Team Schrinner ignoring Brisbane residents and letting illegal dumping pile up across the city?
Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you through you, Councillor Cassidy, for the question. I don't quite know where the figure is coming from for that amount of legal dumping. We have, as we've said from the start, the Kerbside collection postponement was postponed for 2 years due to the budget constraints, and the money that's been saved has gone to the local businesses to ensure that they can keep their doors open for our residents. The Lord Mayor has always said and continues to say that the minute that the Kerbside collection funding becomes available, he will bring that collection back. So basically, you just have to be patient, Councillor Cassidy, and wait for that announcement from the Lord Mayor. We still have the Good Neighbour program, which is working very well, where residents who need anything picked up ring the contact centre and they get a personalised delivery service where the officers will come along and pick up any curbside collection stuff that they need.
Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, can you please update the Chamber on some of the achievements in your portfolio through 2020, making Brisbane a great place to live and play?
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, thank you, Councillor Landers, for the question. So since becoming chair of this committee, I have the pleasure of working closely with the passionate and dedicated officers of Council's Lifestyle and Community Services Division, who work extremely hard, day in, day out, to deliver for the residents of Brisbane. Our officers truly pour their heart and soul into their work, and that has never been made clearer than in the year that has been, as they have gone above and beyond to keep our city moving forward during these unprecedented circumstances. And a great example of that has been the way in which our libraries team has risen to the challenge of this pandemic. The pace at which they have mobilised to adapt to the challenges of this pandemic has been nothing short of incredible. COVID-19 may have changed the way of life for many of us, but it did not stop our libraries from engaging with the residents of Brisbane and overcoming the challenges of social distancing. We are proud to lead Australia's largest library service right here in Brisbane, with more than 480,000 library memberships. And our membership has only continued to grow through this pandemic, with more than 9,000 new digital memberships created since the city's 33 libraries closed on the 23rd of March. When library doors shut, we were ready to rise to the challenge with new virtual offerings and our existing e-library service becoming more popular than ever before, with a 55% increase in e-book borrowing. Our online library remains open 24/7 to ensure that Brisbane's love of reading can go on unabated, with more than 150,000 e-books, e-audiobooks, e-magazines, music and video streaming services available for residents, all for free. Of course, our libraries are more than just a book borrowing service, and one of our most treasured library services are the events that we hold in our libraries, including our beloved Writer in Residence program, which continued to be delivered through new virtual offerings. Our libraries are releasing a new video every second morning via the Brisbane Libraries Facebook page, and this is also available through the online library catalogue. And they've been a huge success, engaging more than 250,000 views so far on our Facebook page alone. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that our children's storytime sessions were the most popular of these new virtual offerings. Of course, safety, as always, is our top priority, and this has taken centre stage for our library staff who work through the mammoth task of cleaning more than 500,000 library items. In the final week before our libraries closed, more than 300,000 physical items were borrowed from our libraries, more than double the loans of an average week. During the pandemic, our librarians cleaned more than 700,000 returned books, each one going through a strict 3-day quarantine process and is then thoroughly sanitised before being returned to the shelves. And I know that they truly appreciated the Lord Mayor assisting. We also expanded our at-home library service, and so the cleaning of physical library books is even more crucial when it comes to delivering library items to the homes of our most vulnerable residents. It's not easy for everyone to access online services, especially for our most vulnerable community members, elderly residents, people with a disability and people who are severely ill. And that is why we've made some changes to eligibility so it's easier for people to sign up for our free at-home library service. I'm pleased to advise that we've had more than 400 new residents take up the chance to get library items delivered to their homes. Annabelle Lloyd was also acknowledged for her skills as an archivist and was this year awarded a 2020 President's Award from the Australian Society of Archivists, and I'd like to thank Annabelle for her continued dedication to preserving Brisbane's history. I thank our library staff for the incredible work that they do and the residents for their patience as we continue to work together to get through this very difficult time. We also have many officers in other branches of council who do a lot of incredible work in the background to make Brisbane the beautiful city that it is, and they have overcome every obstacle of the pandemic. They've still gone above and beyond to deliver extra support to our communities in their time of need. Officers from right across the division have joined our Connected Communities branch to provide urgent financial assistance to our community organisations to deliver the Lord Mayor's COVID-19 assistance program, which has provided grants of up to $10,000 to more than 320 organisations across Brisbane. Organisations like Meals on Wheels at St Lucia, who we heard from today. They also worked quickly to deliver the Lord Mayor's COVID-19 community sports field rebate, which provided $1 million worth of water rebates to approximately 180 sports and recreation
Councillor Howard, your time has expired and that concludes question time. Councillors, can I please draw your attention to the consideration of committee reports, please. To the first E&C report, the Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 23rd of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 23rd of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just a couple of procedural things.
Yes.
Firstly, with respect to items A, B, C, D and E, I would like them taken seriatim for voting and debating purposes.
A through E, voting and debate.
Yes. And with respect to item G, H, I, J, K and L, I'd like those taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
So A through E, voting and debate.
Yep.
G through L, voting and debate.
Yes. And with respect to item F, I am declaring a perceived conflict of interest, and whilst I don't believe this actually arises to the requirement under section 177 of the City of Brisbane Act, with respect to item F, I would ask that it is taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes, and I declare that I have 59 shares in CIMIC. 59. Yep. Given the perceived conflict of interest, I will excuse myself from participation in the debate on item F.
All right. So what we'll do, Lord Mayor, can I please invite you to make comments, the general comments you would ordinarily make, and then we will begin the debate on items A through E. All right. So, councillors, I'm going to repeat that for everybody. We will begin the debate in a seriatim debate on items A through E first, F second, and then G through L third. We will do them in that order. Lord Mayor, please move. Your general comments, and then A through E, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Chair. The first thing I wanted to do, as normal, is refer to a number of the assets that we have that are being lit up in support of great community causes. Today, 1st of December, marks World AIDS Day, and to support this Awareness Day, the Victoria Bridge and Story Bridge, Tropical Dome and Redcliffe Place sculptures will be lit up in red today, or this evening, so going on shortly. From Wednesday through to Friday, the Tropical Dome, Victoria Park, Story Bridge and Redcliffe Place sculptures will be lit up in purple for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust Christmas appeal. And that appeal is well underway at the moment. And the appeal is particularly important this year because the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust is a unique charity that exists to support other charities. And so right now, we know that many charities, particularly the smaller ones, the charities without large advertising budgets, are really struggling to raise funds, and they're struggling for public awareness, and they can't afford that advertising that maybe some of the larger charities can afford. And the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust is very active in supporting them. The festive season is obviously officially upon us now with the 1st of December today, and we're lighting up the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Redcliffe Place sculptures and the Tropical Dome in red and green in the festive season colours on Saturday and Sunday. I did want to refer to our regular food drive that we do through our council libraries. We traditionally would waive people's library fees in return for some food items that they donate. And now we've abolished library fees in the libraries, so that incentive is no longer there, but we're still asking people to support by donating supermarket items that they may have on hand, and they can still do that through our libraries as normal, except obviously this time it's not in return for the waiver of fees, as we've already done that. So it's just something I wanted to bring awareness to. The thing that we do with Food Bank each year is continuing, and that food obviously goes to where it's needed at a critical time of year. I did want to just express a little bit of disappointment about certain councillors' approach when it came to the motion of special appreciation before. For years and years, most councillors in this place have seen this in the spirit that is intended, which is a bipartisan or non-political opportunity to thank the council staff. And today, unfortunately, we saw probably the most I've ever seen attempts to politicise that motion, which is specifically intended to be a non-political motion and simply an opportunity to say thank you. And I think it was just disappointing and something that we should reflect on because there are plenty of opportunities for political debate in this place. And I just don't think that that was the appropriate motion to do that on. When it comes to another issue that keeps coming up, and I'm not talking about Mozzie's, Councillor Marks, I'm talking about curbside collection. I just wanted to reflect on the interesting approach that Labor councillors appear to be taking here, because they seem to have invested an extraordinary amount of time and effort into pushing for the return of curbside collection when they know full well that curbside collection is returning. It is returning, and we have made that clear from day one. So it's an extraordinary strategy or a political approach to ask for something to be returned that will be returned. And certainly, as we made clear right from day one, we will return it as soon as we can afford to responsibly return it. And that nothing has ever changed in our approach there. Nothing has changed. We have been consistent from day one. When we can afford to bring it back, we will bring it back. But this is one of the things that obviously when the council budget has been impacted significantly as a result of a range of different factors at the moment, there has had to be some trimming of different things. And this is one of those examples. But we have been clear right from day one that it will return. And so it's an interesting approach. And I can only speculate that the motivation here is nothing more than a cynical way of Labor suggesting that when we do return curbside collection, which we always said we did, they will try and claim the credit for it. I mean, how cynical is that? It's like, it is almost as cynical as a state Green member claiming credit for green bridges that he has had nothing to do with. So it seems that Labor councillors are taking a leaf out of the Green Book, which is to try and claim credit for things they have nothing to do with and that they weren't involved in any decision-making process with, but it is a cynical attempt to con the people of Brisbane. So let me predict that on the day that curbside collection comes back, Labor will be like, oh, we won, we brought it back, it was thanks to us. It was always coming back. So nice try, but we can see through your cynical strategy there, just as we have seen through other cynical strategies in the past. Unfortunately, Labor councillors make no secret of the fact that they approach this job in a very cynical way. Whether it's putting up fake news websites, fake news websites trying to con people into thinking it's legitimate news, or whether it's putting up fake petitions, which are data harvesting union sites, which are all about union recruitment and union propaganda going into people's in-trays, it is really sad that they take such a cynical approach. But we know what you're doing. People can see through what you're doing, and it is time to actually realise that what we're doing here is actually a serious business. Running Australia's largest city is a serious business. And these puerile games that you continue to play are not appreciated by the people of Brisbane. And they might be appreciated by a few hacks and trolls in the online sphere, but the people of Brisbane reject this kind of approach because they just want things to be done. They want a council that manages things responsibly and provides services well and continues to strive to do more, to build new infrastructure, to upgrade parks, to upgrade roads and bridges, upgrade public transport, and that's what we will continue to do. But I did now want to move into the items at hand here. And so, Mr Chair, item A, which is the Stores Board submission for the Brisbane Public Bike Hire Scheme operating licence variation. Now, Councillor Murphy covered a number of these, this issue very well earlier in question time. But I did want to point out that for some years now, for many years now, we have expressed, and I have personally expressed, a desire to see electric bikes introduced into the public bike hire scheme that we provide here in Brisbane. And we had, over many years, discussions with JC2Co about how that could be accommodated. And I want to be absolutely frank with people here. The proposal that was put forward by the current operator, JC2Co, would have cost a bomb, to introduce electric bikes into the existing city cycle scheme. So it was effectively, you want electric bikes? Fine. Millions and millions upon millions to do that. And so that wasn't an acceptable proposal for us. And we know that, as Councillor Murphy has pointed out, the technology in this space has evolved very rapidly. And so that while the original fixed bike hire schemes using the JC2Co model were very popular and in fact were rolled out in over 60 different cities around the world, JC2Co provided bike hire schemes in over 60 different cities around the world, but technology has moved on since then and we need to move with the times. And so what I absolutely believe is happening here and what we're doing here today is the right thing and the responsible thing to provide the best possible service for the people of Brisbane. And that is a service that gives people a choice of not only e-scooters but also e-bikes as well. And so that's where we'll be going down the track with this particular proposal.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
It's been an extension of time moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Landers. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And so what we'll see going forward is that the existing fixed city cycle stations will be removed, the existing heavy and old-style bikes will be removed, and we will then open up the opportunity for a new offering for the people of Brisbane that will include e-bike hire as well. And I think that'll be, and certainly from the feedback that we've received so far, be very warmly received and well taken up by the people of Brisbane. It has long been commented in public that one of the improvements that could be made to the city cycle scheme was the introduction of electric bikes, and part of that comes down to the climate of Brisbane that we're in, the subtropical climate, and also the topography of Brisbane. There are many parts of the city that are quite hilly, and we know that a bit of powered assistance would go a long way into getting more people on bikes. People that may not be the lycra-wearing cyclists that are super fit, that can easily jump on a bike and ride 60 Ks. These are people that we want to do the short trips, people of all abilities and skills, people of all fitness levels, because we know that even riding an electric bike still helps build up their fitness, even though there's that extra powered assistance. And that is a good thing, getting more people out of cars and onto alternative forms of transport. So this arrangement will help us achieve this. This arrangement is about protecting the financial interests of the ratepayers of Brisbane as well, and it is also about making sure that we move with the times. But I did want to comment on the claim that had been made by Labor that somehow the money that was invested into a public bike hire scheme was money down the drain, because that's what they have consistently said. They have consistently suggested and claimed that this was all wasted money. Now, they put out certain figures publicly, which are wrong.
Councillors, please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence. Lord Mayor. Councillor Strunk, Councillor Strunk, Councillor Johnston, please. The Lord Mayor.
But what I will say, Mr. Chair, is that their view or their approach on this is very inconsistent with their approach on other kinds of public services that we provide. So would you suggest that the $144 million subsidy we are putting into public transport is money down the drain? It's a waste. Because if they use the same logic in us providing a public bike hire scheme to encourage people to use active travel and to cycle is somehow a waste, then according to Labor's logic, then the subsidy for public transport would also be a waste. We know
Councillor
that is not...
Councillor Johnston, please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence. The Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 1 year, our subsidy for public transport is $144 million. In 1 year, this year. No one suggests that's a waste. Yet over a period of 10 years, the figure that they're quoting is apparently an outrageous waste. It's just simply not true. We were providing a subsidised bike hire scheme. Simple as that. Simple as that. What we are going to do now, though, is move with the times and make sure that people can get the best possible technology that's available. People can get access to new bikes, new technology, and guess what? If we look at the e-scooter model, instead of installing all of the fixed infrastructure that was required for City Cycle, we are likely to have a situation where no fixed infrastructure or limited fixed infrastructure is required, which cuts down the cost to the ratepayers of Brisbane, but also generates a potential revenue stream into council with the permit fees, like we have with e-scooters. And so that money can then go back into other services. So switching from a subsidised bike hire scheme to a bike hire scheme that potentially generates some income for council is a good thing, And so, and if there's any dispute about whether that's possible, we'll have a look at the e-scooters, because that is happening right now. And that has been made possible because there is no fixed infrastructure required for e-scooters. That was obviously a big part of the cost for City Cycle 10 years ago. And it is likely that no or limited fixed infrastructure will be required going forward. So I think that this is a real step forward for active transport. It's a real step forward in terms of value for money for the ratepayers of Brisbane. It's a real step forward in terms of the products that are available for people to use. On item B, this obviously relates to the bus advertising contract with JC2Co. And we'll see effectively the tying of the timeframes together with the remainder of the City Cycle contract, which will then align with the bus advertising contract as well. And so this is an arrangement that we have in place with JC2Co at the moment. So they are the current provider of advertising on council buses, and this arrangement will see that extended and aligned with the end of the City Cycle contract, but it also provides a secure revenue stream for council going forward as well. There are some improvements that we will be making in terms of the way that advertising is displayed, including a change to the transparency of ads that are positioned on the windows of buses. Now, we know that in the main, the advertising that is carried out on buses is not the entire bus. It is part of a window that is blocked. But we have specifically asked JCDecaux to improve the transparency of their advertising in cases where it is on the top of windows. And so they will be using going forward a new film for these advertisements, which will be easier for passengers to see through. In the main, however, there will only be a small percentage of bus windows that are in any way obscured through this contract, and the number of full bus wraps has been limited, and that's very clear in this contract. So when these two contracts are seen together, and in fact seen together with item C, ABC, what we see here is a progressive arrangement that is being put in place to benefit the people of Brisbane, to benefit the ratepayers of Brisbane. We'll see a subsidised bike scheme. We'll see that subsidy come to an end. It will see a guaranteed revenue coming into council for the further 10 years. It will see an opportunity for further revenue to come through permit fees with new e-bikes and e-scooter hire schemes. So this is a significantly positive step forward when it comes to these three items that have been mentioned. When it comes to item D, the report of the Audit Committee, it is what it is. I won't touch on that. But item E is the appointment of Councillor Strunk to the City Planning and Economic Development Committee. Previously, Councillor Cook had written to me after announcing her pregnancy, stating that she would like to remain on the committee during her pregnancy, which we're happy to accommodate. But also, there was a question asked about what if, for some reason, Councillor Cook was unable to participate in a committee meeting. How would that work, and how would Labor be represented? And so we have, in good faith, worked to accommodate that request. And so Councillor Strunk will also be appointed to the committee, so that Labor will have representation, even in situations where Councillor Cook may not be able to participate in the meeting, and that is something that we assured them that we would do. So this now brings that into effect through this submission. So I think that's the end of the first tranche of items.
It is.
Thank you, Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
Point of order,
Point
Chair.
of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
I've got a resolution proposed by Councillor Landers, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that this council now adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillors, welcome back. Are there any further speakers to items A through E on the E&C report? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was to speak on all of these items, A through E at the moment. And at the outset, I'll just ask for some of these to be taken seriatim for voting. So that would be A, B and D together, and then C and E together.
Okay. I will repeat that, but understand if some councillors, I'll repeat it to the end as well. A, B and D together, and C and E together.
Yes.
Please continue.
Thanks very much, Chair. So at the outset, I have in the past few weeks and month or 6 weeks or so been at times critical of the Lord Mayor and the administration for the lack of items that have come through E&C and come to the council chamber. And no, I think something different's happened here, Councillor Johnston. I think in the Lord Mayor's absence, Councillor Adams has certainly whipped ENC into shape. We've finally seen some leadership there at ENC, and they've got she's got the whip out, and she's got civic cabinet working, I think. Unlike lazybones Lord Mayor Schrinner, Chair, we've got a real workhorse here in Councillor Adams, and we know that Councillor Adams certainly covets the top job, and she's working very hard to prove her work ethic in the place in ENC and here in the council chamber. And I know members of the media certainly appreciate it, because Councillor Schrinner likes to hide in the corner office of City Hall. Councillor Adams has no problem whatsoever in putting herself out there whenever a journo calls. So,
point of order. I'm just wondering when we're going to get to the substantive debate here. I mean, we've been going on about...
I do allow the opposition leader some leniency with his presentation, but it is getting on 2 minutes, so we'll ask him to get to the substantive,
Thank you very much, Chair. I certainly appreciate Councillor Adams' hard work in getting these things through ENC. So on clause A and B, I'll deal with those together because they are intricately linked here before us today. Now, Chair, this administration is well known for its rorts and ratepayer rip-offs, but clause A and B together in this week's ENC have to be one of the absolute biggest. They've waited until state government budget day to take out the trash, and these two items before us, Chair, really are trash. What we've got is a French advertising company taking Team Schrinner for a multi-million-dollar ride after locking the Lord Mayor's rock-climbing buddy, Campbell Newman, into probably the worst deal I have ever seen this council make. Ratepayers have already lost up to $20 million from the City Cycle sham, and now they're about to lose a whole lot more in advertising revenue. Now, we hear the LNP run around and say it's not $20 million, it's only $16.5 million down the toilet. That's just $16.5 million in direct payments to JC Deco. That doesn't take into account all of the other costs over the last 10 years that this council has borne through this contract. So that figure of almost $20 million is absolutely accurate. Now, I tell this chamber and the public just how much more they're going to be ripped off by this sweetheart deal, but conveniently these figures are commercial in confidence when they really shouldn't be, Chair. The only reason they are commercial in confidence, of course, is because it would be an appalling look for this Lord Mayor, and ratepayers would be storming City Hall if they knew these eye-watering figures. These figures should be made public so residents can see the full scale of just how bad this deal really is. What we can talk about, of course, is how expensive this scheme has been. And if we use the figures, just the direct payment figures that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy have talked about over the last couple of weeks, just these figures that were the direct payments to JC Deco and additional payments over and above the so-called cost-neutral figure that this scheme should have been, and that's at least $16.5 million since its inception. So on average, there was about 1,095 riders per day for City Cycle. The cost to ratepayers has been about $4,520 per day, and that's on top of the cost that the rider paid in a subscription and in the fees that they paid to ride the bike on that said day. So for every single rider, there was more than $4 paid by ratepayers directly to JC Deco, a French multinational advertising company. The Lord Mayor gets up today and says that's an active transport subsidy, just like the bus payments that or the bus budget that we have is a public transport subsidy. This is a subsidy to a French multinational advertising company, plain and simple. That's what it has been. Now, Labor has always been in favour of e-bikes, Chair. They were our election commitment. But the way in which this administration has gone about introducing them is almost unbelievable. The Lord Mayor has followed in the footsteps of his mentor, Campbell Newman, and gotten into bed with JC Deco, rolling over and giving them literally anything they want. They said, oh, we want 11 more years of free advertising and we don't want to operate a bike hire scheme anymore. And this administration says that's not a problem, anything for you. Now all of that revenue for the next 11 years is going to be sent overseas outside of Brisbane's economy. And that's really top-notch stuff from Team Schrinner, Chair. Instead of forcing JC2Co to make city cycles more user-friendly and accessible, they are simply giving up. Now, Labor never thought the City Cycle scheme was a good deal, and this proves us very right. For quite some time, this administration was in denial about how bad this deal was. In a council meeting in February last year, one particular LNP councillor said, and I quote, Chair, "Councillor Cassidy was predicting the death of the scheme, and that City Cycle is not dead, and it will continue to grow into the future." This councillor also went on to say, and I quote again, "I've heard some preliminary research from around the world saying that e-scooters are not a competing form of transport, but a new form of transport. And in fact, Lime scooters are more likely taking away from Uber and taxis rather than city cycles." Anyone have any idea which councillor said that? That's right. He was the Deputy Mayor at the time and now Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Now he's eating his words, Chair. He even so boldly said, and I quote again, "It would be a simple assumption to make that lots of people riding e-scooters might mean less people on city cycles. And that's the trap for young players that Councillor Cassidy and his opposition appear to have fallen into." Well, Chair, it seems, however, that the Lord Mayor is the young player here, but he should know much better because he's been in this chamber for a very, very long time. He's been trying at council politics for a long time, of course running in East Brisbane in 2004 and then being handed the safe LNP ward of Chandler in 2005. So he is a career spin doctor, Chair, saying whatever he needs to at any time and making it up as he goes along, Chair. Now, he came in here just now and said that this deal, you know, that members of Civic Cabinet and he as the Finance Chair at the time and his mentor Campbell Newman couldn't possibly have foreseen that, you know, within the life of a 20-year bike contract that there wouldn't be some sort of technological advancement when it comes to e-bikes. And he said that, you know, this is all the fault of someone else except for the ENC at the time, except for the fact that the way in which the contract was designed by this Lord Mayor when he was the Chair of the Finance Committee and the then Lord Mayor Campbell Newman was that it locked in JC2Co for the long term. It made them in control of bike hire schemes here in Brisbane instead of Brisbane City Council. And of course we know the history. They promised that it was going to be cost neutral. We know that it's cost ratepayers almost $20 million to date, and it's going to cost us an awful lot more in lost revenue over the next 11 years. So this Lord Mayor really has been caught out in his own spin and fallen now on his city cycle sword, protecting the decision that his rock climbing buddy Campbell Newman made a decade ago. Now, Chair, this deal does look very, very questionable. Just last week, the Transport Chair in this chamber, Councillor Murphy, swore black and blue that JC2Co didn't donate to the LNP. And I quote from Hansard, "There have been no donations made from JC2Co to Team Schrinner, and there has been no conflict of interest." Well, Chair, I think the Doughboy ward must be the producer of the most slippery of councillors. We heard how slippery Councillor Atwood is with DAs in her community, and now Councillor Murphy telling mistruths about LNP donors. Because the evidence is...
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Move an extension, Chair.
Seconded.
Extension of time has been moved by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Johnston. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. So here is the evidence. Here is the evidence. From the ECQ website, Chair, it details documents that JC2Co donated 3 times to the LNP in the last 17 months, and one specifically for local government elections this year. Well, Councillor Murphy, through you, Mr Chair. And I will table this document for everyone to see. So I'll take that interjection. There are 3 donations made by JC Deco to the Liberal National Party in the last 17 months, one specifically for local government elections. Now, Chair, JC Deco wins, ratepayers lose. This is the definition of a rort and straight from the LNP playbook. The bus advertising contract is also riddled with secrecy and dodgy deals. It says in black and white that Council's bus advertising contract continues to represent value for JC Deco as it enables them to sell national packages to advertising agencies. What about value for ratepayers? Now, Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time I checked, this council and councillors work for Brisbane ratepayers and residents. We don't work for JC Deco. This LNP administration should hang their heads in shame over this deal and these contracts. Once again, they're stitching up ratepayers and rolling over for big business. Labor is voting against Clause A and B today. We refuse to have any part in Team Newman and Team Schrinner's dodgy deals. On Clause C, the Stores Board submission operating arrangements for e-scooters. We support e-bikes, for e-bikes in Brisbane. We support e-bikes and do support Clause C, which is the procurement strategy to establish operating arrangements for e-scooters and e-bikes. What Labor does not support are the dodgy deals that rip ratepayers off by tens of millions of dollars. It says in Clause C that the new e-bike scheme won't cost ratepayers a cent. We've heard that before, but that history tells us that Brisbane residents should be very, very wary of any deal this administration signs when it comes to bike hire. They said, Chair, the administration, that City Cycle wouldn't cost ratepayers a cent, and it's already cost them approaching $20 million. I think we'd probably be better off in a financial sense if we let the Zilmia seniors run the tender for e-bikes. I was at their annual general meeting last week, Chair, and learnt their bus trips are actually cost neutral. The LNP administration could certainly learn a thing or two from them, I suspect. I also hold serious concerns about how this Lord Mayor plans to regulate e-bikes and how we're going to ensure that they're not left dumped everywhere and anywhere. The scooter problem is already bad enough. They block footpaths, create a real and dangerous hazard for pedestrians, people with greater accessibility requirements and vision impaired people. Imagine adding 2,000 larger, heavier e-bikes to the mix. There is a lot to consider with this contract. We don't have a lot of faith in Team Schrinner to get it right, given their atrocious track record, so we will reserve our final judgment for when the proposal comes to the chamber, given this is just a procurement. Clause D, the report of the Audit Committee, Chair. We support the need, of course, for an Audit Committee process, but we have significant concerns with how this report this committee reports back to Council and the secrecy where certain documents are kept from councillors. These are concerns we've raised previously and consistently, and we will continue to raise them until they're addressed. Once again today we have a report before us which is nothing but a very brief summary of what was discussed at the committee meetings. It contains no details about the issues and how they're impacting on Council's operations, particularly in the COVID environment. We've been presented with a 4-page summary, 1 page dedicated to the list of those who attended, and 3 pages of dot points about topics that were discussed. Touches very briefly on topics like an update from the Queensland Audit Office as well as the Chief Legal Counsel and Corporate Risk Manager, but without any detail whatsoever. The committee met to discuss emerging risks across city administration and governance and transport for Brisbane, but again no information of substance on what was discussed. These minutes continue to be little more than a list of topics that were discussed without any actual detail, so we're not going to be supporting this item in the council today. Clause E is of course the appointment of Councillor Strunk to the City Planning and Economic Development Committee. I would like to, of course, acknowledge and thank the hard work, and thank Councillor Cook and her service on this committee, and thank Councillor Strug for stepping onto the committee and assisting in that role. Chair, let's be very frank, the reason we have this item before us today is because this administration and this Lord Mayor could not or would not sort out arrangements for hybrid council meetings and committee meetings in a timely manner so Councillor Cook could continue to attend, and other councillors when required, in the new year via video. Council and committee meetings have been held online via Zoom this year due to COVID-19. The hardware and software rolled out to make that happen, and the City of Brisbane regulation was amended to allow both virtual meetings and hybrid meetings. Having to quarantine for 14 days recently, I'm sure the Lord Mayor would have appreciated having hybrid meetings in place so he could continue to participate. We know how much that he looks up to Prime Minister Scott Morrison, and even he is dialling in to do question time while quarantining. So we say to the Lord Mayor, take a leaf out of his book and just make it happen. I think that's the end of these items. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Matic.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak in regards to item A and C in the report. And, Mr Chairman, I have to say that today is actually quite an important day when we talk about public and active transport and its integration within the bus network. We've seen the City Cycle scheme, for those of us that were in the chamber at the time, its emergence, its carry through all that time, its success as a part of that integrated network. And now we're seeing the next evolution, if you like, Mr Chairman, in its transition from that scheme to what we're going to see in the future around e-bikes. And, Mr Chairman, it's really fascinating when you look at the history of it and listening to the opposition leader speak about it before and his own interesting version of history in regards to the City Cycle scheme. But as much as you hear the debate now, it clearly shows to you that literally nothing has changed, Mr Chairman, from when Campbell Newman first came up with the idea of the scheme to its debate in the chamber at the time, and then its initial release, and then all the way through the process, Mr Chairman. And it's fascinating to hear Councillor Cassidy say that they support e-scooters, but they don't support the scheme, that the ALP has consistently not supported the bike hire scheme in its history. The reality of the situation actually is the complete opposite, Mr Chairman. I remember when Campbell Newman actually walked into the chamber, E&C, and had seen the bike hire scheme in Paris and told us all that this was something that Brisbane needed. It needed it as an integrated bike hire process to help people, to give them those choices, to be able to make those short trips, because our line at the time, and the truth of the matter is that one more bike on the road was one less car on the road. And that was the philosophy at the time that we lived by, and we continued to develop across the city, and Brisbane came with us on that journey. It came with us initially at around 5,000 people who joined the scheme, which met the KPI, and then it continued to grow year upon year as we made it more accessible and people became more used to it. But it's really fascinating when you listen to the ALP speak about this, Mr Chairman, and their own history in regards to it, and can I say a really checkered history in regards to bike hire schemes and whether they supported City Cycle or didn't support it, depending on who the leader was, depending on how they were feeling on that particular day. Now, Mr Chairman, they had a transport plan, the 2002-2016 transport plan at the time. And this was done at the time when Tim Quinn was the Lord Mayor. And one of the key persons on that program was an officer at that time, Helen Abrahams, who then was a councillor later on in the Gabba ward. But she was part of the team that oversaw the introduction of this integrated plan. And what's fascinating about this plan, Mr Chairman, was that even at that time, they understood the importance of such a scheme and actually referenced it in the plan. They actually called it trialling a city bike scheme for the CBD and surrounding areas. Now, Mr Chairman, when it comes to the ALP, we all understand how these reports work and whether a report is successful or not. It has to have some essential elements to it in order for that to achieve. And looking at this report, I think it meets those requirements, Mr Chairman. It is, of course, a weighty document, has a good feel to it. The stock is pretty good, given its age and time. And so it ticked every box of what an ALP report should be about. Providing a report, and this was mission accomplished. It then, of course, sat on a shelf and did nothing. And then when Campbell Newman came along and decided to introduce this scheme in the manner that he did, he then thought that this would be widely supported by the ALP. Now, initially, it was. So Councillor Cassidy needs to understand that when this was actually debated in the chamber on the 10th of February 2009, the details of the contract were actually provided in the document, and the ALP voted unanimously to support the contract and the City Cycle scheme. So back then, they fully supported it in the chamber. But in typical fashion of the ALP at the time, that was the 10th of February, by the 24th of February, they changed their mind, and they were publicly going out and bagging it to the community and getting on the radio and saying, oh, we don't support it, he's not going to roll it out properly, it won't be accessible to anyone. And so this attack campaign kept going on and on and on. And then what they really focused on at the time was, we can't really attack the scheme because we supported having a scheme, so what are we going to find to be able to deal with this? I know, let's talk about cost. And so from that period to literally right now, all they've ever spoken about is the dollars. And what they treated City Cycle like was a business, as opposed to public transport, a public transport network for council and the general public. See, that's the thing that they always fail to understand, and that's why they never actually delivered it, because I have to give credit where credit's due. The ALP are pretty good at producing a very glossy document. But when it comes to delivering, God, they're rubbish. I mean, they are non-existent. They are nowhere to be seen when it comes to actually delivering anything of any value. And that's why this administration has the track record it does, and why we're over on this side of the chamber and they're over there. Because, Mr Chairman, this is about delivering. And this now, this next stage, is the next stage of delivering on this scheme. In fact, what's even more hilarious when you think about what the ALP represent and what they actually stand for, which is pretty much nothing, but what they speak about is that this document back in 2002, in a paragraph here, obviously technology wasn't as current then as it is now, but it actually referenced low emission micro-electric vehicles and motorised scooters to encourage their use as alternative transport modes. So even back then, someone had the idea, or at least some vision, that this scheme would evolve and develop over time. But what do we see from those opposite? Opposition for the sake of opposition, Mr Chairman. You know, you always have to be careful of what they say in this chamber, because you cannot believe anything they do say. They'll say one thing in here, another thing outside. They'll say what they need to support themselves. They'll come up with some harebrained ideas and catchphrases, but what they consistently fail to do is address the needs of a growing community and the needs of the needs and the evolution of the technology of that community. That's what this administration is on about. You know, Mr Chairman, it's when you look at all of this, when they supported it on the 10th of February 2009, when they backflipped on the 24th of February 2010, when their own Lord Mayoral candidate in the 2012 election actually supported it and said that he was going to look further into evolving and developing it. And then later on top of that, we had Councillor Abrahams, who at the time was one of the chief proponents of this document, and then later on became one of its chief critics, actually said that it was a great outcome, in my opinion. She actually set that out in her own newsletter and her own media, and actually supported the scheme initially when it met its KPIs and outcomes. But in this chamber, always spoke against it, and even though she was the only avid cyclist on that side of the chamber, never got on the bike. Never got on the bike, because that would have undermined the credibility, or the lack of credibility, that they had at the time. Now, there's a lot of work that's been going on in this scheme over time to evolve and develop it and make it more practical and accessible to residents. And, as was said before by the Chair, 4 million users over its lifetime. That is the marker of success. We have consistently been able to integrate this into the public transport network to provide those short-term trip outcomes, because that's what matters. And today, we come into this chamber to look at what's next, to continue to provide a service, to continue to provide it in the manner of which the community is looking for, and to continue to highlight the hypocrisy of those opposite, Mr Chairman, who will always backflip on this position, who say they support it but don't, who continually go on about stories about dollars, but then backflip again saying that we still need to provide a system. Mr Chairman, they just need to get on board. They need to listen to the broader community out there, and they need to make sure that they work with us to provide this integrated public transport network, because ultimately all of these elements are part of a service, and they need to stop carrying on like it was a business and understand that it's actually about the community and not about them.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on items A, B and C, and I'd ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Item C will be now taken seriatim for voting.
You don't need to second, but thank you.
Yeah, item C, please continue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Well, I have to thank Councillor Peter Maddock for that very entertaining speech, and you'd certainly have to say that Councillor Maddock is a glass half full kind of person. Yeah.
Councillor Johnston, please continue.
You know, it's fine. Don't say I don't say anything nice. I was going to say something else, but I can see why his bid for the Lord Mayoralty failed amongst his colleagues, because that speech is delusional about the history of City Cycle and its place in the history of the City of Brisbane. Now, the first thing to say is that there is a very consistent person to whom this mess can be attributed, and that is the current Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, who was the Finance Chairman at the time, then was later the Public and Active Transport Chairman at the time, and now is the Lord Mayor. He has personally been responsible for the delivery of City Cycle over the past decade. More than anyone, he has personally contributed to this botched scheme. Now, there are a couple of things that I would like to sort of just put on the record here with respect to this item. Firstly, the idea that somehow City Cycle has been seamlessly integrated into public transport system is just delusional. The first problem was the stations didn't go up right, then the bikes weren't in the stations, then you couldn't pay for it, it wasn't integrated with TransLink, people wanted to pay with credit cards, you couldn't, the helmets got stolen, you name it. In the 10 years that I've been in this place, and I appreciate there's quite a few new councillors here, every 6 months, for sure, there was a major problem with the delivery of City Cycle. It was a lemon. It was a lemon. Thank you, Councillor Cumming. From the very beginning, Council discounted it, then they offered cheaper ones. No one took up the bikes. They were clunky and inappropriate for Brisbane's inner city hilly areas. And the scheme struggled along for a few years. Now, it's really interesting when you hear it was Newman and Quirk as Lord Mayors who basically for, I think, about the first 6 years of the program kept saying it would be cost neutral. And we just had to wait because it was eventually going to be cost neutral. And they kept at that for about 6 years, to my knowledge, maybe 7. To be fair, since Councillor Schrinner's been the Lord Mayor, he's not actually said that about the scheme, but he said a lot of other things about the scheme, and I think they're worth putting on the record, because he doesn't think that the problem with this scheme is anything to do with technology, like he's saying today. He doesn't think that the problems with this scheme are anything to do with it being out of touch in terms of the types of micro-transport that's available. He's on the public record as saying the following. And I quote, "My personal belief is the mandatory helmet laws have very much held back the growth of City Cycle, and you'd see a similar situation down in Melbourne." So here's our Lord Mayor, who claims that the only reason that City Cycle has failed is because of the mandatory helmet laws. He's given it a good decade as Lord Mayor. He blamed the helmets. That's what he blames. But let's be clear about what's happening today. The LNP administration is saying that they are cancelling city cycles. Not the Labor Party, not the people for the past 10 years who've invented every kind of creative statement they can find to support City Cycle. Today, they are canning it. The sad thing about Councillor Peter Maddox's comments earlier were him blaming the Labor Party because, they were critical of the value for money issues that had come up over the life cycle of City Cycle scheme. Here we are today, an acknowledgement from the LNP that the scheme has failed. It's cost around $20 million when it was said it would be revenue neutral and cost neutral. It is ridiculous that the LNP have held on, clung desperately to the City Cycle contract that was a bad contract. The common factor in the way in which this LNP administration govern this city, it happens week after week in this chamber, is that bad contracts are signed. This was a bad contract when it was signed a decade ago. And today we see the horror show that we're not even allowed to discuss publicly because it's all been redacted and kept secret by the LNP. Meanwhile, the ratepayers of Brisbane would be weeping if they knew how many millions of dollars have been wasted by this LNP administration in subsidising JC Decaux. Not a City Cycle scheme, JC Decaux, a French company. Now let's be clear. What's worse in this document? The backtracking, the dissembling, that's bad. But I draw everyone's attention to page 2, paragraph 10 of the report. Brisbane City Council is asking JC Decaux to remove the bikes to fix the street furniture. And then there is this very ambiguous statement, which is the biggest concern, given item B, that the deal has been done between this council and JC Decaux, which we know nothing about, which will, and I quote, give consideration of the broader relationship council has with JC Decaux. That is one of the deal aspects of what has been signed off here by Brisbane City Council. And we see how that plays out. Item B, the bus advertising committee. The bus advertising contract. Brisbane City Council is giving JC Decaux a rails run on bus advertising. There is no putting it to market. There's no seeing if there's anyone else out there. Council explains, oh, not really, anybody else does it, so we're just not even going to bother to ask. We're just going to give our good mates at JC Decaux, who give us millions of dollars to our political party, who we've done a deal...
No. That's obviously not true.
Thousands.
No.
Thousands.
If that were true...
Thousands.
If that were true... No, not even that's true. There's a document that's been tabled that shows the figure. It's neither of those figures. And if you believe what you were saying to be true, then there's a lot of breaches of the City of Brisbane Act that have occurred.
It's thousands of dollars, to my knowledge.
So I assure you that it is not thousands and no breaches occurred. So please, Councillor Johnston, please return to the topic.
To my knowledge, it's thousands of dollars. I misspoke with millions, but it's thousands of dollars. So let's be clear. They're giving a sole-sourced contract. They're giving a sole-sourced contract to JC Decaux, who've made political donations to the LNP. They are saying in the council papers before us today that they're going to have a special relationship with them. There is no market testing.
Point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
There is no protection in this place, and this is skirting very close to defamation.
What I'll say is no councillor can adversely reflect on a fellow councillor or council officer. When the issue was raised with Councillor Johnston, she did correct her figure. We will move on. Councillor Johnston.
Well, I look forward to the Deputy Mayor standing up and explaining what the special clause is that says Brisbane City Council and JC Decaux are going to give consideration to their broad relationship. What consideration does she mean? Is it in kind? Is it financial? Is it a special deal? We can see from item B that it is in fact a special deal. They are given a sole source contract with nothing being put to market, with all of the bus advertising concerns in this city, and it is unreasonable that council engages in such behaviour. Then we get to C, and this is where JC2Co are going to come shining through in a few months' time. Because it's very clear from all the documents that JC2Co want to supply the electric bikes, and they want to enter into the tendering process to supply electric bikes in item C. They've made it very clear. And let's be clear, in these documents, council's giving special considerations to the relationship with JC2Co. They are giving them a rails run. A French, foreign, multinational company. Not cool, not okay.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
For ratepayers.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I rise to speak on item E, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Strunk to my committee for planning and economic development. We had a very productive relationship when he was with me for finance for 3 years. I'm sure he's going to enjoy every single minute of it. I look forward to working with him next year.
Further speakers? Any further speakers at all? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the first couple of items in this report. I won't go on a long rant about City Cycle. I think the scheme had potential, and that potential wasn't realised due to a combination of factors. As an aside, I remember one of the first times I engaged with Brisbane City Council back when I was a university student was to write a long, angry email complaining that the recently introduced City Cycle program stopped at 10 p.m. You just couldn't get a bike out after 10. There's no real rationale for it. It was just like, oh, 10 p.m. seems like a good cut-off time. I was glad to see that change later, but I think that over many years, the way the scheme was managed and the lack of flexibility and the inability to take on suggestions and make changes that made the scheme more usable was really a major downfall. But I think in understanding the barriers to uptake, we also need to look at the woeful state of Brisbane cycling infrastructure, which only in recent years has started to improve just slightly, but which for many years has been very, very dangerous and in many parts of the city remains so. To be honest, I don't think I'm going to mourn the parting of City Cycle greatly, although it did come in handy every now and then when you had a flat tyre and you had no way to get from your flat tyre bike to the nearest bike shop. I do think, though, that the motions or the report items we're looking through here really do highlight what a dodgy deal the City of Brisbane got in terms of this agreement with JC2Co, and looking at the commercial in confidence figures, looking at the fine print, it really is quite embarrassing for the former Mayor Campbell Newman and for the LNP administration that this initial deal was ever signed off on. It's laughable, to be honest, how much we signed away and how little value the city got in return. But I don't want to dwell on that. I think that looking ahead, I'm hoping that we can get some positive outcomes out of this transition. I note in one element of the report, it identifies that stations will be restored so that the surfaces match, I guess, the surrounding footpath or road surface. And through you, Chair, I hope Councillor Murphy will be open to a little bit of flexibility on that, and I wonder about how flexible this agreement will be. So, for example, there are some City Cycle stations on roads where, rather than simply restoring the station to bitumen, it might be more appropriate to restore it to a bike lane, for example, where instead of just, previously it might have been a car parking bay, the car parking bay was turned into City Cycle stations. Rather than turning it back to a car parking bay, it might be better to turn it into a section of separated bike lane, for example. Alternatively, there are some areas of on-road City Cycle stations where it would be better to widen the footpath and convert what's currently an on-road City Cycle station into an off-road, into a footpath or garden bed area. There are also areas where the City Cycle stations are on footpaths, and some of those are alongside footpaths on the road verge, and it would make sense for some of those City Cycle stations to be converted back to garden beds or public seating or other usable public amenities, rather than simply being restored to concrete. So hopefully Councillor Murphy will take those suggestions seriously, and we won't just see a kind of very rushed approach of station just goes back to bitumen or concrete or whatever it was before without deeper consideration of how the areas can be improved. It would be a shame to miss that opportunity, because we all know how expensive it is to dig up concrete and relay curb and channel, etc. I won't go on a long rant about the advertising deal, but it stinks. It's contemptible that the city continues to give outdoor advertising companies such free rein to brainwash residents with capitalist propaganda. And I should add, though, that looking even from a sort of neoliberal perspective, this doesn't seem like very... Actually, no, like, maybe it does make sense from a sort of neoliberal, philosophical, ideological background. It doesn't make sense from a free market capitalist analysis, because we're essentially saying, when you read through the details, essentially Council is saying, look, JC&Co already has a lot of advertising contracts and seems to have something approaching not quite a monopoly, but market dominance. Therefore, we're just going to keep giving them more contracts, rather than saying we support local small businesses. Like, I'm obviously quite opposed to public advertising, but wouldn't you at least try and bring in some local players, or have a more diversified market rather than just giving one multinational corporation a monopoly? Anyway, I don't want to tell you how to do a better job of monetising the public realm for advertising. I just think it's disappointing that we're selling off so much public space in this way. In terms of the e-bikes and the sort of the approach going forward with that, I hope Councillor Murphy will look very closely at options and opportunities for specifying that certain numbers of bikes should be deployed in certain areas, and that will form part of contractual agreements, not just as a nice to have or something that that suppliers can offer as a sort of on a no obligation basis, but actually saying that if you want one of these licenses to operate an e-bike hire scheme in our city, we require you to place bikes in these locations, because that will fill certain gaps in our transport network. We know with a lot of these open-ended e-bike and e-scooter hire schemes, the vehicles tend to be deployed in areas where the company expects them to get the most use, and often in areas that already are well served by other forms of transport. What we really want to do is be incentivising the deployment of these hire bikes in areas that don't have good public transport and that maybe don't have good connections to major transport corridors, even if that means that slightly fewer people might use them. If you leave that up, it's purely up to the private company to decide where to put the bikes, they'll just put them as close to the inner city as they can, competing with potentially existing e-scooter operators and competing with other modes of public transport. What we should be saying is to these operators, if you want to run an e-bike hire scheme in Brisbane, we want you to deploy bikes and continue to redeploy bikes in the areas that are most poorly served by other forms of public and active transport. So that's an option that's open to council. And I would suggest respectfully to the administration that it would be a mistake to sign agreements that simply allow the e-bike companies to deploy absolutely wherever they want. Of course, they're going to try and deploy in the areas that make them the most money, but those are not necessarily the areas where we most urgently need these kinds of services. And so if we simply leave it up to the free market in that respect, we're going to have people who might otherwise catch a bus or who might otherwise use one of the existing e-scooter services taking an e-bike. And meanwhile, residents in outer suburban parts of Brisbane won't have any of these services available in those areas, because the operators consistently deploy these bikes in the places where it makes them the most money, not in the places where those bikes will be most needed by people, particularly people who aren't going to be vocal about self-advocating. I'm thinking particularly of some of those outer suburban areas that are a long way from a train station or a major bus route. If you don't have a car in those areas, you're kind of trapped in your own community. It can be really hard to get around without a car out there. And these e-bikes represent a really good opportunity to fill that gap and give people another mode of travel in their local area. But if we don't require the operators to deploy e-bikes in those outer suburban areas that are poorly served by public transport, the bikes simply won't be deployed there, and we'll miss that opportunity. So I'll be very interested to see how that rollout goes. I'm a little dubious about the numbers, and I'm a little dubious about the weighted evaluation criteria. But I guess my deeper frustration is simply that we're making these decisions without sufficient public input, and I think this is the sort of question where lots of residents would have useful opinions that should be engaged with. And in fact, it's probably a good kind of issue to trial some form of community voting, where we can say to residents of different suburbs, do you want e-bikes deployed in your area? And actually let local residents have a say about how their neighbourhoods change and evolve. It would be much more democratic. At the moment, what we're saying is we'll allow these private companies to impose this on our public realm, to impose these on our footpaths and roads, when perhaps a better approach might be to say to residents, why don't you have a vote, and the suburbs that really want the e-bikes will be prioritised for deployment in those areas. I acknowledge that this can be a difficult space for council to get right, and I don't want to be too critical. I think it has, on balance, been better to take things a little bit slowly and try to negotiate with individual operators as opposed to allowing a free-for-all like some cities have done. But it's worth understanding the broader critiques of these e-bike systems, that they're not necessarily particularly sustainable in the long term, either commercially or environmentally.
Councillor Sri, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Anyone at all? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak briefly on item A and item E. I mean, there's been some really good speakers here in regards to item A, in regards to the city cycle scheme and what's happened there. I don't propose to re-prosecute some of those issues from our side, other than to say, beware of people going overseas and having a look at the scheme and then coming back and just thinking that it's probably maybe a good idea here. Because sadly, if former Lord Mayor Campbell Newman had gone to London instead of Paris, I think he may have come back with a little bit different idea as to how schemes can go wrong. Yeah, it's something. Listen, Australia is different. Brisbane's different than Paris and London and all that. I mean, if I had looked at the scheme myself, and I know this is in hindsight, if I had looked at the scheme myself back in 2010, whatever it was being worked out, and I've been in Brisbane a few years, more years than probably most of the people here in the chamber as far as living in Brisbane. I would have said, well, you know, it's really good for the inner city because everything's pretty flat, easy to get around on a bike. But I tell you what, the surrounding topography around the city isn't really conducive, you know, especially with the big clunky type bike. I used to be a bike rider before I became a councillor. As you can probably see, I don't ride the bike anymore, and the weight has come on. But it's, you know, even traveling around the Forest Lake area where I used to travel about 45 minutes every afternoon with a riding partner, it was reasonably hilly. And I tell you what, it wasn't all that pleasant from time to time on some of the bigger hills. So I can understand why people are probably just didn't take the scheme up. But anyways, I just wanted to put that into the debate, that just beware of ideas from overseas being transplanted to here, because sometimes they just don't work out. And as I said before, I think if the former Lord Mayor had gone and seen the Boris bike scheme and what was happening there, I think currently, the last time I read anything, there was a loss factor of about 200 million. I mean, it was a much bigger scheme than here. They had 750 stations. We only have 150. So that just gives you the type, an idea of the size and scope of that scheme. Finally, on Clause E, thank you very much for allowing me to sit on this committee. I know I'm already on two, and to allow a third one was very appreciative, and I'm sure Councillor Cook is appreciative of that as well. I look forward to sitting on that committee with our Deputy Mayor. We did have a reasonably good relationship in the Finance Committee, but I have a passion for the planning or good planning, and some of the planning that's been going on out of my ward, and I'll just speak about my ward. Some of it's good and some of it's not so good. If I can sort of contribute to making the planning of the city a little bit better, I look forward to that, and I'll finish my comments there, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to speak to item A, B and C, and it reminds me of that phrase from the 1987 hit film Glengarry Glen Ross, where Alec Baldwin goes A, B, C. Always be closing. And today, Brisbane City Council will close the chapter on City Cycle, but we will open a brand new chapter for the city as we transition to an electric future with e-bikes. And I take Councillor Strunk's comments at the end of that debate before, that he said it was maybe a little bit too hot or difficult or clunky for him as a councillor to move around the city on the City Cycle scheme. Well, through you, Chair, to Councillor Strunk, just you wait till we get e-bikes. We will see you back on that bike around Forest Lake in no time, Councillor Strunk, and you will be going at a rate of knots. That I can guarantee you. Now, Chair, City Cycle was introduced 10 years ago, as I mentioned in question time today, and at the time it was the second public bike hire scheme in the country. The reality is that City Cycle is not as popular as it used to be. COVID-19 has
Councillors,
seen...
please allow the Councillor Murphy to be heard in silence. Councillor Murphy.
COVID-19 has seen ridership numbers reduce further. In fact, we've seen during COVID-19, while e-scooter usage has decreased by around about 15%, City Cycle usage has crashed by 53%. As I stated last week, for every 5 trips taken on an e-scooter, there's now only 1 trip being taken on a City Cycle. And this administration now recognises that e-bikes offer a better transport solution for Brisbane residents, and therefore City Cycle stations will be gradually decommissioned from February to late 2021 to make way for that more modern form of transport. Now, there will always be a shared bike scheme, but now is the right time for us to transition from pedal power to electric power. And this transition will come at no cost to ratepayers, unlike what we have heard here today. JCDecaux and Council have mutually agreed on the outcome. JCDecaux has agreed to fully fund the decommissioning works and has developed a recycling plan for all components of the scheme, including the stations, the racks and the bikes. And this followed Council's investigation into potential modernisation of the City Cycle fleet. So we did look at that option. The Lord Mayor alluded to it earlier. It would have come at a very significant cost to ratepayers, not a price that we were willing to pay, and there are more modern offerings on the market, and I'll get to that shortly. Ending the scheme early will mean that we have better access to emerging innovative technologies, and we'll be working with private operators that have the ability to evolve, to improve and to innovate the scheme in a way in which we did not have under the present structure. Most importantly, it provides improved mobility outcomes for residents and visitors to Brisbane, and this side of the chamber has a very clear vision for a connected city, for modern transport options that enhance livability and allow our residents to harness innovation and take trips that they otherwise would not have been able to. Now, on item B, the Stores Board submission for bus advertising. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, Council has a long-standing bus wrap advertising licence agreement with JCDecaux. It allows them to sell and display advertisements on approximately 1,150 council buses. And in September this year, Council entered a contract through a sole source to continue this agreement until December, in accordance with Council's procurement policy and plan, which is a public document. This allowed Council to work with JCDecaux to develop a solution to improve amenity for our passengers, because if there's one reason why we wouldn't continue bus wrap advertising, it would be the complaints that we receive from our passengers who use council buses, particularly those on our buses at night, and the advertisements make it very difficult to see out of the bus in low light situations. Now, we've listened to community feedback when it comes to bus advertising, and we've tried to improve visibility. JCDecaux now have a new product which has a one-way technology which it significantly improves the visibility out of the buses, both in daytime and nighttime situations. I've seen this product. Virtually looks like there's no advertising on the outside of the bus at all from the inside, but on the outside the advertisement looks just like normal. So it's a great innovation, and it's great to be able to introduce this into this contract and make this a condition going forwards. To assist on Council's decision-making on bus advertising, we engaged Nexus Factor, which is a specialised advertising consultancy. We commissioned them to provide a market report to us. The report clearly indicated that in this economic environment, it was likely that the only competitive tenderer would be JCDecaux. The term end date of the 28th of February 2031 or earlier aligns with our other out-of-home advertising contracts that we hold with oOh!media. This is part of a broader engagement with JCDecaux to achieve the best holistic outcome for the residents of Brisbane. The rationale for sole sourcing with JCDecaux is as follows. The agreement allows improvements to passenger amenity to assist in improving experience. It offers a secure revenue stream and certainty of income to Council over the next 10 years. And the revenue share above the minimum guarantee allows Council to take advantage of improved market conditions in a post-COVID environment. Council retains a no-charge media allocation that can be used to promote Council services and messaging to the community. The purpose of the third submission here, item C, is to seek approval for a procurement strategy to establish operating agreements for e-scooters and e-bikes in Brisbane. Now, it's important to say at the outset here that Brisbane is now recognised around the world as a leader in e-mobility. E-bikes is the next move towards a more modern, sustainable and an even better connected future for Brisbane. The shared micro-mobility market in the form of dockless e-scooters and e-bikes continues to grow significantly here in Australia and around the world. People have been moving away from pedal power and into an electric future at a very rapid rate. As part of the new arrangements, strong consideration will be given to safety innovation. This includes features like helmet lock systems and suitable deployment, maintenance, charging and parking arrangements. It's important to realise that Neuron, the operator here in Brisbane, actually pioneered that Bluetooth helmet locking system. It was deployed here in Brisbane and then rolled out to other markets. So it's fantastic to be at the forefront of safety technology innovation. We want to see Brisbane now take the next step to embrace e-bikes as well as e-scooters. The initial agreement will be for 1 year with an option to extend for additional periods up to a maximum contract length of 3 years. And this allows us to take advantage of the agile environment that e-scooters operate in. City Cycle will be phased out throughout 2021 and e-bikes will be progressively introduced to Brisbane. This initiative will support the delivery of the transport plan for Brisbane's e-wheeling initiative. It's long been in there. I know Labor refused to recognise that e-wheeling was actually in our transport plan. I think it was their idea, but it has been in there a long time. And now with the e-mobility draft strategy, which is out to consultation until February, we will continue to be world leaders, certainly leaders in Australia when it comes to e-mobility in Australia. In the remaining time that I've got left, Chair, I just wanted to touch on a couple of other things that were mentioned in this debate today. So, first of all, we have heard a lot of criticism about this administration's signing the City Cycle contract. Well, let's just remember one thing. If we only remember one thing, I've got 5, but we'll just remember one thing. If you only take away one thing from this debate, Labor voted for it, okay? When it came to this council, when they had the ability to scrutinise this contract, when they had the ability to check the papers and decide what they were going to do on this, they voted for it, okay? They voted for it. So don't listen to any of this stuff.
Councillors, no more. No, Councillor Johnston, please allow Councillor Murphy to be heard in silence. Councillor Murphy.
So then, Chair, I have only one theory about why Labor might hate City Cycle so much. It's because Liberals did it. That's right. It's because Liberals actually delivered an active transport scheme for Brisbane, and they love to think that they're the only ones who can do this kind of stuff, the only ones that can do active transport. We're all about car users. They're the ones who stand up for cyclists, and they hate the fact that Campbell Newman was actually a very progressive Lord Mayor for our city. He air-conditioned the buses, he planted 2 million trees, he built new bus depots. I mean, the guy was a real innovator, and that's why he won so many elections. And they just hate the idea that this thing stands for Campbell Newman, and they hate it. They hate it. Now, thirdly, let's not forget, in 2004, Labor proposed their own city bike policy for Brisbane. They had their own policy. It's here in the transport plan for Brisbane that they adopted, only it wasn't partially funded by a third-party operator. It was funded by a hike in fuel tax. It was funded by a $400 parking charge to inner-city residents in Councillor Howard's ward on their rates every year. And it was funded by a cordon toll and a congestion charge for residents commuting into Brisbane.
I've acknowledged your point of order.
Well,
I have acknowledged your point of order. There's no need to be rude to me, please. What is your point of order?
yeah, but the problem was
Councillor
that Councillor
Johnston,
Murphy was talking over the top of you.
What's your point of order? What's your point of order?
Councillor Murphy's microphone's flashing red. I think something's wrong.
Okay, well, that's not a point of order. Councillor Murphy.
And isn't it funny, Chahat, all these public transport advocates who advocate public subsidisation of public transport, they all become Gordon Gekko commercial managers when it comes to city cycle.
Councillor Murphy.
Oh, how could they sign this contract?
Your time has expired.
Oh, they're all working for Merrill Lynch.
All right. All right. Any other speakers? Any further speakers? Lord Mayor. I'll now put, councillors, please pay attention. We are now going to be voting on items A, B and D. A, B and D. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Councillors, all those in favour of items A, B and D, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillors, on item C, all those in favour of item C, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, and I heard a second voice. Councillor Shree, please ring the bells. Councillors, on item C, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. And any abstentions, please raise your hands. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. Councillors, on item E, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. All right. Items A through E. That's right. Okay. Item F, Councillor Johnston, we will wait until you've left the room, and then I will call upon the Lord Mayor.
Absent myself too. I've got some CIMIC shares in my self-managed super fund, so I'll be concerned.
Is that? It's okay. Look. I have no objection to councillors taking the safer route on this. Thank you, Councillor Cumming. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item F, which is the contracts and tendering report, for October 2020. There are a number of notable contracts coming through, which none more notable than the Brisbane Metro Collaborative Partnership, which is a very exciting thing to see underway, something we've been working towards with the state government, and something that I'd mentioned previously in this council chamber that we were able to achieve an agreement on and approval on prior to the recent state election caretaker period starting. And so thanks to the collaboration between ourselves and Minister Mark Bailey in particular, and I want to pay tribute to Mark for the approach that he took in those final days before caretaker period, we've achieved a good outcome where we can go ahead with the major construction component of Brisbane Metro through the collaborative partnership. Now, the collaborative partnership is not just the major construction, but it's also finalising the detailed design of a range of aspects of the project. And so this project has continued to evolve from a concept stage through to a business case, through to an initial concept design, and now through this process we are working with the collaborative partner, the Brisbane Move Consortium, to finalise the detailed design of the project and then go on and build those major construction components. So that'll include components like the Adelaide Street Tunnel, where through this competitive process that we've been through, you saw that there were 3 different tenderers that had put in proposals. You can see in the highlighted items there, the commercial in confidence items, which councillors can see in this report, there was a significant difference in the prices put in by the 3 different consortia. 2 of them were reasonably close, but one was way out of the ballpark, almost $500 million out of the ballpark. But we have awarded the contract to Brisbane Move, which comprises of Acciona Construction and Arup Australia, to move forward now with this critical next phase of the project. Meanwhile, I can report that down at Peel Street, right next to an infamous building, there is a lot of progress that has been happening on the early works, and in fact the relocation of the sewage pumping station, which is key enabling work for the major construction to occur, and will continue to progress on those early works. We're continuing to move forward with other aspects of the project as well, including work on the depot and procurement of the depot design and construction services. The vehicles, we've obviously awarded the tender for those vehicles, and that work is going on at the moment as well. So very excited to see this major milestone when it comes to the Brisbane Metro Collaborative Partnership and progress on that. And we look forward to seeing Brisbane Metro progressively delivered and rolled out to the benefit of the people of Brisbane. There's a range of other contracts before us, but that was definitely the significant standout and most notable contract there, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just on this single item, Clause F, there are 15 contracts totalling more than $500 million that were approved by delegates of council and are here for councillors simply to note, which is quite an extraordinary thing, and it's not often that councillors are elected on behalf of the residents we represent to make those decisions, and the final funding decisions you would expect on $500 million worth of ratepayers' expenditure. If you followed the Lord Mayor's logic earlier, it should be up to ratepayers how they spend their rates. We shouldn't be collecting them at all, apparently, and they can sort of pick and choose from a basket of different services and items from council. That was the Lord Mayor's logic earlier when talking about the one-off $29 rates rebate. But what we've got here is council delegates expending $507 million worth of residents' money. And what information do we get as councillors, Chair? Not much. Not much at all. A line on a spreadsheet with no information, one line, no details whatsoever, which really isn't good enough when it comes to small contracts that might be worth a couple of $100,000 that we see in here, but particularly when it comes to a $500 million contract for Brisbane Metro. We have other concerns about contracts that are before us here today. Once again, we see contracts that outsource jobs that should be done in-house. There is not a month that goes by that this administration doesn't continue to outsource ongoing work that should be done by permanent full-time or permanent full-time equivalent even, council employees. Really basic stuff. There's a contract to preserve the heritage camp for laurel trees on Laurel Avenue in Chelmer. According to Council's website, the works include installing underground watering systems, replenishing the soil quality around the tree roots, removing the dead wood on the trees and installing some turf. That is very basic stuff, Councillor Strunk, indeed. So, Chair, the question is, why does Council continue to outsource this very basic council work to contractors? Why isn't this work being done in-house by council employees? People who work for those contractors, I'm sure, would appreciate the opportunity to work for a great employer like the Brisbane City Council. And time again, these contracts come to this chamber to outsource work that should be done by council workers. Another contract, Chair, number 4, to asphalt Brisbane streets. You can't get much more basic than road resurfacing when it comes to a council chair. That is very basic work, and we know each year in the budget how many streets. There's a schedule of those streets that are listed for funding. Some of them make it, some of them don't. But council knows exactly what work is going to be done each and every year when it comes to road resurfacing. So the argument that the administration always runs, Chair, is that the jobs that you have to outsource are ones that are not ordinary business, ones that come and go, that you can't plan long-term for. Well, we know that there is a forward schedule of works when it comes to road resurfacing. We know each and every year exactly how much work and how much funding is going to be allocated. This is ongoing work and it should be done in-house by council. But instead of providing those secure council jobs to people desperately looking for them, this LNP council outsources those jobs and outsources those HR problems to other people. Now, we've said it before, Chair, and we'll say it again, there's never been a more important time for governments to be providing secure, safe and fairly paid jobs. We are entering one of the, in the middle of and continuing in one of the worst recessions this country has seen in a very long time. So the largest local government in Australia, the Brisbane City Council, has an opportunity and a leadership role to play when it comes to providing those secure jobs for ongoing work like this. And we should be taking advantage of it, but unfortunately, again, we see a lack of leadership at the top of this council.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly on this issue of contracting out, I just again must point out that this is the same Labor opposition that, when they were in administration, outsourced our single biggest contract, which was the waste collection contract. Outsourced not only to contractors, but to an overseas company to collect the waste. So any suggestion that they're somehow against outsourcing is rubbish. their own record shows that they outsourced the most basic of council services, the collection of the rubbish each week. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that that is a bad thing. It's the right thing to do because it's provided incredible value for money. It's provided an incredibly reliable service. And if you ask those operators, the drivers that drive the rubbish trucks, they also have the benefit of having that secure employment that is provided by a council contract without having to actually work for council. So it is an arrangement that they are supportive of. And so I just don't see where Councillor Cassidy is going with this hypocritical approach that somehow the Labor Party suddenly believes everything should be in-housed. That is not Labor Party policy, and it never has been. So they can say it as many times as they want here, but their own record shows that where it is appropriate to outsource contracts or to work with providers, then they do it, just like we have continued to do it. And it's about providing the best possible service for the people of Brisbane. And sometimes that's in-house and sometimes it's not. And we'll continue to do that approach going forward, not based on some kind of ideological approach, but simply because it delivers the better outcome for Brisbane ratepayers and the people that actually pay the bills to have these services delivered.
I'll now put item F. All those in favour of item F, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Councillors, on item F, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. And those abstaining, please raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chairman, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 2 abstentions.
The ayes have it. That concludes item F. Mr Pearce, would you please ask the other councillors to return? Oh no, they're here. They've arrived, so thank you. I'll now move to items G through L. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item G is the Sandgate District Neighbourhood Plan. I know that Councillor Adams will speak on this. I'm sure the local council will speak on this. But I would simply say that this is a local plan whereby we conducted genuine public consultation and we listened to that consultation. That involved us making a number of changes to the original proposal that was put out there. We made early changes when it came to one part of the plan. Subsequently, we've made further changes based on public feedback that related particularly to the Sandgate Centre as well. Now, Councillor Cassidy and also a number of local residents made it clear that they didn't support 6 stories in the Sandgate Centre, and we also made it clear that if the community didn't want 6 stories, then we wouldn't include 6 stories in the plan. So we have been true to our word here, and we have taken that feedback on board. So this outcome, once again, it illustrates that our neighbourhood planning process is working. Our neighbourhood planning process does take on board public feedback and councillor feedback, and our neighbourhood planning process delivers positive outcomes for the community, which sees areas allowed to go ahead and allowed to have some renewal, but also respects the views of local communities when it comes to having their say on how that plan evolves. Item H is the SCP for the construction and rehabilitation of transport and drainage infrastructure. I won't speak on that one. Item I is the second budget review. And I did want to point out particularly, there's a number of things obviously happening in this budget review, but one in particular is the line in this budget review which is about the operating capability of council. Now, when I handed down the budget together with Councillor Adam Allen earlier this year, we made it clear that there would be a modest but responsible surplus. And that operating capability surplus at the time was projected to be $195 million. We were criticised by the Labor opposition for having a surplus. And in fact, I think the Leader of the Opposition said it was bizarre that we would have a surplus. It was absolutely bizarre that we would try to have a surplus. Why would we do that? That was his logic. And at the time, we made it very clear that you actually have a surplus to provide a buffer zone in case things deteriorate further. And that is exactly what we said at the time. And we saw in the first budget review that $195 million surplus was reduced to $176 million as circumstances had deteriorated further when it came to projected income into this council. And I can say today, in the second budget review, that surplus has narrowed further and is now $93 million. So it is still a surplus, but this is exactly why we have a buffer zone. This is exactly why we run surplus budgets, to provide that buffer zone in case of unanticipated events. And it's exactly why we put project contingencies in place as well. It's called good and responsible project management, and this is good and responsible budget management that we're talking about here. Now, I guess I can see Labor's perspective, because today we've seen a budget delivered up the road which doesn't worry about things like surpluses, doesn't worry about borrowings or any kind of financial ratios or responsible management. They have just thrown it out the window and they've said, we are going to spend every dollar possible employing more public servants in the hope that they'll all vote Labor. Yep. They have...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, we will hear the Lord Mayor in silence. Continue, Lord Mayor.
So they have continued to employ more and more public servants, yet if you ask the average Queensland punter whether they feel they're getting better levels of service from the state government, it'd be interesting to hear what the answer is. I doubt that they would feel that they're getting better service from this state government from all of the extra public servants that have been employed. But having said that, if you have a look at the council's budget and the way we responsibly manage this budget review demonstrates exactly why you budget responsibly and you have a surplus. Now take, for example, people's own household budgets. We all instinctively know that if you don't have a buffer zone in your household budget and then the fridge breaks and you need to buy a new fridge, or you're in a car accident and you need to pay the excess on your car, or you have a water leak in your house, or a myriad of other things that can just happen because life happens and because things happen sometimes, you can quickly find yourself in a spot of bother. And so it is the responsible thing in your own household budget to have a buffer zone, and it is the responsible thing when you're managing a city's finances to have a buffer zone. And so today we see that buffer zone, although criticised by Labor, although labelled as bizarre by Labor, is having its desired effect. because there are further shocks that we have been experiencing. There are further reductions in income and revenue that we have been experiencing, and so that buffer zone has come into play here. But what this submission also does is it enables that rebate to be paid to the ratepayers of Brisbane, which I referred to before. The $15 million saving from Kingston Smith Drive that will be paid directly and equally to all ratepayers across the city at a time when they need it. And so this, among other things, is the example of why we run budgets in a responsible manner, and it's why we run projects in a responsible manner as well. It's why we have contingencies in the budget and we have contingencies in projects, because it is the right and responsible thing to do. In relation to item J, the lease of council land to community organisations, this is about entering into arrangements at 37 council-owned sites. I know Councillor Howard will speak further about these. These are generally arrangements with community organisations and lease arrangements. Item K is the amendment to administrative arrangements, primarily what this does is ensures that the appropriate level of internal council reporting occurs directly to the CEO of council. Now, many people may not be aware that the manager of the field services group in the past did not report directly to the CEO. And in fact, there was a bit of a convoluted process. Now, field services is a critical area of what we do. They deliver so many important things out on the ground, and we believe it is appropriate that the manager of field services reports directly to the CEO of council. So that is one of the things we are tidying up. There's also some other minor administrative arrangements. Finally, item L. And I was talking about responsible financial management before, and item L is the Queensland Treasury Corporation's credit review for this year. And the credit review, despite the major challenges financially that we have faced as a city, has again been awarded as a strong rating by the Queensland Treasury Corporation, and also with a neutral outlook, which is, in my view, an absolutely fantastic outcome in challenging times. I know that there will be other councils that will be getting downgrades in their rating or outlook as a result of the challenging circumstances, and so we will continue to strive to manage the city's finances responsibly, and where we are borrowing money, we're borrowing it for assets and long-term infrastructure that will serve the people of Brisbane, not for ongoing operating expenses or to pay the bills, but to invest in long-term infrastructure. And so we'll continue to do that. And I did want to point out as well, if there's any mention of borrowings, which I don't think Labor will dare to talk about anymore. Surely they will not dare to talk about borrowings. But if you look at our financial statements and the level of borrowing, and you want to compare it on a true basis with our borrowings to the state's borrowings, and you have a look at debt per capita. So the debt per capita right now for Brisbane City Council is just over $2,000 per capita. If you look in the future years going forward, as we invest in Brisbane Metro, when we borrow more money for infrastructure...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton for an extension for the Lord Mayor. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Lord Mayor, please continue.
Oh, thank you. I won't take too long. So I was talking about debt per capita, on a fair comparison between our level of borrowing here and the state's level of borrowing. Obviously, different sizes of government, different sizes of people represented, but let's have a look at the per capita level. The debt per capita now is just over $2,000 per person for Brisbane City Council. If you look at all the projects that we're proposing to do and our financial projections going forward, that debt per capita will rise to around $2,500 at a peak, and obviously that will change on a year-to-year basis. If you look at the debt per capita for the state of Queensland, it will rise over the coming years to $25,000 per person. So $2,500 council, $25,000 per person state. Wow. So just remember that next time Labor mentions debt in this place. Just remember that. So 2,500, 25,000. It is good that we have retained our strong credit rating. I want to thank the officers in our budget and corporate finance team who do a fantastic job and have worked with us very closely to help deliver these outcomes. It is something we should truly all be proud of in what is a very challenging financial environment.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Deputy Chair, I'll just ask that item I be taken seriatim for voting at the outset, please.
Item I taken seriatim for voting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So running through these items alphabetically, I'll start with the major amendment to City Plan, the Sandgate District Neighbourhood Plan. And as the local councillor for the area that this plan both studied and proposes to change, I have to say, and from the outset, I've been very unimpressed with the way in which this has been handled by this administration, particularly the consultation process. They gave information about the draft neighbourhood plan to the Courier Mail before it came to council today. And that behaviour is repeating what was initially done when the draft strategy was dropped to the media before I was briefed as a local councillor. The officers arrived at my office and said, we're here to give you the information about the draft strategy. And I said, I read about it in the Courier Mail this morning, and they looked mortified at that. I'm not blaming them, of course. They certainly wouldn't have known what the administration was up to when it comes to those kind of shenanigans, Chair. But what we have before us is that 700 residents submitted over 1,000 comments and submissions via written and online channels. People initially raised concerns about the plans to rezone the area around Deagon train station to LMR units and townhouses, and council has removed these from the draft neighbourhood plan that is presented to us. Residents were then very vocal very soon after that in raising concerns about the proposals for 6 stories in Sandgate's main street and surrounding streets off Brighton Road. The draft plan, as delivered today or being delivered to the state government for a state interest check, will no longer include a height increase to 6 stories in Sandgate, but is proposing a sub-precinct plan to maintain the current 4-storey height limit along Brighton Road and make more specific rules in regards to character preservation, including setbacks and step-backs, or step-ups rather. An increase to a 5-storey limit for buildings in the Lagoon Street area is also proposed. As I've described to local residents, this is generally the Woolworths building, Sandgate Post Office Hotel, although that is a heritage place, the 7-Eleven Servo and Jay's Hardware, essentially, which has already raised some concerns with some people in the community, but certainly I would be encouraging them to have a good look at this and provide that feedback when the time comes. The strip of low-impact industry zoning along the train line on Rainbow Street will be rezoned to mixed-use activity with a 3-storey limit, which is fairly consistent with what is in place at the moment. This means all those current businesses can continue operating as is, but allows for a range of different business types into the future, with a focus obviously around service provision in that area. The former Gasworks precinct off Rainbow Street is now proposed to be zoned as low-medium residential with a 3-storey limit. The Deagon Racing Precinct now includes the residential stables and the Deagon Racecourse rather than just the residential stables area in the original plan. And I certainly hope that BCC continues to work collaboratively with Racing Queensland and the state government to plan how this space will develop into the future. There are a number of other additional changes proposed by within the draft plan, and I would like to take this opportunity right now to thank the hundreds of residents who use their voices to ensure that this LNP administration didn't force things like a 6-storey building height on the community. It was certainly more than just a groundswell campaign. It was a bit of a storm for this administration, I think. The draft is far from final. It now has to pass a state interest check, of course, and then go out for public consultation, and then the report on public consultation then has to be taken into account to develop the final plan, which is then sent for another state interest check. At this stage, I am certainly continuing to constructively participate in this process, and I will reserve further comment on the item until it comes to Council and the post-consultation and the amendment is presented to Council. We will be supporting this item going for a state interest check, however. Clause H is the Stores Board submission, significant contracting plan for construction, rehabilitation of transport and drainage infrastructure. So this is seeking to go out to tender for a panel of suppliers for various types of civil construction. The report estimates the expenditure of around $250 million for the 5-year maximum of the contract, so about $50 million a year. So this is certainly a significant contract for Council. And again, the question is, now I know not all of the items that are contained in this can be done by Council in-house. However, when you look at some of the things that will be included in this, like bikeway and footpath reconstruction, minor asphalt repairs and minor civil works, these are the kinds of projects that you would expect that Council, again, puts in a schedule, knows that they have to plan to deliver, and then deliver on those. So while some of the larger jobs on the list may need to be outsourced, and that's consistent with what we have said all along, unlike what the Lord Mayor verbaled us earlier and said that we think all work should be done in-house by Council. Of course, some things need to be outsourced, but where it comes to basic ongoing Council work, that's where we think these jobs need to be done in-house. Now, Clause I, Chair, the 2020-2021 second budget review and partial rebate of general rates. This administration has avoided telling ratepayers about the truth, Chair, about their planned rates hikes this entire year. But it's in black and white before us today in these papers in the second budget review. Now, despite the pandemic and the economic crisis, we've actually seen an increase in rates bills this financial year. In the next financial year, rates revenue is projected to go up as well by a whopping $47 million. It'll then rise again in the next financial year and the next financial year after that. In 2023-24, the expected rates revenue is $1.42 billion. That's a total increase of $355 million over the next 3 financial years. Now, that's far from just an increase in the number of ratepayers across Brisbane in terms of new rateable properties and new rate accounts. So where is the rest of the rise coming from? On a day like today, and over the last week, you see the state LNP carrying on about fake tax hikes. Here we actually have a real one in black and white in these papers before us. The Lord Mayor, Chair, can crow all he likes about the one-off $29 rebate that nobody asked for, but it's an insult to the intelligence of ratepayers. If you go along with his logic, and I touched on this just before in that other item, where the Lord Mayor earlier said that specifically on this one, he'd rather ratepayers decide what they do with their rates money. He doesn't make that argument about everything else when it comes to council expenditure. But he said it shouldn't be up to the elected representatives in this place to determine where rates are spent, but only specifically on that $29 figure. So if you did follow the Lord Mayor's logic when he is presenting this item down the rabbit hole, you would essentially let ratepayers pick and choose from a basket of services that you want. So we should, if you follow the Lord Mayor's logic when it comes to this item, you should let ratepayers choose how often their bins get collected, how often their percentage of their local park gets mowed, the percentage of their street gets resurfaced. So that's not how it works. We're elected here to make these decisions, and the Lord Mayor's argument that on this specific one that ratepayers should have that back and just decide what they want to do with it is a bit of an insult, I think. And I think we've made the argument over the last couple of months since curbside collection's been scrapped, that sort of service should be reinstated. And over the last couple of weeks since the Lord Mayor has announced this one-off $29 rates rebate. Waving a pathetic $29 rates rebate in people's faces while buried in budget papers that you're planning a $355 million rates increase over the next 3 financial years is a very low blow. The 3 years when people will be trying their hardest.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Move an extension.
An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Cumming. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, a further 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, if you follow the Lord Mayor's, logic, there, we would essentially just be having, I suppose, a bit like what Councillor Shree advocates for in community budget sessions and direct democracy, I suppose, instead of representative democracy in making those decisions on how things are expended. But I think if the Lord Mayor had actually asked the people of Brisbane whether they would want a one-off $29 rates rebate instead of curbside collection, I think he would figure out pretty quickly that people value services like curbside collection over a one-off $29 rates rebate. Now, the Lord Mayor has made the argument that you could, as a ratepayer, use this $29 to go and take your own rubbish to the dump instead of putting it out on the footpath. You could go, hire a trailer or get someone in to do that. And that's what we hear from that side of the chamber. It's all about choice. With that $29, you can choose what you want to do with it, and if you choose to have rubbish taken away, then that's your choice, except for the fact that the $29 won't cover that kind of service. It does cover that kind of service when you're delivering it as a council, but it doesn't cover it for those people that desperately need it the most, particularly those people who are renters, who pay rates through their rent, that are not going to get this $29 rebate. So they've been paying rates for their entire lives of renting through their rent, and I would eat this paper in front of me if people could prove that landlords pass on that $29 to renters to be able to take rubbish to the dump. I will keep this bit of paper, and if any LNP councillor can come forward after the first quarter of next year and show some proof that a landlord, out of the goodness of their own heart, passed on the $29 rates rebate to those renters and assisted them with removing rubbish through that, then I will eat this bit of paper. Yeah, I very much doubt that you're going to find a whole lot of. Yeah, no, I printed on rice paper, of course. Yes. Now, Chair, in summing up those thoughts, it's quite clear that Team Schrinner has absolutely no shame. Absolutely no shame when it comes to misusing ratepayers' funds. And on the one hand, in secret, they don't talk about it in those budget papers, lock in a $355 million rates increase over the next 3 years, but try and distract with the fact that there's a small one-off $29 rates rebate. As you move through the report, you see other interesting admissions, like the money set aside for the repair of monohull ferries in the next 2 financial years. So according to these documents, the monohulls won't be back on the water until 2022 or 2023. From the get-go, it's been nothing but delays and excuses from the Lord Mayor surrounding the repairs of these monohull ferries. I successfully predicted the death of City Cycle, Chair, and today I'm predicting the death of these monohull ferries. The Lord Mayor has no real intentions of actually fixing them. He's just delaying and hoping at some point everyone will forget about them. The kitty cats are here to stay, and the ferry routes that Team Schrinner has terminated will remain closed. The LNP is the king of cutting, sacking and selling, Chair, and they won't change their blueprint now, even in the face of an economic crisis. They simply don't know anything else. If we keep reading through the review, you see more evidence of this. Infrastructure, there's a $35 million cut to capital funding and a $10.5 million cut to expenses. There are delays to multiple projects, including the Gresham Street Bridge and the pedestrian safety upgrades in West End, just to name a couple. This is millions of dollars of shovel-ready work that could be started now and produce the jobs just when this city needs them. But no, this LNP administration fails this city once again. I mentioned before, Chair, at some length, the $29 rates rebate is featured in the clause. It's a pathetic gift that no one asked for. And unlike Team Schrinner, Labor councillors undertook serious community consultation on this rates rebate, and 99% of residents would rather see the reinstatement of curbside collection instead of a one-off $29 rates rebate. That's on top of the thousands of residents who signed petitions calling for the community rubbish service to be brought back. If this administration was serious about serving the people of Brisbane, this clause would be titled 2021 Budget Review and Reinstatement of Curbside Collection, the Kingston Smith Drive Leftovers Policy. We won't be supporting this item today, Chair. Clause J is the lease of land to community organisations, the renewal of 37 leased properties for 35 community and sporting organisations across Brisbane. We're pleased to support the renewal of these leases. They include a list of organisations, including some long-term Deagon Ward ones for myself, like Kubara Kindy and Prep, Aspley Little Athletics and Geebung Kindergarten and Preschool. And I was there just last week drawing their very successful end-of-year raffle. Organisations like these are the lifeblood of our community, and they make Brisbane suburbs an even better place to live, work and play. So I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those volunteers of these organisations. They've done it pretty tough over throughout 2020, and certainly wish them not just best wishes for 2020, but all the support we can offer them as well. The changes to the administrative arrangements. Now, that was a fair explanation that the Lord Mayor gave, but in the papers there is no explanation. And then when you go up to look at the file, there's simply the previous organisational structure and the new organisational structure with no explanation as to why they're changed. I mean, you can sort of discern that, I suppose, from looking at them and trying to decipher that. But as the Lord Mayor explained, obviously the Field Services Group sort of now sits alongside rather than down below in the line of Brisbane infrastructure. So fair enough. We will certainly support this item. The other change, however, though, and something to watch here, is the move of corporate communications from organisational services across to city administration and governance, closer to the Lord Mayor's office, of course. So we certainly hope, Chair, that this doesn't result in the Lord Mayor plastering his face over even more council advertising. Finally, the Queensland Treasury Corporation's 2020 credit review. Its assessment of council's financial position reflects the fact that the rates base remains a strong source of revenue for council, and unlike impacts on other levels of government have faced. So by and large, this confirms that people are paying their rates at the moment despite challenges and impacts of the global pandemic. And obviously, according to council and information that council would have provided to the QTC, the rates base will remain strong because they have programmed in $355 million worth of rates increases over the next 3 financial years. Now, despite all this, Chair, the administration has chosen to cut core council services. So on the one hand, we heard all the doom and gloom from the LNP Lord Mayor and his administration about council's financial position, given as a rationale to cut services like curbside collection. But on the other hand, we see the QTC saying that the financial year 2021 credit review, there are no known foreseeable events that would have a direct impact on BCC's current capacity to meet its financial commitments. So apparently there are no known foreseeable events, 0 events that would have a direct impact on BCC's current capability to meet its financial commitments, because we have a rates base and the ability to recover unpaid rates, unlike other levels of government. So given this outlook, a reasonable person in the street might wonder why curbside collection services have been cut, and a reasonable person in the street might think that they've been lied to by this Lord Mayor. I, of course, Chair, would not use that term myself because I know you've deemed it inappropriate in this place. But out in the suburbs, if people knew what is being presented in these papers here today, on the one hand, and listened to what the Lord Mayor has said about curbside collection, they certainly may feel that this Lord Mayor has lied to them and lied very badly. So, Chair, I can understand why they may feel that way.
You took a long time to get to the point. I just ask for a level of courtesy in this place, and I have asked that we maintain a certain standard for a reason, and that is to maintain the level of courtesy that we'd all expect of each other. So can I, I'm going to let it go, but please do not do it again. Councillor Cassidy. You complete? It's okay. Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to enter the debate on item J, the lease of council land to community organisations. And can I say through you, Mr Chair, that I'm delighted to hear of the support of the Leader of the Opposition, and like him I have many of these community organisations within my own ward, and I'm sure that many of the councillors, in fact all of the councillors sitting in the chamber this afternoon, appreciate those community organisations. We all understand that they have really done it tough this year. So that's one of the reasons, of course, for our COVID assistance package, and absolutely delighted to hear that so many organisations have benefited from that particular grant. And I think one of the things that I continually hear is just the importance of how nimble and agile our officers were in being able to get that money to those organisations, and the impact that has on them. We heard Kathy talking about that even tonight, and she was one of the recipients of one of those grants. We've been able to support so many, and that's just exactly what the grant was put in place for. And as through you, Mr Chair, we understand how important it is to support those community organisations. So this item, of course, is seeking Council's approval to renew lease arrangements for community organisations at 37 Council-owned sites. So in accordance with Section 217 of the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, the regulation, Council cannot enter into a valuable non-current asset contract, relevantly a lease in respect of land or contract for the disposal of land, unless it first invites written tenders for the contract or offers the valuable non-current asset for sale by auction. So Section 2261 of the regulation provides a number of exceptions that Council may apply to the disposal of an interest in land other than by way of tender or auction, including but not limited to land which is to be leased to a government agency or a community organisation. Therefore, item J is seeking Council's approval to apply the exemptions set out in Section 2661 of the regulation to renew these 37 community leases without going to tender. Through you, Mr Chair, this is a standard process that we go through each time a community leases are due for renewal to ensure that community organisations can continue operating unhindered. And as the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, those community organisations within each and every one of our wards totally depend on our ability to be able to do this for them. Many of the organisations are volunteers. It means that they have limited time in some instances, and we try to make the process as easy as we possibly can for them. The lease of the council land is very often one of the primary reasons why they're able to continue and able to work so effectively within our communities. And we all know the value that those community organisations give to each and every one of us, and to be able to bring this item before the chamber tonight is really important for those organisations. And I think it's fair to say that each and every one of us depends upon that, and so each councillor here, I'm hoping, will be supportive of this item. It's really one of those things, I think, through you, Mr Chair, that people maybe don't understand how important the lease of council land to these community organisations can be, and the fact that we're able to do this through this process does mean that those community organisations are able to do the valuable work that they do, just as we heard tonight about, from Cathy, and about the Meals on Wheels. So that will be just one of the organisations that we're able to support via this particular item tonight. So through you, Mr Chair, it is a very important item. I know that there's a lot that we have on our plate tonight, but I particularly am very impressed with item J, and I'm hoping that everybody in the chamber will give the support to it that it deserves, and I commend item J to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And yes, I'd like to speak on briefly on item J and also on item L. When I looked at item J, I went through those 37, and I was hoping that actually one of them was in my ward, but sadly they weren't. But that's fine. Every one of these deserves to be supported, because as the chair said and others have said, or will say no doubt, the organisations have been really struggling with membership and just trying to make ends meet with the expenses that they have to pay, ongoing expenses, I should say, to look after their all their organisations. But when I was going through, I saw one that was absolutely fascinated me, and I say that in an interesting interesting one. That was the Queensland Blind Cricket Association, which is in Yeronga, Councillor Johnson's area, and I thought, I just say, how does that work? How does that work? So I looked up the association's website. Yeah. And so I found out actually how it works, and I'm sure there's probably others here that may not realise how this organisation facilitates cricket for people who are blind or visually impaired. So just reading from their website, and it's not very long, it's only a few paragraphs. It says the blind cricket is a modified form of cricket designed for visually impaired and or totally blind people. While essentially the same as standard cricket, right? There are some differences. Notably, the bowling and the fielding. Players are divided into categories based on the level of vision that they possess. B1 for totally blind, and B2 for those with limited tunnel vision, and B3 for the remainder. Players are required to bowl underarm and bounce the ball at least once before the halfway mark, and again before the batsman and before the batsman's crease. This ensures that the ball makes the noise for the batsman when bowling down category. So they actually put washers inside the ball, which is a bit bigger, and it's white, by the way. And so I thought that was quite a fascinating thing, and I was going to say to Councillor Johnson, the next time you're over that way, you're going to visit them, if I can come along with you and actually watch them play, because I'm a cricket convert, have been since the Packer days, and my favourite now, of course, is Test, not just the one day. So I would really look forward to that the next time you're going over there. Moving on to item L, we're looking at this is that credit review. right, that audited credit review. Now, this file is only a single-page audit credit review. That's the only bit of paper. It was just a letter making some statements. And I have no doubt that Queensland Treasury has based the review on the information provided by this administration, of course. But when reading through it, I was surprised that the review made this statement. The neutral outlook reflects that there are no known foreseeable events that could have a direct impact on Brisbane City Council's current capacity to meet financial commitments. I just thought that paragraph, that's paragraph 3, was quite fascinating when I read that statement. Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, the Lord Mayor, since bringing down the budget and before, forecasted a big impact on our finances due to COVID-19. Revenue and recession issues aren't foreseeable events. Can't work that one out. Or maybe they aren't, and maybe they're not really an issue with the finances in the budget for this council. So why, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, did you say that you had to make tough decisions to cut services like curbside collection and others that the opposition leader has gone over in his speech? You can't have it both ways, through you, Chair. Here lies really the bare untruths or falsehoods or fabrications or deceits and or fibs. I would like to say that L word, as the opposition leader so pointed out, but we're not able to. But these similar words, I think, make my point. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item H before us, the significant contracting plan for construction and rehabilitation of transport and drainage infrastructure. Mr. Chair, Council is more focused than ever on building a better Brisbane. Major projects on the horizon like the Green Bridges, the Brisbane Metro and Better Roads for Brisbane, that suite of larger projects. But for many smaller infrastructure projects, we engage civil construction contractors to deliver the works. This is unlikely to come to the attention of CIMIC or Acciona, dare I say, but we do have procurement arrangements for engaging external contractors to undertake transport and drainage infrastructure. The type of works we engage contractors include roads and road and bridge construction, bikeway building, piling, drainage works, underground works, and the construction of pipe and conduit installation. Now, I'm aware of the comments that were made earlier by Councillor Cassidy in this regard, that he believes that all these sorts of work should be in-house. But what that comment ignores is that a lot of these smaller contractors have specialised equipment, and we rely on that specialised equipment, the equipment that won't necessarily be in-house in council, which would come at considerable expense. And it's good that there's works available for smaller contractors out in the field. Indeed, and as it says in the papers, Mr. Chair, most of the suppliers on the existing corporate procurement arrangement have many clients, including local governments throughout South East Queensland, the Queensland Government's Department of Transport and Main Roads, and private sector developers and asset owners. A few, it says here, typically smaller companies are heavily reliant on council's work. The largest suppliers on the current arrangement operate nationally and regularly move resources interstate. However, several suppliers with a strong local presence have expressed the desire not to move key resources outside of South East Queensland, and I simply don't know why Councillor Cassidy is opposed to the use of smaller businesses within South East Queensland to provide for these sorts of works. It keeps the economy going. It's good for our economy, it's good for the provision of our services, and it keeps our costs down and makes sure that we continue to get work undertaken for the benefit of the people of Brisbane. Mr. Chair, Council is fortunate, dare I say, to be benefiting from a number of COVID-19 stimulus grants, and there will be a lot of tender opportunities coming up, especially in the next financial year, so this is an opportunity to refresh the panel. We anticipate that many of the suppliers already on the panel will tender again for renewed contracts. But this also presents an opportunity for newer local companies to get involved, to put their hand up, to undertake exciting infrastructure projects that will be ready for delivery in the next few years. Mr Chair, the tender period for suppliers to apply for the panel will be open between the 10th of December 2020 and the 26th of February 2021. And I would certainly be encouraging all Brisbane-based suppliers who specialise in civil construction of transport and drainage infrastructure to submit an application. But I point out too that this won't be the only opportunity for suppliers to get on board. Companies can apply for membership of the panel at any time after the initial period, with new applicants being assessed every 6 months. And we do have a rigorous process in place for awarding contracts to tenderers with assessment criteria, including 4 key criteria: local benefits, company experience, track record of key personnel, and track record of environmental management. So local benefits and company experience are given greater weighting in the assessment process because our #1 priority is always to engage capable Brisbane-based contractors. Mr Chair, extending this arrangement will make sure we're continuing to engage experienced local suppliers as well as building relationships with suppliers who are newer to the market. This is an important step in keeping our pipeline of infrastructure works rolling out. I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on, I'll say, all of the items, and we'll see what we have time to get to. Firstly, just with respect to the item H, the contracting plan for rehabilitation of transport and drainage infrastructure. Councillor McLaughlin's comments just then about local contractor engagement are somewhat farcical given Council's track record, even just today. We're giving major contracts to JC Decaux, a French company. Our biggest... No, well, of course, you know, I think the biggest issue with Councillor McLaughlin is he just doesn't understand what he's saying to the community, which is that this is a council that supports local contractors. Well, no, it doesn't. And the evidence before us today is that this council, he and the LNP, are supporting multinational foreign companies. JC Decaux, and look at the other one, the biggest contract that council has going, Acciona, a Spanish company. So, you know, whilst he'll stand up here today and he'll say, oh yes, local benefits, it doesn't say local companies, it says local benefits. What they actually do then is give the contracts to the big foreign companies. Now, that is their track record. Now, the concerning part of item H is the timeframe. I feel really sorry for all of the small local companies that will be having to spend Christmas not with their families, but having to prepare extensive tender documentation for Brisbane City Council. Because the time frame for this is that the strategy is being released on the 10th of December and the tender closing date's the 26th of February. Now, I know, you know, that this is an important part of our delivery of our services, but yet again, this council is failing to recognise it's been a really difficult year for people. And I think most people, particularly who work in construction and, you know, who spend a lot of their time doing major tenders through the year, probably wouldn't have minded a week or two off over Christmas with their families. But because Brisbane City Council cannot get its act together in a timely fashion, they will now have to spend Christmas and New Year tendering for roads and drainage contracts. And they're very big. It's a $250 million parcel over 5 years. The really interesting part here is apparently, though, Brisbane City Council can't do even the small projects. So the components of this tender process include minor civil works. That is works that are less than $1 million. That is piling less than $2 million. Potholes less than 100,000. So we can't even fill potholes. Council officers can't even fill a pothole anymore. Well, they like, I know, where's Councillor Murphy? You know, where's Councillor Murphy when you need him? He'd be up there saying that was what Campbell Newman used to do and defending Campbell Newman. Didn't work with the man and probably had no idea what he was really like. But what the concern here is that not even the minor stuff is council proposing to do anymore under this contract, and I don't support that. I feel very concerned in paragraph 106 where it said, could council businesses do the services and works? Council's answer, no. Council does not have the capacity to provide the works that will be delivered by this CPA. Council doesn't have the in-house capacity to do works in the range between $100,000 and $1 million. That's too hard for council. I mean, week after week we sit here and it is Councillor McLaughlin or Councillor Murphy who bring these great things into, or Councillor Marks, they bring these great projects that are being delivered by the council officers into their committees, but here we are saying council can't even do basic works. That's not good enough. I particularly also want to speak on the rates issue, the rebate. Look, I don't agree with this. It is very clear to me that there's a couple of things going on here. There's a sleight of hand by the Lord Mayor. There are no savings on the Kingsford-Myth Drive project. The contractor went bust. Brisbane City Council dug right into its contingency. And instead of delivering on the project in a timely way, it took about a year and a half, almost 2 years longer than was actually programmed to do. It was a debacle. And for what, 20 seconds savings time, I think, on travel, something like that? I mean, it just doesn't add up. The biggest problem here is Brisbane City Council says there is no money to do basic services like collect rubbish, and in my view that's unacceptable. Later today, Council's going to be asked to approve purchasing a major asset that we used to own. There's not a mention about where the money for that, which we're not allowed to say how much it is, but it's eye-watering. There's apparently plenty of money to buy new assets, but we can't pick up the rubbish. And then there's this cheap stunt where you want to give $29 and a few cents back to residents. Residents out my way want council to invest in footpaths, in road upgrades, in traffic safety upgrades, in pedestrian safety upgrades. They want the rubbish picked up. They want the parks mowed properly. These things are not being delivered well. They want grants for their sporting club and community group. Meanwhile, this council is doing a cheap stunt with $30 to try and claim some moral high ground. Pick up the rubbish. It is not good enough what you are doing here. And to claim that this is some sort of savings is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Just on the administrative arrangements, oh my Lord. The one constant of the LNP administration over the 12 years I've been here is at least once a year, all the divisions' names get changed, all the divisional managers get changed, some get promoted, some get moved and some get the chop.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
No, you're correct, sorry.
No, excuse me. Yep. Please continue, Councillor Johnston.
Stay with us, Deputy Mayor. I'm on item K. You know, the administrative arrangements. You sat in E&C and you discussed this. And now we've been sitting here debating it for years.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
I asked her to withdraw that. She had no idea what I was going to point of order about.
Yeah.
I agree. Look, Councillor Johnston, can you just get back on topic, please?
Yeah, I know where Councillor Adams is going with that one. She was going to say relevance, but guess what? It's in the items. And I suspect she hasn't read it. And number two, she's seen it twice now.
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Adams stood up and sat down, and I think you're inferring a great deal from that action. Can you please just return to the subject?
Oh, but she decided to interrupt me for some reason. I guess I can speculate about why. Let's be clear. The one thing that you can take for granted with this LNP administration is that they love a good name change. They love moving things around. They love chopping people and moving them here and moving them there. And guess what? We're going back. This week is like some retro horror show of watching where the LNP was 10 years ago, and they're doing all the same things again. City Cycle, bus depot. Now guess what? Field Services, who got demoted, chopped up, dumped in the bottom of a division, back out to having their own division. Shouldn't have happened the first time, but it did. And now they're just recreating it again. I mean, this administration truly are bereft of new ideas. All they have left on this agenda before us today is to recycle, rehash and repurpose broken down policies and administrative arrangements that they stuffed up the first time round. That is what is happening with this whole E&C agenda today. There's barely a new idea in here. You know, I feel really sorry for the officers who've got to sit back and watch these committees, these vanity projects being named after what the chair people want. And their division then gets chopped up as a result of it. I mean, Councillor Adams has been the prime offender over the years in having committees renamed because that's what she wants it as. And it's just disappointing to see that here again today with another organisational restructure.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Any other further speakers at all? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm so used to her going on for 10 minutes, I was quite surprised when she finished early, sorry. Sandgate District Neighbourhood Plan, item G, is what I stand on to talk about this afternoon.
Councillors, please allow the Deputy Mayor to be heard in silence. Deputy Mayor, no, when I ask for silence, I mean it. Please don't make remarks as soon as I've concluded speaking. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Sandgate District Neighbourhood Plan. This has been started since late 2018 when we announced that we would be doing the planning within Sandgate, Deagon and Shorncliffe area. The decision was in response to a petition and further requests from the Chamber of Commerce, the local community and the local councillor for Deagon as well. The current plan has been in place since 2000. The community felt that the plan needed a refresh to manage how the area would change and grow over the next 10 years and beyond. We all recognise the Sandgate area is one of Brisbane's most historic bayside settlements. It combines the natural beauty of the foreshore, the lagoons, the wetlands, the iconic coastal character housing and, of course, the traditional town centre as well.
Councillor Adams, can I just, councillors, there's a lot of secondary conversations. Can you please, if you're going to have a private conversation, please have them in the corridor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. The area is known for its strong sense of community and that bayside lifestyle, and we wanted to make sure we protected those values, but we also need to provide a stronger future for those that want to revitalise the economy, create more jobs and provide greater housing choices for older and younger residents who want to live in the area that they grew up in. So a key part of our planning process was to prepare and receive the community feedback on a draft strategy document. The draft strategy combines initial community insights with Council's findings from background research and technical studies. The undertaking started with the initial community engagement exercise, creating a draft strategy for the community feedback, and then going above and beyond the statutory requirement imposed by the state government to make sure that we can test the ideas early in the project and keep the community involved as well. So the community then had the chance to actually refine those concepts and build a consensus around that shared vision. There was definitely themes around the first round of consultation. Bayside living, enhance the local character and provide more opportunities for people to live by the bay. work by the water, which is bring the local economy and community together, and play by the bay, sustain and celebrate natural attractions and get people to come up there and spend money in the local area as well. So while the population is not projected to grow that much over the coming decades, we do expect to see an ageing population in this area, and we are really focused on creating more housing choice for residents at every stage of life in this action, and we heard that loud and clear in Brisbane's Future Blueprint, and it has been a high priority of this administration, and we had the great opportunity to show that in our vision with this draft strategy for the Sandgate area as well. So it may be people who are leaving the family home but still want to live in the area, maybe young families searching for their first home. It may be residents who can no longer stay in their own home, but again, they want to stay in their local community. So housing diversity was a key piece to the plan, especially when you know the areas are so well located between train lines and the town centre. So the town centre, rich in history and character, but as we heard from many of the letters and the correspondence we got from the local chamber and the traders, probably lacking a little bit of prosperity at the moment as well. So we definitely looked at the revitalisation of this destination as one of our focuses, but also that leisure hub opportunity for people that are visiting this area as well. So the vision was to create a mix of ground floor retail and dining, some commercial space in the middle, residential on top. Obviously, mixed reactions and loud reactions to that, but that's the whole point of the draft strategy, to get it out there and get people to tell us what they think. And as the Lord Mayor said, there were some quick changes made very early on when we listened to the community. But largely, as I said, the height increasing around the Brighton area was an issue, and also around the Deagon area. So the changes to the density, which allowed units around Deagon train station, was excluded very early on. Now the draft plan will keep building heights to a maximum 4-storey in the town centre, with the exception of the Lagoon Street sub-precinct located directly across from the train station, which proposes building heights up to 5 storeys. The remaining parts of the town centre will allow up to 4 storeys in height, but with specific design provisions that require building step-backs from the street to ensure that look and feel of the centre remains familiar, and that traditional streetscape with the awnings and the trees is preserved as well. We acknowledge that the 6-storey building heights did not meet residents' expectations, but we also know that there is a need for greater activity and growth in this area as well. Now is the time to be putting local business and local jobs in front of mind as we plan for the future. On the southern side of the Sandgate train station is the Gasworks precinct, which offers up to 3 storeys in development potential, an ideal location for housing. And to the east, we have the legacy industrial land, which will remain, but is expanded to include higher value employment generating functions as we see this area transition away from traditional manufacturing into cleaner and more advanced uses. The Deagon Racing Precinct remains to support the continuance of race training facilities and associated stabling, educating and research facilities. The plan strengthens the protection of traditional neighbourhood character, with over 500 properties converted to character zoning. 12 properties have been heritage listed, and the team have identified 4 pre-11 houses for protection as well. The team feels that they've got the plan right for a balance of protection and planning for growth as well. We want to create a place that remains familiar to the locals, but has a strong sense of community, and also is vibrant to attract visitors and businesses to see the area prosper into the future. The next step is the planning process, is the draft plan to be sent to the state government for the review and approval to proceed to public consultation. I thank Councillor Cassidy for the support of this item today to go to the state. I just hope at some time in the near future he puts pen to paper and actually gives us some feedback to the strategy team through the consultation process, which he is yet to do.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items I, L and potentially K. First off is the item I, the second budget review. In June, when the annual plan and budget is set down in this chamber each year, project delivery is phased based on the best possible information available at the time, and is refined during the budget reviews to reflect the variability of project delivery. As per the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, Council's budget for a financial year may be amended at any time before the end of the financial year via the budget review process. Just like I said in the quarterly financial and annual progress report last week, COVID-19 has seen a number of projects affected, whether that is because services have been put on hold or projects have been delayed due to resourcing issues or availability of products and services. As the Lord Mayor indicated earlier, our operating capability has reduced as a result of this second budget review. When we set the budget in June of this year, we had in place a budget surplus of $195 million, and that has now reduced, as he indicated. As a result of COVID-related impacts, we've seen a decrease in revenues of approximately $64 million in this second budget review, and accordingly, there are a number of changes and variances that need to be reflected in our budget. The anticipated accumulated surplus for the 30th of June 2021, as approved by Council in the first budget review, was $13.272 billion. As a result of the second budget review, the sum of the proposed adjustments to the budget for 2021 will decrease the anticipated accumulated surplus to $13.247 billion, a minor downwards change of about $25 million. In this budget review, we have demonstrated some savings to the tune of $29.1 million. These savings are a combination of approximately $21.7 million in CapEx and $7.3 million in OpEx. The savings achieved in this space include on the KSD upgrade and the ICB corridor improvements. Both of these are CapEx items, and the Treasury management, asset tracking and telematics projects on the OpEx side. We have seen some scope change with respect to transfers from CapEx to OpEx in the vicinity of $15 million, and this is driven through projects like energy efficient lights for Brisbane, the integrated quality management system solution, and maintaining suburban parks. Equally, there's been changes from OpEx to CapEx of $3.6 million to invest in congestion busting projects, carbon neutral council and community emissions reduction, and the upgrading of animal rehoming centres. We have a total carryover of capital and expense of $13 million. This relates to projects including the Gresham Street Bridge, Norris Road and the electric bus trial, to name a few. Total carryover of revenue is $6.1 million, and this is mainly due to road projects. Now, turning to the KSD savings rebate, as part of this submission, we're bringing to the Chamber the Kingsford Smith Drive upgrade savings rebate. Council has made savings of $15 million on the project and seeks to refund these savings to those ratepayers who contributed to the cost of the project through general rates. This is a highly equitable approach that benefits all ratepayers, unlike some of the suggestions from the other side of the chamber. You know, while we acknowledge that curbside collection is popular, and we have pointed out that it will be coming back when financial circumstances dictate, this particular savings rebate will benefit 510,000 ratepayers across Brisbane, and it is an equitable use of these savings. The refund of $29.24 is being issued by Council, as I noted, to all ratepayers who pay general rates. Contrary to what the opposition say, this is a great outcome for ratepayers, and I know they'll appreciate the support only this administration is providing them. Turning to some points that Councillor Cassidy made with respect to this item, he was using a figure of $355 million, which for the life of me I can't identify in the papers before us. But in the context of rate increases in coming years, there will be rate increases as we go forward to support the needs of this growing city. The city expects us to continue to enhance the services and facilities that we offer to them, and that can only be supported by modest rate increases. Now, what I can commit to the people of Brisbane is that as we go through the budget development process, we will seek to moderate any rate increases to reflect the environment in which we're operating. Now, those on the other side of the chamber have an abysmal record in the context of managing rates. When they were last in administration, they raised rates 4 times by 6%. 4 times. So when the Leader of the Opposition gets up here and starts to lecture us on rates, it's very, very hard to stomach. And from our perspective, we won't be taking lessons from them on rates management. Now, getting on to another item here in terms of 2BR, and specifically Program 8, which is city governance. We have some minor changes in this 2BR, and I'll touch on a couple of these. So there is a bring forward of $650,000 in future year capital funding to pay for current year works at Hangar 7, for which we also receive funds from the Commonwealth through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. This funding will be used to replace the roof and other renewal works. We've seen an increase in revenue of $291,000, recognising funding from the Get Ready Queensland program. At this time of the year, coming into storm season, this is a great initiative to support the community. There is also an increase in depreciation for service concessions of $811,000, and projected depreciation for service concessions is $79.281 million for the 2021 year. We had a saving of $4.5 million in COVID-related finance costs, included in the working capital budget, and $700,000 in reduced finance costs as a result of lower than anticipated borrowings. Moving on to item L, the QTC credit review. The annual Queensland Treasury Corporation Brisbane City Council credit review is an item I look forward to each year. With the challenges of 2020, I was, I guess, more interested than ever to see how QTC would rate Council's credit position. And again this year, as the Lord Mayor indicated, we've received a rating of a strong with a neutral outlook. Under the circumstances, that's definitely commendable. We won't be resting on our laurels. We know that we're operating in a difficult environment, and while we'll be looking to get the same result next year, we certainly won't be taking this as something that we can sort of sit back and rest on. We think that in the current environment, we've got to be vigilant, and as we've said before in this chamber, we have to occasionally make hard decisions. So certainly the review this year is testament to our strong financial management. This is a rating that we've been receiving since 2013. It clearly demonstrates this administration's heavy focus on financial control and management. Council's strong rating has been achieved by showing we can meet all our financial commitments, both immediate and longer term. We have consistently ensured our budget is balanced with a strong track record of seeking to maintain an operating surplus, which is undoubtedly challenging in this environment. Council's achievement of a neutral outlook reflects that there are known foreseeable events that are expected to have a direct impact on Council's ability to meet its financial commitments. And there has been a little bit of commentary on this from the other side of the chamber. And what I would say about this particular comment is that they recognise that there are certainly going to be variances and difficulties faced as the financial year rolls out. But what they're saying is that they believe Council can manage any of those variances. And I'll just quote a verbatim from QTC's letter, and it says, Council's demonstrated capacity to deliver and manage large infrastructure projects while maintaining adequate capacity to service forecast debt levels. So, at the end of the day, what they're saying is that we will be able to manage the challenges that come ahead of us, but they don't see any challenges that are likely to cause us to have a problem in servicing our debts. So even in the midst of COVID, we've ensured financial stability through some hard and challenging decisions, and at the same time we have also provided rates rebates and deferrals to ratepayers and waived a range of fees and charges for businesses to support them.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Councillors, are there any further speakers? There are none. The Lord Mayor is not present at the moment, therefore we will move immediately to a vote. Councillors, on the matter, your attention please, on the matter of G, H, J, K and L. All those in favour of G, H, J, K and L, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, on item I, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division. Division called by Councillor Strunk. Second. And Councillor Cumming. All right, please ring the bells. Councillors, in regards to item I, all those in favour of item I, please say aye. Aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye, exactly. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hands. No. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you are ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 3 against.
The ayes have it. That concludes the first Establishment Coordination Committee report.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, I move that Council adjourn now for a period of 1 hour for dinner, and that only commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Adams, that the Council now adjourn for a period of 1 hour for the purpose of dinner, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, while I have your attention, please ensure that you sign the attendance book, which is in front of me, and the note of gratitude towards councillor officers to its right. Thank you. We'll see you in an hour. Maybe. All right. I don't agree. I don't agree. I'm up here. My palms are sweaty. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right. Let's go. We'll come back. All right. Welcome back, councillors. The councillors, please. We've begun the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 24th of November. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The report of the Establishment Coordination Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate, the Lord Mayor?
Yes. So there's 2 items on the report today for this particular special report. The first relates to the City of Brisbane Investment Corporation and adjusting the ability of that corporation to borrow to invest. And the second relates to the acquisition of the Sherwood bus depot, which is on the market at the moment. So I might start off with the item B first and then back to item A. The Sherwood bus depot was originally proposed by council And at the time of the original proposal, council purchased the site at 496 Sherwood Road. That site, through an arrangement, was then sold for a profit, mind you. I'm not sure here. I'm just double checking the historical figures are not commercial in confidence, are they, Mr. Chair? No, they're not? Good, excellent. That's good to know. So council purchased the site for 16...
No interjections, please. No interjections, please. The Lord Mayor.
Council purchased the site for, speaking from memory, 16 million. We then sold the site not too long after for a profit at 21 million. The new owner of the site then invested a significant amount to actually build the depot to our specifications, including over and above what I guess normal market specifications would be, to include things like the Green Star rating of a facility such as that, and to provide a high quality council depot for the bus drivers and the assets in that particular part of Brisbane. And so as part of that arrangement, it was effectively an arrangement which saw the new owner building and investing tens of millions of dollars into that depot facility, and then council entered into a lease arrangement on an ongoing basis. As part of that arrangement, we incorporated into the contract an opportunity whereby if the owner of that site were to sell it, we had the first right of refusal, the opportunity to effectively buy that site back. And so this opportunity now has arisen, and it is a good opportunity for the ratepayers now to take control back of this site with the significant improvements that have been delivered by the private owner. And we also expect, and this leads me to my reference to item A, that this will be a potential investment for the City of Brisbane Investment Corporation to make, whereby it comes into their ownership potentially, and council then enters into an arrangement with CBIC. So, as councillors would well be aware, there are a number of situations where council facilities are operated and owned by CBIC, such as the great facility out at Wynnum, whereby a library was created, not to mention a local supermarket at that location. But the important thing here is that assets that are taken on by CBIC and investments that are made by CBIC flow back to benefit the people of Brisbane, because the dividends that we receive from CBIC go into the Green Future Fund, which support the creation of new parkland opportunities and the upgrading of parkland opportunities in our city. So the opportunity here is a financially responsible one. The Sherwood Bus Depot is one of our most important depots strategically in the network, and it is an important asset. And because of the foresight that we had a decade ago, we now have the opportunity to buy this site back with significant improvements. We effectively sold a vacant block of land. It now has a world-class bus depot on it, one which is strategically important in the transport network. So this has been reviewed by Council's corporate finance team, and they were the ones that put this forward as a good and financially responsible arrangement to enter into. And I do agree that it is indeed the case that this is a good asset for us to have either in council ownership or in CBIC ownership, which is the same thing. And it is exactly the same thing. And as I said, any arrangements that we enter with CBIC provide great benefits for the people of Brisbane. Now, we know when it comes to CBIC that there are some people in this chamber that do not like CBIC. That there are some people who have consistently, time and time again, said it should be abolished. and that the proceeds from CBIC should be spent. Now, I'll give you a guess as to which side of politics would say something like that. It is the Labor opposition who, when they see an asset lying around, even though they claim to be against asset sales, CBIC is an asset and it owns various assets. They're quite happy for those assets to be sold and for the money to be spent like that in one bang. This fund is a future fund for the city, and it's a future fund that helps us provide new and upgraded green space opportunities for the people of Brisbane. So I think these two submissions together provide us with a win-win scenario whereby we can have a financially responsible arrangement for the ratepayers of Brisbane, and we can also have an outcome which sees dividends being paid back to the people of Brisbane in the future as well. So I commend these two items to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these items, and I just ask that they be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please.
Seriatim for voting purposes.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Chair, probably no surprise that I'm going to have a few critical things to say about CBIC and this administration's use of that so-called corporation. So what we've got before us in Clause A is the approval, or seeking the approval for CBIC to boost its borrowing limit from $50 million to $94 million. The CBIC is one of the largest wastes of time and money that this council has embarked on, and we have never supported it. It's a corporation that council sells assets to only to rent them back and then claim that rent back as a dividend as some sort of good financial return. And we'll come to that in just a moment. So much of CBIC's earnings come from property. Most of CBIC's earnings come from properties that council rents off it. Many of those that either the land on which or the entire properties themselves were previously owned by ratepayers. Now, the Lord Mayor's just said they're exactly the same thing, that whether CBIC owns them or council owns them on behalf of ratepayers, it's exactly the same thing according to him. So the rent, we know that the rent costs that council pays to CBIC exceeds the amount we get back in dividends. That's very clear, that's black and white. So council receives about $20 million in dividends apparently each and every year, and supposedly for the last couple of years that's been towards a fund to buy new parks or embellish parks, the Green Future Fund as the Lord Mayor likes to call it. Not this year, no, that's right. What this administration, though, Chair, won't tell you is that in the 2018-19 financial year, council paid CBIC $15.5 million in rent on 6 properties that it owned, that council formerly owned, and another $6.1 million was paid out in rent on 2 properties that CBI on-sold and kept the proceeds for. So they were formerly properties that council owned, and then the ownership was transferred to CBIC, and according to the Lord Mayor it's the exact same thing. But then those properties were on-sold and council was locked into long-term rental contracts. So when you add all up that money go round all up, the dividend that the Lord Mayor and this LNP administration crows about is just the rent that council is paying itself and then sent back to council in a big money go round, and there are some certain people that sit on the board of CBIC that take fees on the way through and make decisions in a particular way, Chair. So this is an absolute sham. It's a political stunt that costs ratepayers. The Lord Mayor uses CBIC as a stunt. He stands up and says, oh, we're great financial managers because we have this great property portfolio that someone's looking after and is paying us a great amount of dividends and a great amount of return. Is never ever clear and never comes clean with the people of Brisbane that that's entirely funded by rent paid to council itself through this wholly owned subsidiary. So the Lord Mayor is the king of rorts, and he strikes again with the CBIC. You know, You only have to look back a few years at some of those annual reports that never ever used to be published, online, that now finally are, and they were dragged kicking and screaming to do that, to see what a sham this organisation has been. Whether it's them investing in self-storage units in Western Australia or Victoria, or taking an absolute bath on the share market and having to completely liquidate their share portfolio, which costs ratepayers money. This has been a terrible experiment for the people of Brisbane, and we think that when it comes to, as the Lord Mayor says, if these buildings are council buildings and they're owned by the ratepayers of Brisbane because council owns 100% of the CBIC, then those properties should just be owned by council, and we should stop the money go round of paying rent to a supposedly external corporation that then pays that money back to council. So, as the Lord Mayor has said, that Clause B is intimately linked with Clause A, because as we sort of get from what he says there, that it'll potentially be transferred to CBIC or sold to CBIC, and council will continue to pay that yearly rent, which was in the papers about $6.3 million a year. Again, this is gearing up towards another element of the CBIC money go round. And what's to say in a few years' time, if council transfers this to CBIC, that they don't on-sell it, or sell it back to council potentially, and another money merry-go-round, or sell it to someone else entirely, and then council, like they have a lot of other properties they've had on their books that were council properties, transferred to CBIC, and then sold to on the private market, and council continues to pay rent, whether it's to CBIC that then supposedly comes back as a dividend, or to an external company costing ratepayers more and more and more. So, Chair, this is nothing more than a sham. This entire organisation has been nothing more than a political stunt by this Lord Mayor and his predecessor and his predecessor's predecessor, who happens to be this Lord Mayor's mentor in this place, Campbell Newman. So we certainly won't be supporting Clause A, the increase in the borrowing limit for CBIC from $50 to $94 million.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items A and B. I'll start, as the Lord Mayor did, with item B, the Sherwood Bus Depot acquisition. And as the Lord Mayor indicated, you know, what are you to do when a great financial opportunity comes along? You know, you assess it, you undertake due diligence, and if it stacks up, you purchase it. And that's exactly what's happened here. You know, we've got an opportunity to bring an asset back into council ownership and ultimately to significantly reduce the outgoings that were otherwise going to go to a third-party investor. So, the Sherwood Bus Depot, for us, represents an opportunity that was unlikely to come along. We certainly didn't expect it, but it's now presented itself, and it's incumbent upon us to take advantage of this opportunity to secure what is a strategic asset for council, and one where we can get a very significant financial benefit from it. So, as a council looking to plan for the future, our analysis demonstrated that the acquisition of the Sherwood Bus Depot, located at 496 Sherwood Road, Sherwood, would be a positive acquisition for council and the ratepayers of Brisbane. As the Lord Mayor indicated, the site was purchased by council in 2009, and this was off the back of a requirement to procure and construct a new north and south bus depot to meet council's targets within the Transport Plan 2008 to 2026. Just like we do in many of our initiatives, we consulted with local residents, and in 2009, local residents were surveyed about the Sherwood Bus Depot, and results of this survey revealed that a significant number of respondents understood the benefits of this depot, and accordingly, we went ahead and not only sold the property, but also entered a long-term arrangement for a site to be a bus depot, a state-of-the-art bus depot, to be built on that particular site, and that we would enter a long-term commitment to lease the site from the owner. There was clearly a requirement at the time, and the solution that was arrived at that point in time was the right one. It was a sound and beneficial decision at that point in time, and now the opportunity's arisen for us to take that very important asset back in-house. So the investment in that site, so certainly the acquisition of the site by the current owners, I think, was in the order of $23 million, and the investment that they subsequently made to build that state-of-the-art bus depot was in the many tens of millions of dollars, and none of that was ratepayer money. So Council, when negotiating this particular lease, was very prudent, and they took the opportunity to build in a first right of refusal, and that's basically an option for Council to purchase the site in the event that the landlord chose to sell, and that's exactly what's happened here. The landlord has notified Council that it intends to sell the property to a third party for which a conditional contract has been entered into. Council has therefore chosen to exercise clause 19 of the lease, which is the first right of refusal, to ensure retention of this strategic depot. Council has subsequently undertaken its due diligence regarding the acquisition and the beneficial nature of this particular acquisition, and as I may have noted previously, or someone else in the chamber noted, this particular depot supports 177 daily services and employs approximately 320 people. Ultimately, we need to ensure that we have depots in sight that support our immediate, medium and long-term bus operation needs. So 10 years ago, we demonstrated commitment to providing value for ratepayers' money, and 10 years later, we are again providing value for Brisbane ratepayers. Council remains financially stable with strong financial management. As you noted earlier, we were only just recently issued with a credit review with a strong to a neutral outlook by QTC, so once again reflecting prudent financial management in this particular case. If we weren't in a position to acquire this bus depot, and if the acquisition didn't make sense, we wouldn't be bringing it to the chamber today. So I'll leave the debate on the bus depot to the chamber a bit later on. But moving on to item A, which is the CBIC financing approval. CBIC, as everyone knows, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Council and is an urban wealth fund, and it's charged with delivering long-term investment growth to the ratepayers of Brisbane. And certainly the combination of CBIC's investment growth and their dividend payments over the years have ensured that additional funds are available in the Council budget to make the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today. And so in the context of CBIC, not only are they providing great financial returns to the ratepayers of Brisbane, but they're also providing really meaningful environmental and social outcomes as well. So since inception in 2008, CBIC has grown from $135 million in net assets to $287 million, and at the same time has provided residents with more than $131 million in annual dividends. So an annualised return over that period of 11%. And so, Councillor Cassidy, I think, used the term just earlier that, this has been a terrible experience for the ratepayers of Brisbane. Well, I can tell you the opposite is true. That sort of a return is absolutely commendable. And so I don't know where Councillor Cassidy is getting his investment advice from, but I would suggest he looks somewhere else. These dividends are reinvested in the city to purchase and create parks, sporting fields and green space. And these things are obviously much loved by the residents of the city. The submission before us here deals with proposed amendments to CBIC's commercial debt limits and... all
right, councillors, please allow the speaker to be heard in silence. Councillor Allen.
And so certainly for CBIC to take advantage of future investment opportunities, we're just looking for these adjustments to be supported. Here today, CBIC continues to have quite stringent conditions associated with the way they operate, and that is the right thing. I would also note that CBIC continues to be overseen by an independent board with strong experience in the investment domain, and certainly the performance of CBIC over the years has borne that out. Overall, I think that these two items together provide a terrific outcome for council, in that we are securing a really valuable strategic asset at great commercial terms that will provide real financial benefit to this council and ratepayers over coming years, and I commend these reports to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak on items A and B. I'll start with item B. There are a lot of new councillors in the chamber, and many of them won't have any of the history and knowledge about the Sherwood bus depot. It's interesting that 10 years since I became an independent, we're talking about it yet again. This was the pivotal issue that caused me to become an independent at the time. And I just want to put on the record that Councillor Adam Allen, clearly he's new, and I appreciate he's probably been told this, there was no consultation on the Sherwood bus depot. On Monday the 13th of July in 2009, I was briefed by Brisbane Transport representatives about a plan to acquire the old Index storage site. The next day I met with Councillor Prentice. A week and a half later I wrote a letter to the Lord Mayor, 22nd of July. That was a week before it came to council. Now, Jane Prentice, who was then the relevant chair, told me, oh, there's going to be a bus depot in Rocklea. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, let me know. And next thing I find out, it's actually in Sherwood, and this council had already entered into negotiations to buy this block of land. There was no consultation with me or my community. And what was even worse, in the middle of the neighbourhood planning consultation that was going on, council had been secretly negotiating for months to buy this block of land off, I think, probably related party back then might be the word to describe who it was, off somebody that they shouldn't have, I don't think. That's my personal view. And this council didn't even bother to include it as part of the Sherwood Graceful Neighbourhood Plan consultation that was going on. The best part that happened after that, and this is again, my community will love the idea that there was consultation, there was probably the most heated public meeting I think anyone's ever been to at the Sherwood Indooroopilly Services Club, where Campbell Newman and Graham Quirk abused community representatives who turned up to discuss their concern.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I was there. It's not the worst one we've ever had, and that is absolutely an outright mistruth.
Look, okay, hang on.
Yep.
No, I have to deal with the point of order. Councillors, we will not. Councillors won't reflect adversely on other councillors or on council officers. But also, that's a very strong word. It's a word that you move to quickly, and it is difficult to believe that those two gentlemen would have done that. And so can we please just keep the comments proportionate, Councillor Johnston?
They also brought young Liberals in T-shirts who sat there chanting and clapping whenever the Lord Mayor or Graham Quirk said anything. The young Liberals shouted at my residents if they raised a question, and it was appalling behaviour. So that's what Councillor Adam Allen is not aware of. That's how my community was treated. It was wrong. It was wrong. And I can tell you what, no independent's ever been elected since World War II, and I romped it in 2012, and it was because people did not want it. They did not want 5 stories. I'm so happy for the councillor for Deagon Ward, but I can tell you hundreds of residents opposed 5 stories in my area, and they got ignored too. Meanwhile, the bus depot, one of the biggest duds this council has ever built. Here's a few facts that they forgot to mention. The bus depot site flooded in 2011. Flooding was one of the key issues that I raised as of concern in my letter to the then Lord Mayor. That was ignored. Council went away and filled the site by up to 6 metres. They did that without any consultation with the residents. They then passed changes to city plan to say in industrial areas you can only fill by 2, but they filled their own site by 6. The entrance to the bus depot, Leahy Close, is not built in accordance with Council's minimum sight lines for turning. It's doesn't have enough storage space for the buses. The next problem was the developer, and what was the words? I wrote it down. It was built to our specifications. Well, that was an interesting one a couple of years later when the developer built the whole thing 2.5 metres out of whack and had to come back to council and get a variation to the original DA because they built the bus depot in the wrong place. It gets better though. The reason it was put there was because it had such great road access. And the arterial road, of course, that's closest is Oxley Road and the intersection of Sherwood and Oxley Road, which is the #1 crash hotspot in my ward. Guess what happened? The buses are too big to make the turn from Sherwood Road into Oxley Road. So hundreds of buses a day that this council said were going to run on arterial roads now run through the back streets of Sherwood, Graceville and Chelmer. And guess what? There's a petition in infrastructure later where I'll quote you what the residents are saying. They are appalled. Hundreds and hundreds of buses every single day on congested roads. It's exactly the problem. And these people did not listen. Now, I also retabled this letter that I tabled in 2009. I did suggest alternate locations that were in my ward at the time, including in the industrial area of Rockley, where there would be good access to the arterial road, Ipswich Road. But no. So there was no consultation. When the matter came in, I crossed the floor. And I've opposed it ever since. It was a bad decision then. It remains a disappointing part of, I think, council's time. You know, council. Graham Quirk went round at the time promising better bus services. Better bus services. That's what they went round promising back then. And do you know what? Since then, this council lobbied the state government to cut the 101, cut the 102, reduce the frequency of the 104, and reduce the frequency of other bus services on the western side of my area. They've never, ever, ever improved bus services in our local area. And in fact, every single day, Yeronga residents complain to me about how bad the buses are. This bus depot has not delivered. Now, what's worse is we now have some, I don't know what you'd call it, rinse and repeat cycle going on where council buys the bus depot, sells the bus depot, leases the bus depot back, sells the bus depot, leases the bus depot to the CBIC. There is not one single reference to how this transaction will be financially undertaken in this report. There is no information about the lease costs. There is no information about how the CBIC is going to fund it. We see these two items which they're conjoining together. Has the independent board already signed off? If so, why aren't we seeing any evidence on the files of a transparent commercial financial arrangement? There is none. There is none. This council doesn't have the money to buy the bus depot. Maybe the finance chairperson can tell me where in the council budget, which item, which schedule has money to buy the bus depot. It's an eye-watering amount of money. There's no money to pick up the rubbish, but there's money to do this. What dodgy deal's been done with the CBIC without any transparent information being presented to this council? We know that the CBIC charges huge above-market leasing rates, and council, via the ratepayers of Brisbane, pay that money to the CBIC. We get a tiny bit of that back. The Lord Mayor stands up and takes credit for it. This is not a good deal for our city. This is not a good deal for our city. This is going to lock an asset into the CBIC who are in the process of selling off council assets. Let's be clear. This council moved more offices into the South Regional Business Centre, including all the West Region, to bump up that building to full occupancy, and the CBIC are selling it off, or probably have already sold it. So let's be clear. Unlike what Councillor Adam Allen said, there is no guarantee this will be held by council, because the CBIC, as he also said, has an independent board. Now, unless he's saying that they run the board, which I'm sure he's not, he means that it will be in the hands of the CBIC and they could choose to sell it tomorrow if council gives it to them. Meanwhile, the rent we're paying, this is a dodgy shell game that this administration have been playing for years. It is not right. Councillor Cassidy spoke very well about the CBIC. There is no guarantee that we won't be back here in 10 years and this same process will be happening again. It is musical financial chairs. It is not good value for the ratepayers of Brisbane.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there further speakers?
I'll move an extension of time.
I'd really like an extension.
Seconded.
I have an extension of time moved by
Won't be long. Thank you.
Councillor Sri, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnston and alone. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I rise tonight to speak in support of this item, and I think what this item is doing tonight is providing certainty for the people of Brisbane in respect of a bus depot facility and continued public transport services. Now, when we talk about history, and certainly we've heard one version of history from the Councillor for Tennyson, but I think you have to look a little bit back beyond the Leader of the Opposition statement, because how many depots did the Labor Party actually build? Well, when you look at their record, they actually delivered on the one that was proposed to be built by Sally Ann Atkinson. So they didn't have any new ideas. They actually continued the process of the building that was already underway under a Liberal administration. But did they do anything else between 1991 and 2004? No. Zero,
Point of order,
zip,
Chair.
nada, zilch. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, the mic's not resetting, but just on relevance, that's not in the report before us, and I don't really want a history lesson from prior to 2004.
Excuse me. Because this is a sensitive matter to many councillors, we have taken a more generous interpretation of relevance in this debate. Councillor Owen. Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, why is it a sensitive matter? And when you say you're taking a more generous interpretation, could you be clear about where that is in the rules, please?
It's clear that this matter is very important to you, Councillor Johnston, and your community.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Yes.
I spoke about the item before us today, so again I ask you, when you say there is some special arrangement about this, could you please tell us where in the rules you're referring to?
I'm not saying there's a special arrangement. I'm saying I'm being understanding of your particular circumstances. Councillor Owen.
What, talking to the item? Complicated for you, I know.
Don't be. There's no need to be rude. You take a lot of cheap shots in here, Councillor Johnston, and it's not necessary. As I said, there's been a great deal of courtesies extended to you today to talk about a matter of great importance to you, and your response is to take cheap shots at me. There's no need to take cheap shots at me, and please don't do it in the future. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, to be very specific, I'm extracting items out of the ENC which were relevant to the actual acquisition process in the first place of the approval of 496 Sherwood Road for the site of the Sherwood Bus Depot. And this is in the council Hansard. So clearly anyone can check that because it is there. But at that stage, we had a bus system that only had 30% of the bus fleet air-conditioned, which is a far cry from what it is under this administration today. But I will repeat what was said back then. Buses alone are not what it is about. You must have the supporting infrastructure, you must have somewhere to put buses, you must have somewhere to maintain them and to refuel them. Those comments from back then, when we addressed this issue at that time, are still as relevant today as they were then. We need a bus depot at this location to continue the provision of services across our city. Now, it's interesting to note that the Leader of the Opposition currently has as one of his advisors the former Labor Chair for Public Transport. And what did she reflect when she was in this chamber in regards to bus depot infrastructure? And I quote, "Labor councillors do not oppose bus infrastructure. In fact, we've been very strongly on the record supporting improvements for public transport and public transport infrastructure." Unquote. So I dare the members of the opposition on that side today to stand up to what your Labor policy is supposedly and back it up with action. Vote in support of maintaining this bus depot as public transport infrastructure for the city. Now,
Councillors, please allow the Speaker to be heard in silence. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Now, Mr Chair, there was a lot of misinformation that was going around and still continues to perpetuate today. There was consultation and, in fact, Labor councillors wanted to complain about the cost of consultation. So you can't have it both ways. And that is a fact. Well, that's Councillor Johnston claims there was no consultation, yet the Labor councillors all claim there was. So who's telling the truth? Well, in this case, I believe that the Labor councillors at the time were telling the truth. Yes, so the thing was that there were a lot of myths perpetuating in the community, saying that the depot was going to operate 24 hours. Bomb, bomb, false news. And it was also related to the traffic movements and that all of the traffic movements would be going past Sherwood State School. Bum, fake news again. 80% of the bus movements were travelling to the east, which is the opposite direction to the Sherwood State School, which is to the west of the depot. So anybody who knows directions on a compass would know that you can't have buses going this way if they're actually going that way. And the other interesting comment that I relate to at the time was that Councillor Johnston was claiming that in regards to a park and ride facility. And she says, I quote, "I'm disappointed that you know that that's not something that's on the agenda any longer in regards to the park and ride." And then when she was called out on it, she said, "Earlier today, I indicated that I was concerned that the community wanted better bus services and that without a park and ride, the bus service, there would not be any new bus services with this depot." So, Councillor Johnston, you cannot say in one breath in the Hansard that you're disappointed that a park and ride's not on the agenda and then claim that you didn't say it. So, this is one thing that you have to come to terms with.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shreve.
I just want to draw your attention to the rule that all comments should be addressed through the Chair rather than directly to other councillors.
I will remind all councillors that all comments will be addressed to and through the Chair. Councillor Owen.
So I go back to another quote at that time in regards to the Sherwood bus depot of Councillor Johnston. She says, and I quote, "My concern was with respect to the community's desire for better bus services, not any personal position I have on the bus depot." So I say today that this is the time now that you put your personal position behind and you look at the bus services for the whole of the city, you look at the bus infrastructure needs of the whole of the city, that you consider parking your personal position and putting the needs of this city and this vital infrastructure as a priority for all of the residents of Brisbane. The bus depot is separated from residential properties by significant industrial development. There has been significant other five-storey residential development that has occurred in that area as well. And it is time now that we focus on delivering and maintaining better services for the city, and to do that, we need to make sure that the residents of Brisbane have the certainty of this site. Now, we have first right of refusal because the owner of this site is looking to sell. Now, if they sell to someone else, we have zero certainty. With CBIC purchasing this site via a council arrangement, then we will have certainty. Because if you took the time to understand the instrument that governs CBIC, you will understand that its focus is on Brisbane City Council services and delivery and better values for the ratepayers of Brisbane. But again, those on the opposite side of the chamber do not understand what the instrument of CBIC is all about. They want to sit here and interject, and they don't do their homework. They don't understand the financials. They promote fake news, and they need to understand that now is the time to actually put action in this chamber and prove that you will support bus infrastructure for the needs of this city and not just politically grandstand, which you have been and you will continue to do if you do not support this item tonight. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Councillors, as the time is nearing 9 p.m, the meeting will automatically stand adjourned unless we agree to continue the sitting. Is it the will of the council the sitting of council proceed beyond 9 p.m? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Further speakers?
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Just wanted to thank Councillor Owen for confirming she won't be running for Moreton again.
That is not a point of order at all. Further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because I'm mindful of the time. I was actually inclined towards supporting the acquisition of the Sherwood bus depot, and I was leaning in towards voting in favour of that motion. But after that condescending and patronising speech I just had to listen to, and the very poorly articulated arguments in favour of acquisition, I've actually changed my mind and won't be supporting that motion anymore. But I do also share Councillor Cassidy's concerns about the CBIC, and I'll be opposing that as well.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly on item B, the Sherwood bus depot acquisition. I think we had a great history lesson before there from Councillor Owen, the Deputy Chair of Public and Active Transport, about just how this depot came to be and the necessary and essential service that it provides our city. 177 buses daily use this depot. And of course, acquisition of this depot means we have 7 depots across council. 5 are in council ownership, and so if this is supported tonight, that will mean 6 depots out of 7 will be within council ownership. Now, the Labor Party the Greens, and oftentimes the independent council in this place often call for us to in-house things, for them to bring things in-house. Well, here is your opportunity to bring this depot in-house, to show whether you really mean it when you say that you support in-housing, that you support council ownership of assets. And of course, let's keep in mind that CBIC, profits generated by CBIC, are reinvested back into Brisbane City Council. That's what happens.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Will Councillor Murphy take a question?
Councillor Murphy, will you take a question?
In the interest of time, no. No, I won't take a question from you tonight, Councillor Shree.
Councillor Murphy, please continue.
What did we hear from Councillor Johnston on this? You know, we heard about Jane Prentice, we heard about Campbell Newman, we heard about the Young Liberals at the public meeting, and I can't confirm nor deny whether I was there. We heard about all sorts of horrible histories of the Sherwood bus depot.
Councillor
Councillor Johnston, I wasn't one of them. I wasn't one of them.
Okay.
I'm sorry to stir you up like that.
Councillors, stop. Councillors. Councillor Murphy, please clarify that statement and continue.
I wasn't there, Chair. I was not there on the grassy knoll. It wasn't me. Look, this reads like an episode of Horrible Histories, except, Chair, no one cares. No one cares about this. It is a decade old, the Sherwood Bus Depot construction issue. We heard at the time that kids would die, that there'd be all sorts of issues and calamities. Of course, the only thing that has died has been Councillor Johnston's career as a result of this issue. And she made a very big mistake a year ago. She made a very big, very bad mistake, and I'm sure she regrets it very much. But no one will be benefited from her relitigating this issue
Councillor Johnston, please cease interjecting.
And again. Do you want to know, Chair, how many complaints we've received about the Sherwood Bus Depot in the last 7 years? Guess. Come on, guess. 0. We have not received a single complaint. Well, you know, Councillor Johnston says rubbish. RTI it, file request it. Not a single complaint has been received about the Sherwood Bus Depot from a member of the public in the last 7 years. Maybe Councillor Johnston. And, you know, we heard that there was no community consultation, and I have all the information here. I have the flyers that were handed out, the information sessions at Corinda Library, you know, on Thursday, the 20th of August,
Councillor Johnston,
on Oxley Road.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston, I consider that you're displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with Section 21(5) of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I hereby request that you cease interjecting and refrain from exhibiting this conduct for the balance of the meeting. Councillor Murphy.
And Chair, we know that Councillor Johnston doesn't have a good track record when it comes to misleading the community on this issue, because just the other day she was on Rebecca Livingston's program on 612 ABC, and she was trying to tell people that 125 bus services in the city would be cut as a result of Brisbane Metro. Not to mention the fact that there's only 222 bus services in this city, period. But you know, apparently that's our secret. That's what we've spent, you know, billions of dollars and, you know, several years preparing, is to cut the majority of bus services in the city with this infrastructure project. So I just say to members of the media that will report on this debate and people listening in to really to do your research on this one, to do your homework, to read the facts, to get the facts, and not to take Councillor Johnston at her word on anything that she says in this place, because you will often find the facts wanting, complete distortions and ultimately fabrications when it comes to the history here of this depot and many other things that she regularly comments on in this place.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Look,
what is the point of order?
Yeah, I've been prepared to let a lot of that go, but that's just calling me a liar, flat out. Fabrications, mistruths. It is an adverse reflection. It is an adverse reflection upon my character, and I ask that it is withdrawn.
Councillor Murphy has ceased speaking. I will ask, would you consider withdrawing as a courtesy to Councillor Johnston?
As a courtesy to her, Chair, of course.
Further speakers? There being none, the Lord Mayor.
Okay, so thank you to the councillors who contributed to this discussion. I did particularly want to address some of the complete falsities and misunderstandings about the City of Brisbane Investment Corporation, how it works, and also fundamentally about how council works, and maybe even more fundamentally about how economics works. Because we heard the Leader of the Opposition claim that CBIC was a money go-round. Now, the whole premise of his claim is that somehow it's inappropriate of council to pay rent on assets that are owned by CBIC. That's effectively what he was saying. It was, you know, it's just somehow inappropriate that we would pay rent to CBIC because we own CBIC.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
It is noted.
Okay, well, let's unpack this claim, Mr Chair, because I guess the question is, does the Labor opposition believe that it's appropriate for us to rent any facilities from anyone else? Because as far as I'm aware, almost all the ward offices that councillors are in are rented from the private sector. We don't own those. So I assume that Councillor Cassidy in his ward office above Aldi is happy with renting from the private sector and that we pay market rent for that office. That's a council facility, we pay rent. That's a pretty fundamental precedent that, you know, he's quite happy with that.
Okay, councillors, no more interjecting, all right? It's like 9 o'clock. Please, can everyone calm down and just get on with their job? Lord Mayor.
And there's been a lot of reflecting on past historical events. And if we could actually see out this window here, because there wasn't a blind, we would see the Brisbane Administration Centre, which was owned by council, so owned by the ratepayers of Brisbane, yet it was sold by Labor to a private investor. And then all the council offices were moved into a rented building known as Brisbane Square. Now, from memory, the building there was sold for $35 million, and then council signed up to a 20-year deal to rent in Brisbane Square, which involved us paying $30 million for the fit-out of the building. Not even the rent, the fit-out of the building. And then a 20-year lease arrangement was entered into. So I can assume that Labor they don't oppose renting from private owners. All of the evidence shows that that's something that they have done in the past, they seem quite comfortable with. So I guess drilling down, well, what is the nub of Councillor Cassidy's concern? Maybe is it that he doesn't support us paying rent on facilities that we actually own? Is that it, Councillor Cassidy? No? Maybe. I don't know. Let's ask the question because he's raised concerns about this. Well, Councillor Cassidy claims to know about economics, but probably one of the largest economic reforms ever made in this country, which was in fact made by a Labor government, was called National Competition Policy. And it was made by the Hawke and Keating government, which required governments to actually account for things like rent, even when they own a facility. And so since the 1990s, when Jim Sawley was Lord Mayor, Brisbane City Council has been accounting for rent on our facilities that we own. And you may think this is ridiculous, but it's the law. And the law says that if one section of council owns a building and another section of council uses that building, then that other section of council pays rent to the other section of council for using that building. And that's been the way it's been since the 1990s. So, right at the front here in King George Square car park, the car park, which is a business unit of council, pays rent to council for a council-owned car park. Like I said, you may think this is silly, but this is what the law said. This is national competition policy. So fundamentally, we have to pay rent to someone, whether it's ourselves or someone else. Isn't it better that rather than paying a private owner for the Sherwood Bus Depot, that we pay City of Brisbane Investment Corporation? Because we share in the benefits of receiving the dividends from CBIC, and we share in the continual growth of CBIC because it comes back to the ratepayers of Brisbane. So ultimately, we're paying rent to someone. We might be paying rent to ourselves, we might be paying rent to CBIC, or we might be paying rent to a private owner. So what we're doing here is simply making sure that the ratepayers get the best deal, so that rather than paying rent to a private owner, which we're doing at the moment, we're going to pay rent to a council-owned future investment fund, CBIC. And from that rent, there will be a benefit and a return to the people of Brisbane.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Will the Mayor take a question?
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
Sure.
Please proceed.
Thanks. I'm following you, and I'm hearing what you're saying, but I still don't understand why we don't just buy the things directly. I just don't get it. What exactly am I missing here? Would it not be better to just bring it into direct public ownership?
Lord Mayor.
Well, that is a really good question. I don't know about you, Councillor Sri, but I don't really have whatever the price is that we're paying for this depot. Whatever the price is.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Look, the rest of us had to make an effort not to mention it, and I would have liked to, but you are going to have to redact that in the minutes, and you're going to have to sort it out, and I think the Lord Mayor should apologise.
Well, if I have inadvertently revealed that, I do apologise, and I do support the redaction of that. Obviously, it was unintentional and a slip. But the point to the question, Mr Chair, is that amount of money we don't have lying around, because if we did, then curbside collection will be back. There'll be other things that will be back. So whereas the City of Brisbane Investment Corporation does have funding available to invest in assets. So it's really as simple as that. So this is an opportunity whereby through our involvement with CBIC and through their responsible financial management, they do have the capacity to invest in assets like this when the opportunity arises. And right now, as I said, the situation of the council finances, we've worked hard to keep a strong balanced budget, but right now the capacity for us alone to do this is not necessarily there. But in partnership with CBIC, we can do this. It'll be a great outcome both for the council and for the ratepayers of Brisbane, Mr Chair.
I'll now put, Councillor Cassidy had a misrepresentation.
Yeah, Chair, the Lord Mayor suggested that I said it was inappropriate for council to be paying CBIC rent. That's not what I said. It's just plain stupid.
Right, okay. We're going to now have a vote on item A. All those in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division
called by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnston, please ring the bells. Councillors, all councillors are present. We will proceed to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. And all those against, please say no and raise your hands. No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillors, on item B.
Point of order, just briefly, Mr Chair, on that issue about the commercial in confidence, while I did say a figure which I shouldn't have said, that figure was actually the wrong figure anyway. So I don't think there's been any breach here because the information that I spoke about was actually not the correct information. So I think we're good.
Thank you. Councillors, to item B, all those in, no, we're having a vote. All those in favour of item B, please say aye. Aye. And all those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division
called by Councillor Johnston.
Division.
And Councillor Owen, please ring the bells. All councillors are here. We'll proceed to the vote. All those in favour of item B, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. It was always going to be aye anyway. Thank you. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour and 2 against.
The ayes have it. That concludes the ENC report. Deputy Mayor, the City Planning and Economic Development Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Lovely to get to the reports at 9:10. I move that the report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton. The report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I am more than happy to speak about the report that we had in committee last week, because it is a much happier note than we've probably seen for the last few hours. And that's the fact that the city is about to turn into a very magical destination in the next couple of days. The lights went on the Christmas tree tonight, and from this Friday, South Bank and the city will be celebrating Christmas in full form. And this is a very important Christmas. It's been an extremely tough year for so many people, but probably no more than the small businesses and the retail businesses that we've seen in the CBD and the CBD frame around South Bank and the Valley as well. The Christmas in the city this year is always beloved, but it is going to be a little bit different with COVID-safe plans around everything and what you're going to see. But the main focus is on supporting economic recovery, making sure that there are accommodation, dining and specialty trials for everybody to come and spend that dollar that they're not spending overseas over the next couple of months, drive demand for the interstate visitors that I know are flocking from Melbourne and Sydney as we speak. Of course, our positive community sentiment. Of course, we love Christmas. We want everybody to feel happy about Christmas, and having a vibrant, activated city centre, South Bank and Valley, is so much a part of that. There is no Christmas parade, unfortunately, but we'll call it the Eaton's mess of the Christmas parade. It's deconstructed. Everything that you have in a Christmas parade will be there. In Queen Street, they will have the acrobats, they'll have the carolers, they'll have Santa, they'll have the reindeers dancing, and all of that we see in our parade will be in pop-up events right through from this Friday night until Christmas. There's cinema at South Bank, the Christmas markets are on at South Bank, the Roma Street Enchanted Gardens start, and they go right through to the middle of January to make sure everyone can be involved. Everybody here in Chambers have heard the glorious cheers and laughter and joy of the seniors at their Christmas parties this week, which is a very big part of it. It is the season to be jolly, and I hope everybody can remember that as we leave at whatever hour that is tonight, and come into the city, enjoy it, support our local businesses, and make sure that 2021 is better than we've ever seen before. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Just really quickly, I heard there were no deer in this year's festivities, and I just was hoping the Deputy Mayor could clarify, will any live animals be forced to participate in these events?
Further speakers? Anyone? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sri was familiar with the parades year on year. We have many reindeer dances in the parades, and no animals will be forced to be in this parade this year.
I will now put the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the Public and Active Transport Committee, please. Councillor Murphy.
Chair, I move that the report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting held on the Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Hutton. The report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. As quickly as I can, last week's committee presentation was on Council's draft e-mobility strategy. This council has a proud tradition, as I've said previously, of active transport innovation, establishing the nation's second public bike hire scheme, City Cycle, in 2010, and a decade later we're now evolving to meet more travel options, to meet the needs of our growing city. Now, following on from directions given in the Transport Plan for Brisbane, Council's now developed Brisbane's draft e-mobility strategy, which is now open for public feedback for the next 3 months. The key principles and outcomes of the strategy are safety, so that the risk of incidents and crashes is minimised and that the community has confidence in e-mobility devices. Accessibility, to help connect communities with local services. Mobility, where e-mobility replaces short car trips, especially for that first and last mile journey on public transport as well. And agility, where technology improves the efficiency of e-mobility, creating flexibility across our transport network. In regard to safety, our top priority, this administration's top priority, will continue to be to advocate that the Labor state government allow e-scooters to use on-road bicycle lanes, and we are very hopeful that they will allow the CityLink cycleway trial to have e-scooters use it. Of course, with the investment that we are now preparing to make in active transport, it's never been more important that we continue to address issues of efficacy and safety when it comes to e-scooters. I acknowledge Councillor Sri's support of the administration's aim in that regard. I know that the strategy will support the growing use of e-wheeling in Brisbane and other energy-efficient transport options in our city. And we're now seeking input from the public to improve and enhance the draft strategy. Following community and industry feedback, Council will finalise and then publish the e-mobility strategy ahead of awarding tenders as a result of the motions that we passed tonight to go to tendering process for new e-scooters and e-mobility. That will support and help our future planning for e-mobility here in Brisbane. I, of course, want to advise councillors here tonight that we are committed to enhancing active and public transport, particularly as it pertains to the greening of Victoria Bridge. Now, we all know that the Victoria Bridge closure will enable the implementation of the CityLink cycleway trial between North Quay and Grey Street, and this will be delivered in January. This will also allow for construction of Brisbane Metro to progress next year and will include a permanent bikeway connection probably by September next year, but don't hold me to that date at this stage. I will pleased to announce tonight, Chair, that Victoria Bridge will close to general traffic from Sunday, the 24th of January 2021. So that will be the last day that cars will travel across Victoria Bridge. And this, of course, is part of our strategy to reduce private vehicle use and improve accessibility within the CBD. We also have 3 petitions, a petition requesting Council conduct a consultation of patronage on the 100 bus route and determine the number of people struggling to take connections to the CBD. As was discussed in committee, we know that the 100 bus route is a congested route, and Council has previously investigated using articulated buses on that route. We have a number of infrastructure constraints within the Queen Street bus tunnel and on outbound stops that prevent articulated buses from using that route. We're currently investigating modifying our infrastructure to be able to deal with that, and of course we'll work with TransLink, the bus authority, the Integrated Transport Authority, for us to be able to do that as soon as practical. The local councillor, I believe, has been, the response was supported by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Street abstained. And the next petition was requesting additional CityCat stop at the Holman Street Ferry Terminal. Of course, we know that the CityCat was instated to the Holman Street Terminal upon the cessation of the river ferries when the Lord Mayor, out of abundance of caution, took them off the river due to safety concerns, and was then removed once the CityCat services were reinstated there, as the City Hopper and Cross River Ferry service were reinstated. Councillor Sri and Councillor Cassidy did not support the recommendation, which was that Council will be reviewing the ferry network once again next year, and that the timetable that we're using at the moment is certainly an interim timetable, not a permanent timetable. We also had a petition requesting Council reinstate the Norman Park Ferry service on the 4th of November 2020 when the Kitty-Cats commenced operation on the Brisbane River. Both Councillor Sri and Councillor Cassidy did not support the recommendation, which was essentially that Council has taken the difficult decision to discontinue this service as a result of declining patronage. This service has been in what I would say terminal decline since 2007, while Brisbane has grown by 22%, numbers on this service continue to go down. There's a long history here, which I won't go into for the benefit of the chamber, but the reality is Council had to make a difficult decision to cancel this service. We faced an investment decision where Council would be required to invest $7 million in bringing that terminal up to DDA compliance to meet our legislative obligations by 2022. And the level of patronage at that terminal, at that crossing, just did not support it. So, unfortunately, the recommendation was not supported by Councillor Street or Councillor Cassidy, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just ask that item C and D be taken seriatim for voting purposes together. Yep, as a block. So then A and B.
C and D vote will be taken seriatim for voting together.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll just speak on Clause D. here tonight. And what we have before us is the culmination of a very sad and sorry saga for ferry users at Norman Park, but more broadly public transport users around the City of Brisbane. Back in July, all of the wooden hull ferries were pulled from the water with only a few hours' notice, leaving ferry users stranded. 5 months later, we're still no closer to having them back on the water. And as we learnt today in the budget papers that have come to Council, the second budget review, we now know that'll be sometime after 2023, if at all ever. We have these 5 new kitty cats instead, which very conveniently have been provided by Council's new ferry contractor. Then, the day before the AFL Grand Final here in Brisbane, the LNP administration dropped letters to Norman Park residents telling them, not consulting with them, telling them that Norman Park Ferry Terminal would be closed for good. While in the meantime, there was a brand new double-decker City Cat on the dry docks with issues that no one in the LNP seemed to be able to articulate or explain. You know, could it be, Deputy Chair, that the city ferries have been any more botched by this LNP? I don't think so. All of these issues have been overseen by this Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, whilst he was the Public and Active Transport Chair, and now adopted by his protege, Councillor Murphy, who occupies not only the role of his former committee, but also his Safe Seat of Chandler. It's all very, very cosy when it comes to this ferry issue. Over 1,000 residents have now signed multiple petitions calling on the Mayor to do the right thing and return ferry services to Norman Park. Labor has brought motions to this place condemning these actions and condemning the Lord Mayor and the LNP and calling for the release of critical documents. And the LNP has voted against these motions every single time as a bloc. Councillor Cook held community meetings to discuss this issue and has called on the Mayor and Councillor Murphy to face those residents and not hide. Hundreds of residents have written to the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy on this issue, and they have asked for explanations and been sent, so far, stock standard pro forma responses which don't address their issues or concerns at all. Norman Park residents attended the Public and Active Transport meeting last week to try and understand why the LNP would not support the petitions that are before us today, and they left shaking their heads at the arrogance of this LNP administration and in particular Councillor Murphy. There have been no alternatives explored. No reduction in services explored instead of an entire arbitrary cut. Councillor Murphy talks about the need to spend, and this is his own calculations, this hasn't really been backed up by any facts, that it'll cost $7 million to upgrade the ferry terminal because it doesn't meet DDA compliance requirements. But we also know that in the next couple of years, this administration will be applying for exemptions under that Act for around 400 bus stops that simply won't meet DDA compliance. We know this building doesn't meet DDA compliance, and an exemption, because it's heritage listed and certain modifications can't be met to a building like this, so certain exemptions are made for that. This ferry terminal is heritage listed in the whole entire park there, and there are certainly other avenues that could have been explored and that could be explained to those local residents, but to date we've heard absolutely nothing about that. We've seen over $120 million spent on upgrading Wynnum Road, and if you can believe the figures that have been given by Councillor Murphy, a $7 million upgrade is certainly an awful lot lower than that, and an investment in public transport infrastructure for a growing city. I put the question to Councillor Murphy in the committee, and I'll put it again to him here today and any councillor in this place. Do you really believe that by removing public transport services and public transport infrastructure, you will see an increase in public transport patronage? No. I don't think so. I think the answer is no. Brisbane, pre-COVID, obviously these figures will be vastly different at the moment, but Brisbane was the second most congested city in Australia on any measure. And when you go out there and seek to remove public transport services and public transport infrastructure and blame residents for it, go out there this is of course the administration that will never take any responsibility for any of their actions, we will only see an inevitable decline in public transport usage. So the decision to cut, Deputy Chair, the Norman Park ferry service will simply mean the already congested Wynnum Road will see hundreds more vehicles a day. The cutting of this public transport service by the LNP is dead wrong. Today, this administration, the Lord Mayor, Councillor Murphy as the Chair, should admit that they made a terrible mistake and support local residents and support calls by Labor to reinstate services for the people of Norman Park.
Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the two petitions regarding the ferry terminals and the cancellation of public transport services. I've made my comments quite clear in the committee chamber and I won't reiterate them at length, but I do think it's important all councillors in this chamber recognise that the administration is reducing public transport services. Justifications have been offered for that, but ultimately what we have here is a cut to public transport services. I haven't actually seen the administration cut public transport services very often in the past few years as a councillor, but this is a pretty big cut, and it would be, I would have more sympathy for the arguments offered in support of these cuts to public transport services if the administration was clearly articulating where that money will be redirected. Is it the case that there will be improvements to bus routes in the area? Is it the case that the money will be redirected to provide other more frequent ferry services? It seems not. It's not exactly clear where the money that currently funds these services is going. And I think that's really my biggest concern, particularly about the Norman Park ferry terminal closure. I understand Councillor Murphy's arguments that not many people are using it, but if not many people are using public transport service, often that's because the service is overpriced or otherwise not meeting the specific needs of the community in terms of where they're trying to get to and from. But that doesn't mean there's not a need for public transport services for that community. It just means that they're probably not going in the right directions. So I just want to understand a bit more about what improvements Council will be making to public transport services to offset this reduction, and particularly in terms of the Thornton Street ferry terminal closure. It's been disappointing to me that the LNP administration has focused quite myopically on the fact that the footbridge is improving connections to the CBD, while ignoring the fact that that Thornton Street terminal is not just used to get to the CBD, it was also used to get to other destinations along the river, and the future footbridge between Kangaroo Point and the CBD won't meet those needs. So there is a reduction in public transport services in that area, and the accessibility improvements provided by the footbridge, when it does eventually come, are not a direct compensation for those losses. I think the reason so many residents have been so frustrated about these public transport service cuts is that Kangaroo Point in general is, for an inner city suburb, is quite underserviced in terms of public transport. It has a few good ferry services. Currently a lot of those aren't operating because of Dockside and Thornton Street terminal changes. But apart from those few ferry services that move people around a couple of river-based destinations, public transport from Kangaroo Point north through to Fortitude Valley and south through to Woolloongabba and Annerley is actually quite poor. And I understand that the administration here doesn't have full control over public transport services, and a lot depends on funding from the state government. But if it's the case that the administration is cutting public transport, it should be able to offer some explanation of where that money is going and what improvements will be made to the network in other respects. I do have some further suggestions around the free shuttle bus that's currently operating around Kangaroo Point as a, I would argue, woefully inadequate substitute for the lost ferry terminals. And I would ask Councillor Murphy to look closely at whether there's an opportunity for that bus to stop slightly further south in the Kangaroo Point Peninsula, possibly in the vicinity of the Dockside precinct, because currently residents have lost both the Dockside and Thornton Street ferry terminals, and the shuttle bus is stopping quite a bit further north. It needs to do that because it has to turn around somewhere around the precinct, but perhaps there's an opportunity for a second stop for that shuttle bus further south in Kangaroo Point, closer to the neighbourhoods that actually previously relied on the ferry services. if you look at a map of where the ferry terminals were versus where the shuttle bus stops, there's actually a bit of a walk now for residents compared to the old terminals. So what I suspect may be happening is that residents who live at the very northernmost end of Kangaroo Point, closest to Captain Burke Park, they've still got their Holman Street ferry terminal and now also have the option of the free shuttle bus, while residents further south, closer to Thornton Street and Dockside, have lost their ferry terminals, but also have to walk further to get that free shuttle bus. So maybe we could explore a second stop or a shifting of that stop just to improve access for the people it's supposed to be servicing. But having said all that, I really do think we need improvements to public transport services, both for Norman Park, running along Lytton Road, and I've previously recommended and advised of my support for dedicated bus lanes along Lytton Road, which is something that's within this council's power, and if not dedicated bus lanes, at least T3 lanes or peak hour transit lanes. And I definitely think there's a case for greatly improved public transport services leading through Kangaroo Point, considering the massive population growth that council is imposing upon that already quite constrained neighbourhood. So I won't harp on any longer, other than to just ask Councillor Murphy, please do seriously consider these concerns and recognise that if you're cutting public transport services, you really ought to be fighting hard for improvements, or at least articulating where that money is going to go in terms of other public transport services for the area.
Further speakers? Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chairman. I move that the motion be taken off the table.
Second.
Sorry, which motion?
The motion on the table. Rooming accommodation.
Right, thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Councillor Strunk, that the motion for the rooming accommodation be taken off the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Strunk. Can you ring the bells? As the majority of the councillors in the chamber, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. And those against? No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 17 against.
The noes have it. Are there any further speakers for public and active transport? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just very briefly, I've been contacted by some of the residents from Norman Park who are very distressed about the loss of their ferry service. I just wanted to put on the record, whilst I'd like some ferries out my way, we don't have any, but it is really disappointing that the LNP administration is cutting public transport services. Now, they've done this before. Councillor Shree wasn't here the last time there was a major cut to public transport services. It was buses. It was devastating to the people of Brisbane. It's disappointing to see that this administration is continuing along that line. In this case, localised ferry services that are well supported by the local communities. So I'd just like to say to Councillor Cook, obviously, I know this is an important issue to her and to the residents who've contacted me about it. I don't support the loss of your local ferry services.
Any further speakers? No one standing. Councillor Murphy, right to reply.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Just rise to just briefly address some of the claims that were made in the debate there, and I thank all councillors for speaking on the motion. Firstly, Councillor Cassidy in committee last week made a claim that the Norman Park Ferry had been running for 112 years, and I just wanted to address that. So it's true, services at Norman Park started close to that in 1912, 108 years ago. Since then, services have repeatedly stopped and started due to low demand. So it actually started when 48 people petitioned for the service in 1898. Services were operated by the Balmoral Shire Council from 1912 until 1927. Brisbane City Council assumed services from 1927 until 1931 when services were leased out. Services stopped due to low demand 7 years later, for 7 years, so 1991 to 1998. So Labor cancelled the Norman Park Ferry back then. It reopened as a trial for 2 years from 1998 to 2000, so Labor. It was then closed again by Labor for another 7 years due to low demand between 2000 and 2007. It was operated again by Council from 2007 with sustained low patronage. So for the longest life that this service has been operating for, it has been supported by an LNP council. And arguably it has been subsidised for too long. It has always been non-performing services, always struggled with patronage. And I understand that we deliver public transport not so that we can meet arbitrary numbers, but to deliver a public benefit. But we have to have an honest conversation with the residents out there in that this service was taking money from other services where we could move a lot more people a lot more efficiently. And when it came time to make that decision to invest that $7 million to upgrade the terminal, the low patronage that hadn't improved in a decade, simply could not be supported. So in the 108 years since service commenced, 19 years it's been run by BCC, 60 years it's been leased to a private operator, and for 14 years it's been closed due to low demand. So that just to recap those numbers for you. And as I said on Tuesday, last Tuesday in committee, Deputy Chair, I'm committed to working with the community and working with the local councillor in respect to the future of this site. But the administration cannot be any clearer. We do not support the continued provision of publicly subsidised ferry services at this terminal due to low patronage and the significant investment required to bring it up to modern standards. Councillor Cook demanded in an email late Friday afternoon last week that the Lord Mayor convene an urgent meeting with her and the community in direct violation of the Chief Health Officer's advice before the petition went to committee. But I have committed at the Public and Active Transport Committee to the residents of Norman Park that we would meet in the future regarding the future of this site. And I am happy, Councillor Deputy Chair, through you to Councillor Cassidy, to commit to that again today. We are happy to have a reasonable conversation with the residents of Norman Park about the future of this site. As I said in those numbers, 60 years a private operator has run water taxis here. Happy to have a conversation about water taxis and enabling the private sector to provide this service here. But, you know, this wasn't an easy decision to make, Chair. This was not an easy decision to make. No one enjoys stopping or halting services because they're not making money. We'd love it if Norman Park residents had voted with their feet to support this service. We could continue to operate it. But Norman Park residents have not used this service. It's a sad fact. And for over a decade, while Brisbane has boomed, this service has been in decline. So we cannot...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Will Councillor Murphy take a quick question?
Councillor Murphy, would you take a question?
No. And I just wanted to address something, a point that Councillor Cassidy made. So he said, oh, you know, that's $7 million. So we're not seeing what that $7 million is spent on. There's $7 million in avoided costs as a result of not upgrading this terminal. This is from the same councillor who comes in here week in, week out and says we should restore curbside collection, which costs $6.5 million. Well, there's the There's the saving right there for that, right? Okay? But again, he does not get it. He just does not understand public finances. He has no respect for ratepayers' money. And the reality is we are looking for savings all across the organisation right now. We are tightening our belt. We are trying to make sure that we can guide this city and this council through what are some unprecedented and extremely difficult economic times. And so we will need to make tough decisions like this, Deputy Chair. We have made many tough decisions like this, and the Lord Mayor does not resile himself from that. We know these are difficult decisions, and unfortunately, sometimes they do have to be made, and so it is with the Norman Park Ferry. I'll leave thank you, Chair.
I'll now put items A and B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. We'll now put items C and D. All those in favour say aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Sri. Ring the bells, please. As most councillors in the chamber, all those in favour say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Those against? No. Please read the results when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillor McLaughlin, Infrastructure Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor McLaughlin and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Moving to item A, this was a presentation last week at the Infrastructure Committee on the Brisbane Metropolitan Transport Management Centre, known as the BMTMC. We'd hoped that this could have been a tour for the committee at the centre itself, but due to COVID capacity restrictions, we'll have to save that for a future time. The BMTMC is one of the more interesting components of the Transport Planning and Operations Department. There's a lot to see and do. It's based on a road operations alliance between council and the state government, which was set up in 2005. The BMTMC is a product of this alliance, which aims to service support to road and public transport users 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Operations are funded 50-50 between council and the TMR, Transport and Main Roads. The BMTMC oversees the road network for more than 1.6 million in the Brisbane, Redlands and Ipswich local government areas. And in fact, the contracts and tendering report today in ENC, the first contract was for the conduct of this service. So that was in the ENC report today in contracts and tendering, and so that contract continues. In the centre itself, council staff and TransLink staff are able to work together to respond to traffic events and to share information, and is a great example of the many that we have, the collaboration between different levels of government to deliver great outcomes for the community. The TMC manages traffic incidents in real time, such as crashes, stationary vehicles, community events and weather events, providing updates to the community in a timely manner via the Queensland Traffic website and its Twitter account, and it coordinates clearway towing if necessary. There are some 600 cameras and over 7,000 vehicle detectors across the city, which helps provide information that is then shared with the community, and members of the public are encouraged to call and report traffic incidents as well. And the TMC has traffic response units which are dispatched to help with towing and clearing of incidents to keep the network moving. So a great asset, providing a great service. Also in committee last week, there were a number of petitions petitions requesting northbound access into the Sikh temple at 101 Lemke Road, Tagum, a petition requesting pedestrian facilities and speed reduction measures at the northern end of Dwar Terrace in Sherwood, petition requesting council implement overnight parking restrictions on Benner Road, Fairfield, a petition requesting council name the bridge at the Brisbane River, Colo, as Bell's Crossing and to install signage, and a petition requesting council implement traffic calming measures in Paris Street, West End. I'll leave any debate to the chamber at this point, Mr Deputy Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just ask at the outset that items B, C and F be taken seriatim for voting as a block.
B, C and F for voting purposes?
Yeah, and then the rest.
Noted.
Together. And I'll just speak specifically on Clause B, which is the petition requesting direct northbound access into the Sikh temple at 101 Lemke Road, Tagum. The Singh Sabha Gurdwara in Tagum has been calling on council for years to fix this issue. They have restricted access into the temple from Lemke Road. After speaking with Sikh members of the Sikh community and helping them promote this petition, to say that I am disappointed with council's response would be an understatement. The recent road upgrades at Lemke Road allocated a traffic island with a right turn lane into the Sandgate Hawks Football Club, but it didn't facilitate a right turn lane from Lemke Road into the Sikh temple on the opposite side. The Sikh community only have one place to worship on the whole north side of Brisbane, so large numbers of visitors head to Tagum each and every day, and in large numbers on the weekend. So council's short-sightedness creates unnecessary stress and frustration to visitors. The community from Singh Sabha are an absolute asset to our local area and to Greater Brisbane as well. Early this year, during the COVID-19 lockdown, this community provided hundreds of free meals daily to anyone that had been affected. Along with these charitable acts that they are very well known for, the temple organises amazing community celebrations like Vaisakhi and Diwali each year as well. This group supports the Brisbane community so much and in so many ways, and the least we can do, I think, is support them to rectify these safety issues, which are not just about ease of access but about safety as well.
Further speakers? Councillor Adamant.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of item A, the petition supporting the naming of the bridge at Colo in the western part of the Pullen Vale ward in honour of the Bell family. I never cease to be amazed by the number of news stories I hear documenting the history of my area. This is one such story which I first heard about quite by chance during a mobile office at Bellbarry a few months ago. I was approached by a local resident, Kay Zanow, a descendant of the Bell family, who said that she'd been trying without luck for years to have her family's contribution to Colo recognised through the naming of this crossing. After hearing what she had to say, it was a no-brainer, and this petition is a result of that meeting. Local historian Cole Hester tells it better than me, so this is his story. If you are old enough to remember petrol at 40 cents per gallon or trousers wider at the bottom than at the top, you might also remember a swim at Bell's property, Colo, for something like 20 cents a dip. That a swim could be had at Bell's was a generous fact known to most, and one reason was its location. It was easy to reach from North Ipswich and almost the first farm on the river upstream of the Water Board's resumed land. The original Bells hailed from Newcastle-on-Tyne, Northumberland, where George worked from the age of 11, hewing coal in the old country. At 24, he married a farmer's daughter, and with a view to bettering their prospects, they sailed to Australia in 1869. At first, the Bells resided in North Ipswich, and George worked at the Tivoli mine. In 1881, George purchased a farm on the north bank of the river at Colo after its owner, Reginald Davidson, accidentally drowned. This is what became known as Bell's Farm. At Colo, George and Mrs. Bell made farming pay a little, mainly through growing cotton and selling handmade butter, neither of which was particularly easy or profitable. But it was as a swimming location that the property became popular, and the Bell family is to be commended for opening it up for the public for their enjoyment over many decades. And when the Brisbane River flooded in those days, members of the Bell family were the first on the scene to help those in distress. The Queensland Times, Ipswich Herald and General Advertising in 1887 describes how two members gallantly rescued a man named Chillingsworth who was washed off the bridge. Bell's Farm remains a local landmark, with the surviving farmhouse a testament as to how tough life was late in the 19th century. Mr Chair, the river forms a boundary of my ward, and this bridge is a link between the cities of Brisbane and Ipswich. As a courtesy, I spoke to the Ipswich City Councillor who represents the other side of the river, Kate Kunzelman, and I'm pleased to advise that she is also supportive of this petition. So while it stays as a swimming location but just a memory, I believe there is a very compelling case why the Bell family's contribution to the Colo community over more than 140 years deserves to be recognised through the naming of this crossing. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on items C and D, and I'll start with item D just briefly. Unfortunately, Venner Road, Fairfield, the dead-end section has become a caravan car park. It's really disappointing. People are driving in from other parts of Queensland and even northern New South Wales and deciding it's a nice spot to stay, and they're parking on the side of the road. That's been compounded by the recent redevelopment of the RSPCA site, where people have moved into units, hard to believe, and not really thought about where they're going to put their caravan. So at any point there's sort of 6 or 8 caravans parked on a very small section of road that services South Cricket Club as well as some residences, and it has severely curtailed the available space in the street. Residents have had enough of it, and pretty much to a person they signed the petition calling for overnight restrictions, and I'm glad to see that Council's going to do that. With respect to item C, I urge, Councillor Murphy's not here, and it would be really good if perhaps he reads this back, or perhaps he'll hear me talking about him and he'll come back into the chamber. There was an incident on Dewar Terrace at Sherwood where a young boy was almost hit crossing the road, and as a result the family involved got a petition going which asked for a whole range of things. It asked for refuge, it asked for footpath, it asked for speed restrictions, it asked for traffic calming, and it raises the big issue that most of us hear about in our community, which is they don't feel safe walking on local roads. Now, Dewar Terrace is a very, very busy connection between Sherwood Road and Honour Avenue. It carries hundreds of buses a day. And interestingly enough, in the petition, 126 people have signed a complaint about how many buses are driving on Dewar Terrace. So, you know, this went, Councillor Murphy just thinks that, you know, he's read what's in his department and no complaints. Well, 126 residents have just signed a petition saying the following: there has been a significant increase in the BCC off-duty buses since the building of the Sherwood bus depot, using the route, and they are very concerned about that. So let's be clear. I'm aware that generally the complaints about the bus depot have stopped because, you know, how long do people want to hold a grudge after 10 years? But let me be clear, there is still a huge concern in my community about the number of buses on the road. And there is a petition before us today that outlines that concern. And I know the LNP think the concerns of my residents are funny. They laugh. And it's really disrespectful to the residents who have signed a petition asking that council assist them. Well, this petition does nothing. This petition fails to address any of their concerns at all. And I'm going to run through some of the issues before us today. The petitioners have requested traffic calming. Now, I understand why that is difficult, because there are a lot of buses that run on this part of the road, and it is a designated neighbourhood road, so it does carry trucks as well as buses. It is 40 now, and there is absolutely a problem with speeding. I pulled out the last SamSign stats that I had for this, and 40% of all vehicles on Dewar Terrace, the sign's probably a couple of hundred metres to the south of this, but 40% of all vehicles using Dewar Terrace are speeding. The 85 percentile travelling up to 57 kilometres an hour in a 40 zone, so it is significant speeding, and the average speed is 47 in a 40 zone. So there is a real problem here that is related to speeding, not a matter addressed or actioned by council other than a reference to the police, but we'll fix that in a minute. The petitioners also call for refuges. Now, my waiting list must be over 24 of refuges in the ward. And council identifies a couple of locations in here, but says they're noted. The idea of when people ask us to do something is we go away and do it. But this council's noting their concerns. Now, in council language, that means we will do nothing. We will do nothing. And again, I'll fix this with the amendment that I've got coming in a moment. But we need to make things safer for pedestrians in this part of Sherwood. It is very close to Sherwood Rail Station. Children use it to get to school, their shops. There's a huge amount of people on foot every single day. And this council, again, is ignoring the request by residents to put in a pedestrian refuge. Equally, this was raised in MoveSafe, and I don't have the number in front of me, but I think about a dozen people raised this location 3 years ago and also called for a refuge in MoveSafe. Plus, this is an area where I have requested, on behalf of residents, a petition back in 2016. Now, if you read this report, you would think, oh, this is the first time this matter's been raised. But no. Back in 2016, I was told in writing by Kevin Chen, the Acting Senior Transport Network Officer, that council would conduct a pedestrian count and, where are we? Here we are. Council would be conducting a pedestrian count to assess the need for pedestrian crossing facility, and based on the results, it will be listed for future funding in line with citywide priorities. So back in 2016, council told me they were going to list the refuge. When this petition response came up a few weeks ago, I wrote back to the current Transport Network Officer and said, hey, we've already logged this. We've got a capital request in for a refuge in this area. And he wrote back, yeah, no, there's not. I had to send him this. Is it mentioned in here? Is any of my feedback to the council officers mentioned in this report? Is council's commitment in writing to me mentioned in this report? No, it's not. And meanwhile, the views of residents are being ignored again. And I table the written response from the council officer from 2016 saying that the refuge would be listed. Clearly, council didn't do it then, and they're not proposing to do it now. Now, council's also saying that they should just, to the residents, they should just ask me for a footpath. Well, you know, we've got 18 outstanding that have had the surveys on them that are just literally waiting to be built. I've always spent half the trust fund monies that we got on new footpaths. That does 3 or 4 a year. I've got about another dozen that I'm not surveying on because it's a 5 to 6 year wait just with the ones that I've already surveyed. Meanwhile, this council allocated an additional $11 million for footpath works in the capital works part of the budget, in addition to the trust funds that councillors have, and that's not mentioned in here as a source of alternate funding. So, I am moving an amendment today because this response does nothing to address the petitioner's requests. And in my view, it's critically important that we take action as a council. We should not be, we should not be, I don't think I've got access to it because it's on the work. Oh, God. I've got a hard copy, but I don't think I've got access to it. Anyway, I'm going to move the amendment. So I move the following amendment to the Infrastructure Committee, item C. In paragraph 37, after the word noted, in the first sentence add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 2, in paragraph 56 of the recommendation, in the second paragraph at the end of the first sentence add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 3, in paragraph 43, after the word noted and in the first sentence add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 4, in paragraph 56, in the 8th para and at the end of the first sentence, add and will be listed for capital funding in 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 5, in paragraph 56...
Johnson, your time has expired, but I'll allow you to move the amendment, but please note, keep it short. Can you please continue? Can you reset her, please?
In the 8th paragraph at the end, add a new sentence. Given the clear evidence of speeding identified in the existing SAM sign, the CEO of Brisbane City Council writes to the Queensland Police Commissioner requesting speed enforcement patrols are undertaken along the northern end of Dewar Terrace.
Second.
Councillor Johnson, thank you. Thank you. We have an amendment to the Infrastructure Committee item C that's been moved by Councillor Johnson, second by Councillor Sri. Reads as 1, in paragraph 37, after the word noted in the first sentence, add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 budget and each year thereafter until delivered. Item 2, in paragraph 56, recommendation in the second paragraph, at the end in the first sentence, add, will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-22 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 3, in paragraph 43, after the word noted, in the first sentence, add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. 4, in paragraph 56, recommendation in the 8th paragraph at the end of the first sentence, add, and will be listed for capital funding in the 2021-2022 council budget and each year thereafter until delivered. And 5, in paragraph 56, recommendation in the 8th paragraph at the end of the new sentence, given the clear evidence of speeding identified by the existing SAM sign, the CEO of Brisbane City Council writes to the Queensland Police Commissioner requesting speed enforcement patrols are undertaken along the northern end of Dewar Terrace, Sherwood. Sorry? To the amendment, please. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. I've just emailed that through. Thank you, Councillor Sri, for your assist there. Oh, my computer's logged out. These are very practical amendments. I won't speak to them for very long, but I want to say to all the residents who signed this petition that I've heard you, that I believe this council should be taking practical action to address the safety concerns that you've raised. The head petitioner here is a very active person in our community. She's raised some very genuine issues, and the motion before us today will mean that we list the refuge, we list the footpath, and we ask the police to take action to address speeding. And in my view, it's critically important that this council responds in a constructive and practical way to address safety concerns on local roads. These items are being put forward for listing in the budget for next year. It's what should have been in the report before us today. The report before us today fails to even acknowledge that they should be listed, for funding. So, as I said, this is a very practical motion. I want to address the petitioners' issues and improve safety in this part of Sherwood for those residents and particularly school children on foot. And it's critically important that the $3 billion that Council has to spend are invested into practical projects like this. Today, Council's finding a huge amount of money to buy the Sherwood bus depot. All up, this might be 100 grand's worth of work that would go into next year's budget. It is not reasonable that Council continues to ignore the practical needs of residents and the safety needs of residents, but funds one-off transactions that are, very, superfluous. Superfluous, I think, is probably the word, when there are serious issues here. And I'm glad Councillor Murphy's joined us again. I'll just point out to him that there are 126 petitioners who've signed a petition today complaining about the huge amount of buses that run on the council, run on council roads in Sherwood. And, you claim there are none. Well, there's a petition before us today that demonstrates that there are 126 complainants just today. So I'm glad he's here so he can understand and vote against the petitioners' concerns, and I'll make sure that they see that he says there's no one worried about the bus depot and the buses. So anyway, I urge all councillors to vote for this.
Further debate on the motion? There being no one, Councillor Johnson?
Yes, just to put on the record to Sherwood residents who I will be sending this transcript through. Okay, I think Councillor Shree seconded the motion, and I'm grateful for his support. I'm not sure what Labor are going to do, but hopefully they'll support it. But the LNP have refused to stand up and speak about the amendment before us today, which again does the following three things. One, ask for a refuge to be listed. The outcome of the LNP voting against this motion is no action will be taken to install a pedestrian refuge in Sherwood at Dewar Terrace. Two, the amendment calls for a footpath to be listed for construction along one side of Dewar Terrace. The other side already has a footpath. Again, it will not be listed for capital funding if the LNP vote against the motion before us today. And three, speeding is a problem at this location. That is why I have a SAM sign in very close proximity, literally a couple of 100 metres up the street. The key here now is the police do undertake enforcement, and I think it's critically important that the CEO writes to the Police Commissioner to put pressure on the police from an organisational level to take action when there are such severe levels of speeding identified. And I'd be very disappointed if the LNP votes against these three practical measures. The response to the petitioners' their petition is really quite inadequate, and these three amendments will actually make sure that the concerns are addressed in a practical way.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. As all councillors should now have a copy of the amendment in their inbox, I will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No.
Division.
No. Division. So we've had a division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Shree. All those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry, ring the bells. Sorry, my mistake. Do it. Go. As a majority of councillors are in the chamber, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Yep, thank you. Against? No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 17 against.
The amendment is lost. Are there any further speakers on the Infrastructure Committee report? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on the petition regarding traffic calming measures on Paris Street, West End. I think it's a bit disappointing that the administration hasn't fully addressed the concerns residents have raised, and I think it sort of speaks to the broader cultural problem within that part of council that continues to prioritise cars at the expense of pedestrian safety and throws up unnecessary barriers to straightforward safety improvements. For the benefit of councillors who don't know the area, Paris Street is about 5.5 metres wide, curb to curb, and there's a street parking, row of street parking of 2.5 metres. So we essentially have about 3 metres, maybe 3.2 metres of trafficable road width. And the speed limit is currently 50 kilometres an hour in an inner city neighbourhood that has high pedestrian volumes. So it's quite odd that traffic council's engineers have been so resistant to supporting traffic calming along here. They say they're going to undertake further studies, but really what we should be doing is immediately lowering the speed limit to 40 kilometres an hour, given that the neighbouring streets that run parallel to Paris Street are already at 40 kilometres an hour. And I personally think there's a case for dropping it even further to 30 kilometres an hour. So I'm certainly going to continue my advocacy on this street and for that broader West End precinct. And through you, Chair, to Councillor McLaughlin, hopefully in the new year we can find time for an actual meeting about some of these traffic and speed and safety issues around West End, because the concerns from residents are growing. We're seeing more and more petitions coming through, and I'd appreciate the opportunity for some direct and respectful dialogue with you and with the officers involved, because I worry that these petitions are getting dismissed and ignored too readily without seriously engaging with the substantive concerns that are quite legitimate and worthy of further consideration. So I won't harp on about it now, but hopefully Councillor McLaughlin will give me the courtesy of a meeting in the new year. Thanks.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, I'll respond to that last point from Councillor Sri. I've written to Minister Bailey to ask for a respectful dialogue on how to change the way that issues like this can be addressed, because the constraint is the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is governed by state government legislation. If Minister Bailey is true to his word and is interested in safer environments on our roads, I'm looking forward to his response, and then we can look at the way the petitioners that come here, the issues that petitioners raise can be addressed, and then we might have an opportunity then for a more meaningful dialogue. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
I'll now put items A, D and E. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We'll now put items B, C and F. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Yeah, I was just, sorry, Councillor Johnson, were you abstaining then? No, I just, sorry.
Division.
Division. We've got a division now. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Can you ring the bells, please? Yep. As most councillors are in the chamber, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Hands, please. Those against? No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Now, before we move on to Environment, Parks and Sustainability, I'd like to inform the chamber that as my Christmas present to you, we will be raising the temperature. I know Councillor Wines will probably have words with me later on, but Merry Christmas, everyone. Councillor Cunningham.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the report of the Environment, Park and Sustainability Committee meeting dated the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Mr Deputy Chair, our committee presentation last week was on the Brisbane Lookouts Upgrades project. We also had the quarterly report for the Bushland Acquisition Program and 6 petitions. I'll leave the rest to the chamber.
Is there further debate? Councillor Cumming.
Thanks very much. I'd like to ask that items C and H be dealt with seriatim for voting purposes.
C and H for voting purposes only?
Yes.
Noted.
No. Sorry?
Noted. Please continue.
Oh, yeah, good, thank you. I'd also like to speak briefly on item B, the bushland preservation levy. I'm just concerned about the levy. It just provides a bit of disturbing reading. Where's all the money going? Everyone pays the levy, and after emissions, 3 months ending September 2020, the amount raised was $7,912,657, or just under $8 million. Now, how much of this money you would say was spent on directly purchasing bushland? Well, page 2 tells it's a miserable $1,492,912, which is actually 18.88% of the funds raised by the levy. So, and a lot more than has been spent on purchasing land has been spent on bushland management. It was $2,505,000. Over $1 million is spent on community conservation. That's 16% of the total figure, and the 13%, or $1,086,000, was spent on conservation reserves management. So, bushland acquisition is only a small part of the levy, which I'm sure a lot of residents would find very interesting. And of course, the situation gets worse, as we know, when the funds are used to purchase land which no trees on, like the site at Nooran and Carrara Streets, Mount Gravatt East. Yeah, well. And Councillor Adams' ward, where she needed to be bailed out of a development issue, and all the council guidelines and rules of thumbs on purchasing bushland were totally ignored. So residents of Brisbane should not think for one moment that all the levies that they are paying is being used to purchase bushland.
Further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to enter the debate on item E, and I'm going to tell you why I support the creation of a memorial grove in Anzac Park at Toowong for the National Defence Chaplains. As war ravaged in Europe in 1916, one man in Brisbane had an idea to honour the fallen. On 25 April 1916, Canon David Garland held the first ever Anzac Day service near Toowong's Anzac Park. The idea of the ode was his, as was the last post and the minute's silence. These are key components in what we now know as Anzac Day services. What we do tend to forget, though, is that it was not only servicemen who gave their all and gave their lives. Nurses played a long-forgotten part of service in this country, and it was an honour to be at the consecration of the Nurses Memorial Grove at Anzac Park with Councillor Howard and with the Lord Mayor. You are possibly the most disrespectful person to ever have graced the door of this chamber. Nurses played a long-forgotten part of war service in this country, and
says the man who's forgotten nurses from World War I.
Councillor Johnson, please, no interjection while speakers are speaking.
Unbelievable. Chair, can you please note that I find the behaviour disrespectful?
Councillor Mackay, just one moment. Councillor Johnson, I will go back to the formal process if I have to. I will do it to both of you if I have to. So can we please remain some kind of respect between councillors for the rest of the meeting, please? Both of you. Councillor Mackay, please continue.
Nurses played a long-forgotten part of war service in this country, and it was an honour to be at the consecration of the Nurses Memorial Grove at Anzac Park with the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard. On that day, we also honoured the fallen with an avenue of remembrance, a ring of flame trees that bloom red in November in time with Remembrance Day. These are significant tributes to those who served, and we should provide these special tributes as we did a descendant pine from Gallipoli's lone pine for local servicemen and a tallow wood to recognise Canon Garland himself. Anzac Park is the appropriate place to host such memorials, and it would be appropriate for us to commemorate chaplains here. It is, after all, across the road from Toowong Cemetery, where some 3,000 soldiers are laid to rest. We're undertaking a concept plan for Toowong's Anzac Park in the future, so finding the right place for such an important memorial may take some time, but it's something I look forward to working on into the future.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak briefly in support of items D and F. Mr Deputy Chair, item D is a petition requesting council name the bushland at 818 Rhodey Road, Stafford Heights as Remick Street Bushland Reserve. And as you know, I've spoken a number of times in the chamber about the history of 818 Rhodey Road and the enormous efforts of the local community and the former local councillor over 20 years to fight the Labor state government's decision to sell this nearly 6-hectare parcel of land to developers. And as the chamber is aware, the land was eventually sold by the Labor state government to Blue Care for $7.5 million back in 2006. But on becoming a councillor, I very much enjoyed working with the community, coming together to lobby hard for no more extensions to the currency period. And of course, that led to the outcome that Blue Care decided not to proceed with their development and offered to sell the land to council. And I'd like to particularly thank the Lord Mayor and the then EPS Chair, Councillor Hammond, for their efforts in acquiring this very important bushland. But Mr Chair, this parcel of land not only has a frontage at Rhodey Road, it also has a frontage along Remick Street at Stafford Heights. And it's important to note that the lead petitioner, Mr Keith Katz, was a member of the original Save Remick Street Bushland Group, which was expressly established 20 years ago by the local community to fight to save this bushland. So I agree that it is entirely fitting that in recognition of their tireless efforts that this parcel of land is named Remick Street Bushland Reserve, and commend the naming to the chamber. Mr Deputy Chair, item F is a petition which calls on council to name a place in Stringy Bark Drive, Aspley, as Kerry Blencoe Place. Earlier this year, I was approached by a local resident who wanted to recognise the fantastic work Kerry Blencoe has been contributing to the health and well-being of residents in our local community. For the past 15 years, Kerry has been coordinating a walking group in Aspley where every Tuesday and Thursday morning up to 30 people meet in Stringy Bark Drive at the same location to participate in the group. In fact, the previous councillor, Councillor Norm Wyndham, recognised the importance of the group when he arranged to have a water fountain installed at their meeting place at the park at Horn Road. But thanks to Kerry, this is so much more than just a walking group. It's become a community. Friendships have formed, a network of neighbours has been created, and a welcoming, safe and active walking group has become a social hub. Kerry's example has shown us how a community can enrich our lives. A group of people who otherwise may have been strangers to each other are now friends because she took the initiative to coordinate this community group. And I'm delighted to support this place naming in recognition of Kerry Blencoe and commend the naming to the chamber.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I've said it many times in this place before, and I'll say it again. I'm happy to draw a diagram for Councillor Cumming if he would prefer. Purchasing bushland is just one of the ways we spend the bushland preservation levy. We spend it on managing our bushland, and we fund programs like Habitat Brisbane with that. Now, there weren't any acquisitions in this quarter, as he rightly points out. Our focus this quarter was on negotiating with the landowners, and you'll see purchases later this year. Thanks, Mr Chair.
I will now put items A, B, D, E, F and G. Those again, A, B, D, E, F and G. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Items C and F. Those in favour of items C and H. C and H. All those in favour of C and H, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cumming. Please ring the bells. Councillors will proceed to the vote on items C and H. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. Any abstentions? Please raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 4 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. Councillors, the City Standards, Community Health and...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for a short 15-minute break, which only commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Thank you. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Adams, for a 15-minute break for the Council, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cumming. Please ring the bells. All right. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Thank you. And all those against, please say no and raise your hands. No. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors.
You feel better?
I feel way better. Councillors, welcome back. Councillor, the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee report, please. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Marx, seconded by Councillor Hutton. The report of the City Standards Community Health and Safety Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just briefly, we had a committee presentation on the termite program that council officers undertake, and there are 2 petitions which I'm happy to leave to the chamber for debate.
Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Marx. I'll now put the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Hutton. The report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just briefly before moving to my report, I do want to mention World AIDS Day, which Lord Mayor mentioned before, and the lighting up of our assets in red for World AIDS Day. Mr Chair, through you, now more than ever, the fight against HIV must continue, and ending the HIV epidemic requires collective action and responsibility. So our responsibility at a local level is to be a proud partner and ally for all and support the organisations around the state and city that offer support and services to people living with HIV this World AIDS Day. Yes, we're not on the front line like dedicated staff at Wattlebray in Hurston or the Queensland Council of the LGBTQ Health at Tenerife, but I want them and their families to know that we are building a city where we have much to be proud of as a community. I would normally be at the candlelight vigil, which is held at the Rotunda at New Farm Park, and it's a very moving memorial, and I just wanted to put on the record those few comments. Just before again moving to the committee, I do just want to mention that we are starting to see a lot of activities back, and so this week it wasn't so much a Valley Fiesta, but it was more celebrating 40 years of Opera Queensland under the stars at the wonderful River stage. And it was fantastic to see so many people out and enjoying the night sky, but it was a great evening. Followed up with some Baroque on Sunday, and can I also say that we've also had the Pride Festival this weekend. It's wonderful again, as I mentioned, to see so many people starting to get out and about, and I really want to pay credit to the wonderful team from the Pride Festival. It was something that they weren't sure we'd be able to continue to have. It was a great activity. It was the first festival, I understand, where dancing was allowed, so we can dance out in the park. We still can't dance in our venues, and I think that's a great shame. And on behalf of the venue operators all over Brisbane, I would implore the state government to look at those restrictions, because it really is damaging their small businesses. Mr Chair, the committee report last week was about a presentation on a City for Everyone inclusive Brisbane plan, and it was a fantastic presentation of a wonderful plan, and I think that's what most people think of when they think of Brisbane, is that we are an inclusive city. So we were told that there were 5 key actions, which was about delivering support toward National Disability Insurance Scheme housing, responses to homelessness, advocacy for social housing, increased access on emergency food relief, and free off-peak travel for seniors. So there's some of the things that are in the strategy that we're working towards, and I recommend the report to the chamber.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Howard. I'll now put the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, the Finance, Administration and Small Business Committee, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Finance, Administration and Small Business Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Hutton. The report of the Finance, Administration and Small Business Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 24th of November 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. At the committee meeting we had a presentation, essentially a procurement update that provided some insights into the progress they were making. We also had a regular bank and investment report for October 2020, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Allen? I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration of committee reports. Councillors, the consideration of the notified motion in our papers. Councillor Sri, could you please move the motion?
Thanks, Chair. I move that, number 1, Brisbane City Council confirms its support for improving active transport accessibility around inner-city public transport hubs. Number 2, Brisbane City Council notes with concern that the impact accessible development application A005260979 for 21 Boggo Road, Dutton Park, proposes to create a new car park and internal through road in an area designated in the Dutton Park Fairfield Neighbourhood Plan as a pedestrian boulevard. Number 3, Brisbane City Council notes with concern that the impact accessible development application A005260979 for a mixed-use shopping precinct does not include safe crossing points around Dutton Park State School or a footpath along the site's Boggo Road frontage to connect to Annerley Road. Number 4, Brisbane City Council resolves to reject the current application for 21 Boggo Road, Dutton Park, brackets development application A005260979, as it does not comply with the relevant acceptable outcomes or performance outcomes defined in Brisbane City Plan 2014.
May I please have a seconder? It's been moved by Councillor Sri, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that the resolution is proposed as read by Councillor Sri. Councillors, in relation to these types of resolutions, I trust many would recall that in the past, resolutions to resolve to reject or to make a decision about a DA have at points been deemed incompetent because the legal requirements of the Act say that the decisions can only be made at certain points. I've sought advice on this matter for item 4. The advice from the Chief Legal Counsel is that because the DA process at this point is in fact in the decision stage, there is no legal impediment to number 4 being considered. Councillor Sri, please continue.
Thanks, Chair, and might just note that quite a few councillors are wearing winter jackets and scarves in this chamber, so maybe that does tell you something about the aircon, but I'll leave that for another time. Also just note for any councillors who are feeling a bit demoralised about the late hour that you should be grateful I don't bring these motions for every single development application that I object to in my ward. But I'm concerned about this particular development, especially because it falls within a very important strategic precinct for both Brisbane City Council and the state government. This DA is for a shopping centre and commercial development right in the heart of Boggo Road, between Boggo Road Jail and the Eco Sciences precinct. The development application proposes to demolish part of the Boggo Road Jail itself, that heritage listed site, admittedly only demolishing a small part, but nonetheless demolishing heritage listed jail walls and cells. But perhaps even more concerning from an active transport perspective is that the area in question is supposed to be a pedestrian boulevard. That's how it's defined in the city plan. That's how it's identified in council's transport documents. That's how it's identified in the draft development scheme that the state government has proposed for the Cross River Rail site. Every relevant document describes this area as a pedestrian and cycling link. Yet this particular development application proposes to drop a large car park and through road into an area which is supposed to be for pedestrians and bikes. In so doing, it's also going to remove quite a few established native trees. It's going to turn existing publicly owned, publicly accessible green space into a car park and private commercial shopping precinct. And it's going to cause significant negative traffic impacts on the surrounding road network, notably Boggo Road, Peter Doherty Street, and Annerley Road. It's relevant to understand that the driveway for this proposed development is directly across the road from the driveway to the Dutton Park State School set down and pick-up area. So the traffic impacts are going to be quite significant, and it's unfortunate that the traffic impact assessment or the traffic report submitted by the applicants regarding this development seems to have overlooked those school drop-off times and the likely impacts in that regard. It's also important to understand that this development application was lodged before the new high school was proposed for Dutton Park. So this development was lodged in 2019, and just a short couple of months afterwards, the state government announced and confirmed the location of that high school. So the traffic reports and other planning regarding this DA didn't contemplate that new high school. And there are going to be hundreds, if not eventually a couple thousand high school students moving through the site in question from the train station to the new high school. In addition to that, though, since this DA was lodged, the state government has also announced its Cross River Rail station upgrade for Boggo Road. So we've got a new high school and a new train station upgrade that have both been announced subsequent to this development being proposed. That's obviously significant concern in terms of traffic impacts, but I think lends deeper weight to the fact that it's time to reconsider this development. Also, relevantly, the development site falls within the priority development area for the Cross River Rail site. So it is supposed to be covered by a development scheme. There's an interim land use plan at the moment, and the state government is going to provide a development scheme at some point in the future to define the parameters of development on this site. So there's essentially a new development scheme that's in the works to define how this site should be developed. And it would seem prudent that rather than approving this one development in isolation, the council thinks holistically and plans ahead in collaboration with the state government to ensure that the whole precinct is planned in such a way as meets the strategic outcomes of both levels of government. Unfortunately, what this development will do, though, is preclude future higher value uses of this site, including ongoing uses, public green space and community facilities, but will also act as a bit of a bottleneck or barrier to sustainable development of the wider Cross River Rail precinct. That's because it creates a new through road that opens out on an alignment connecting to the proposed footbridge connecting to the PA hospital. So there's a long list of concerns in terms of traffic planning, public green space, heritage, and active transport and pedestrian safety that are raised by this development. But I think perhaps even more importantly than any one of those specific concerns is that local residents don't want it. The community is strongly opposed to this development. We've seen hundreds of submissions made in opposition to this development application. The very clear consensus from the school community in particular, but also residents who live in the surrounding precinct, is that this is not the right development for this site. Being an impact accessible development, council needs to be satisfied that the DA meets the broader public interest. If we are to support performance outcomes that involve demolishing heritage buildings, that involve creating new roads and providing a car park in an area that was supposed to be green space and a pedestrian footpath, then we have an obligation to consider the broader public interest and the long-term ramifications for residents and the direct concerns that residents are raising. I won't go through and read excerpts of the many submissions that have been lodged by residents, but I hope the Deputy Mayor is very clearly aware of how much community concern there is regarding this development application. And I hope Councillor Murphy has also looked closely at this, because it's going to preclude or at least make it much more difficult to develop this precinct in a way that achieves those desired active transport outcomes. It's also important to note that the Council recently produced a Boggo Road precinct renewal strategy, which proposed a broad framework for how this precinct should develop, and this particular development directly conflicts with the ideas raised in that precinct renewal strategy. So there's no particular document that this development application seems to align with. In fact, it contradicts pretty much everything that both the council and the state government have said about how this site should be developed. There's a lot of strong community opposition to the development. The local councillor doesn't support it. The newly elected state MP doesn't support it. I'm hard-pressed to find anyone who supports it except for the developer. And I think all those circumstances combined together suggest very strongly that this development application should be rejected by the council, and that the developer should be sent back to the drawing board, or better yet, the state government refuses to sell off this asset altogether. Remember, this is a public site owned by the state government, and the state government should not be allowing private developers to develop on public land in this way. I'm being mindful of the time and the late hour. I might conclude my comments there, but I do sincerely urge all councillors in this place to support the motion. It's brought here in good faith in the interest of getting a speedy resolution to a project that many residents are concerned about, and we don't want this hanging over us over Christmas, and we don't want to have to spend a lot of money on court challenges. So I'll leave that to the chamber.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I was happy to second the motion for Councillor Shree for a couple of reasons. First, as been done for me in past, if you're the only one here, you need a seconder to get your items on the agenda, and I'm happy to do it from that point of view. But in this case, I also agree with the sentiments expressed in the actual motion as well. And I want to talk about point 1 particularly. Point 1 says Brisbane City Council confirms its support for improving active transport accessibility around inner-city public transport hubs. Now, I have interpreted that to mean support for lots of things that I ask for. So currently we are seeing Council acquiescing to the state government on changed traffic conditions around Dutton Park rail station that will severely disadvantage students going to school, commuters going to work on the train, and workers going to the PA hospital. And it's really interesting, I think, that both either Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Murphy are in denial or just feigning ignorance around what the Coordinator General actually conditioned as part of the Cross River Rail plan, and that's condition 14, which says that Brisbane City Council must approve, not just be consulted upon, approve the construction management, traffic management plan for change number 8. And that specifically references the need to ensure that there will be pedestrian safety. So, you know, this is a precinct I understand well. I'm on the sort of southern side of the precinct that Councillor Shree is talking about. But there are certainly Dutton Park Station, Graceville and Fairfield rail stations where this council has done nothing to facilitate active travel to important public transport nodes. And it's really important that we continue to do that. Where you can squeeze a little bit of gold out of the state government and get a station upgrade, Council does nothing to facilitate safe access to those rail stations. And there are 3 in my ward that desperately need Council to step up and put in zebra and other safe crossings to improve safety to Dutton Park Station, Graceville Rail Station and Fairfield Rail Station. With respect to the DA itself, I'm very familiar with the site. I think that the loss of any open space and green space and the impact on the heritage buildings is absolutely appalling. I hope that the council's not going to sit here mum and then just vote this down. It seems to be a very sensible motion, and certainly I support it.
Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on the motion before us today. The motion is around an application at 21 Boggo Road in Dutton Park and was lodged in August 2019. The landowner on this occasion is the Queensland Government, with the site being managed by the Department of Housing and Public Works. After the state worked with the applicant on an appropriate development for the site, the government granted landowners consent, and hence we have the application lodged before us. Noting that the PDA was not set up until after the lodgement, this is actually lodged, ironically, in a PDA against the city plan by Brisbane City Council. What is interesting to note is the following paragraph in the landowner's consent letter. The state has entered into an agreement with Boggo Road Project Pty Limited, which provides for the purchase and development of part Lot 3 and part of Lot 4 by Boggo Road Project, subject to certain conditions being satisfied. So yet again, it sounds like an asset sale. If it looks like an asset sale, it probably is an asset sale that we see from the state government that never does, apparently, asset sales. But the proposal is a 2-storey mixed-use building for retail and commercial purposes. The site is zone mixed use and is within the Dutton Park Fairfield neighbourhood plan, meaning it is an appropriate use for the site that we have before us. In September 2019, the application was referred to SARA, to the state government, for comment, and their response has just recently been received some 14 months later. So SARA have conditioned that the applicant provides a minimum 3-metre wide cycle path on the eastern side of the site, and this is connect Boggo Road at the north to Peter Doherty Street at the south. In addition to this, the access through the site is being conditioned as a shared space. It is not for the explicit use of cars or bikes. This works towards both the state and council's shared view that the site does need to be a pedestrian and cyclist-friendly zone. Additionally, access to the site will be from Boggo Road only, with Peter Doherty Street being an exit only. In keeping with the pedestrian cycle-friendly neighbourhood plan, the state have marked up the proposed plans by providing a different layout for the car parks on site, many of now which will be parallel to the bike path, not perpendicular, to accommodate the new cycle path. That is a brief summary of the application to address some of the concerns that Councillor Sri raised. So now I will talk in specifically to the items before us. Point number one, we support this. In fact, we are building 3 new green bridges in Councillor Sri's ward to boost active travel in the inner city. We have an amazing track record on active transport in Team Shriner, and we plan to continue building on this. So point one goes without saying. Point number two, we also support this item, but at the same time, the application remains under assessment and is yet to be decided. As I mentioned, the state government has conditioned the site be pedestrian and cycle friendly. The current format of application is rarely the same as the final form, as we've talked about in this place before, and we've learnt that the amended plans that have come in recently as well. I'm aware also, as Councillor Sri mentioned, of a large number of submissions being made on this application. I can assure you every one of these submitters and their comments are taken into consideration as officers assess the proposal. On point number three, we support this item, but at the same time, the works mentioned are outside the scope of the development application. And unless it is reasonable and relevant that officers think a footpath connection across the road at Dutton Park State School or a footpath linking to Annerley Road is required, this isn't an achievable outcome. It's unlike conditioning trunk works, which a lot of the time can fall outside the scope of applicant's footprint. Council doesn't have the same amount of leverage to require developers to upgrade infrastructure not associated with their site when it's not trunk infrastructure. Mind you, I am told that Councillor Sri still has $200,000 left in his Suburban Enhancement Fund, so is welcome to allocate some of that money towards the missing connections if they are a priority for him. On point number four, Mr Chair, you mentioned the legal advice that you had received. We won't be supporting this item. It's no secret, I've said it over and over again, councillors in this place do not decide development applications. The qualified town planners, who know much more than we do, have that responsibility, and they assess each of these applications as they compare.
Point of order to
Brisbane
Councillor
City Plan.
Deputy Mayor, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman.
What's the point of order?
Point of order is that Councillor Adams is clearly incorrect that this chamber does decide DAs.
No, this is a debating point. Councillor Johnston, if you want to debate, please, you've already spoken, please make these points later in the meeting, but that's not a point of order. Councillor Adams. Please challenge it later in the meeting, but not at this point. Councillor Adams.
Our qualified council officers are town planners who assess each application as they compare to the Brisbane City Plan and the Planning Act. And despite Councillor Sri's best effort, he's not yet one of these council officers. It remains under assessment and no decision has been made. If the project stacks up, it will be approved. If it doesn't, it won't. Therefore, I ask, Mr Chair, that paragraph 4 be taken seriatim for voting. Thank you.
Yep. Further speakers? Anyone? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly to pick up on a couple of points that Councillor Adams raised, because I'm hoping the administration will engage with these concerns in good faith and that these concerns will be raised with the officers as well by the Chair. My understanding is that this development would be covered by the mixed-use code, and the mixed-use code in a number of acceptable and performance outcomes clearly identifies that footpaths need to be built along the frontages of the site. That's in the mixed-use code itself. So while Councillor Adams pointed to point 3 in the motion and said that we can't condition crossing points across the road to get to Dutton Park State School, what that item does also speak to is the fact that the development application doesn't provide a footpath along its own frontage. So the site we're talking about is 21 Boggo Road, and the concern I'm raising is that this development at 21 Boggo Road doesn't even have a footpath along 21 Boggo Road. So this is a standard requirement that Council imposes upon almost all developers who are working within a mixed-use code or on the multi-res or the centre use styles of uses. If you're doing a mixed-use development with shops and offices, you're supposed to put a footpath in along the frontage of the site. This is not a party political thing. This is not me trying to score points. It's just a simple fact of how the plan operates. And this developer is not proposing to introduce that footpath along the frontage of the site. The concern there is that residents will have to walk along the footpath on the other side and then cross the road at approximately the same point where cars are turning in and out of the Dutton Park State School drop-off zone and are turning in and out of the driveway of this particular development site. So residents will have to cross the road at a point where there is no signalised crossing, nor is there a safe refuge island or zebra crossing. So we're not requiring the developer, or if we were to approve this development, we wouldn't be requiring the developer to provide a footpath in front of their own development. And the response or the suggestion from the Deputy Mayor is that I might be expected to pay for such a footpath out of my Suburban Enhancement Fund, which I find manifestly ridiculous. And perhaps that's not what the Deputy Mayor was suggesting, and I'm willing to be I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt on that one. But it's pretty obvious to me that a developer of a mixed-use development should be required to provide a footpath that runs along the edge of that development site, particularly in this context where we're talking about a development in the middle of the public transport hub of Cross River Rail. We're talking about a development that should have a direct connection to Annerley Road, the main corridor, and the Annerley Road bikeway, etc. So the fact that the developer is not even providing a footpath, it's not even providing a footpath in front of the site, should in and of itself be grounds enough to reject this development application. But to the broader point as to who should be making these decisions, ultimately we are the elected representatives. Exactly. We can take advice from the development assessment officers as to what does and doesn't comply with the code. But we are the elected representatives who are democratically accountable to the people of this city. And when we abrogate that decision-making responsibility to unelected public servants, we undermine the very foundation of local government. And our entire purpose here as elected representatives is called into question. Because residents vote for us assuming or believing that we are the ones making these decisions. We should not be outsourcing or delegating that power to unelected public servants, particularly on impact-accessible developments of this level of significance, where there is clear public concern. And ultimately, the question that Council is called upon to answer here is not whether this development complies with the specific acceptable outcomes listed in the code. It's whether development complies with very vague and discretionary performance outcomes, and whether the development meets the broader public interest test. That's what happens with an impact-accessible development. Council is free to look at almost any material, to look at the strategic goals of city plan, to look at a wide range of factors and variables above and beyond the specific items in the code, to decide whether the development application is in the broader public interest. And very clearly, this particular development application is not in the public interest. So that's not actually a technical question that we leave up to town planners to answer. We as elected representatives should be using our own judgment and talking to the residents we represent to ask them what they think and to consider all factors above and beyond the specific town planning requirements and codes. We should be engaging with those conversations about the lack of safe crossing points. We should be engaging with the concerns about how this development will impact on the new high school and the existing primary school and train station. This is the whole point of being an elected representative, is to make these tough decisions. And the fact that councillors in this place can sit here and say, oh, that's not our job, actually that's the development assessment officers. No, they are ultimately reporting to the mayor and to the chair of city planning. They're under your control. And this, I've read the City of Brisbane Act, I'll take that interjection, and it very clearly gives us the power as elected representatives to decide these applications if we wish. When Councillor Adams stood here and told us that we don't decide these applications, that's not a legal position. We are perfectly legally able to make a decision and vote on this development right here tonight. That's open to councillors in this place. And in fact, there are occasions when the City Planning Committee will look at a development application, will make a recommendation, and it will be brought to Council to make a decision. That happens. We actually do decide development applications fairly frequently. So for Councillor Adams to pretend that we never decide development applications or that it's not appropriate for us to decide development applications is extremely disingenuous. I'm at least heartened to see that the administration is engaging with the first 3 points and seems likely to support those. And I take some solace in the fact that the administration is not outright saying that the development ought to be improved. So I find some comfort in that fact, that at least the administration is saying, well, we're not making a decision here tonight. But I really think the responsible thing to do as elected representatives is to actually listen to residents' concerns and make that decision. I do note that to the concerns about to the comments about the State Assessment Referral Agency, I do note that the changes that the state government has flagged as necessary are quite broad-reaching, and that it will be necessary for the developer to make significant changes in order to comply with those proposed those requirements. But I'm also mindful that the State Assessment Referral Agency is only looking at a few particular elements of this development. It's referred to the State Assessment Referral Agency primarily because of the heritage impacts of demolishing part of the jail, and primarily because of those active transport corridor impacts. But even if the state government supports this development, it is still open to Brisbane City Council to say that we don't support it. We have that power, and it's important to remember that just because SARA, in terms of the issues that they're referred to engage with, supports something, doesn't mean that we then have to support it, because the scope of SARA's assessment is much more limited than Council's. SARA is not looking at the entire development in its entirety and considering all the impacts and all the outcomes in the neighbourhood plan. SARA is only looking at a few narrow elements in terms of heritage and transport planning. So I'm also particularly mindful of Councillor Adams' comments that this does look like an asset sale. It is an asset sale, and it's one that all councillors in this chamber should be condemning. But we actually have the power to stop that asset sale here and now, because we suspect that one of the conditions of the landowner's consent that the state government has provided is approval of the development application. If we don't approve the development application, the state government landowner's consent is essentially defunct, and the state government will not be proceeding with the asset sale. So the negotiations with between the state government and the developer applicant appear to be premised on the question of whether or not council will support this development. So if we don't support it, the asset sale won't happen. If we do support it, we are enabling the state government to sell off this public green space, this public asset, to clear these trees and to destroy this valuable community precinct. So that is a decision that rests solely in the hands of this council administration, and we need to take that responsibility seriously. I'll be watching very closely to see what council officers do with this development application, but I'm very disappointed that LNP councils are abrogating their responsibility to the residents of this city and are refusing to make the tough decisions that they're elected to make in the first place.
Thank you. I'll now put the resolution items 1 through 3. 1, 2 and 3. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Sri and Councillor Johnston. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We will proceed. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour.
The ayes have it. Councillors, on item 4, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called. Actually, can I ask you to stand for when you call for the division, please? Councillor Sri.
Division.
And Councillor Johnston. Please ring the bells. Councillors will proceed to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Thank you. All those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. And abstentions, please raise your hands. Peter? Pete? Yes. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 2 in favour, 18 against and 3 abstentions.
The noes have it. Thank you, councillors. That concludes that. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cumming.
Yes, I've got 4 petitions. One is in relation to roads, shortcut roads between Logan Road and Miles Platting Road. Another one between various shortcuts as well. Another one about the loss of trees at the development at Oceana Terrace Lota. And also finally about the childcare centre proposed for Ernest Street in Manly.
Other petitions? Councillor Atwood.
That work? Yep, thank you, Chair. I have a petition to request council install lighting at the skate park at the Murray Recreation Reserve.
Thank you. Please leave them there and Mr Pearce will attend to that after the meeting. Councillors, any other petitions? May I please have a resolution to receive them?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committees concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Councillors, are there any matters of general business? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I have 2 quite significant items of general business. The first is Merry Christmas and the second is have a Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks.
All right, any other general business? Anyone at all? Councillor Owen.
Mr Chair, just briefly, I'd just like to say thank you for the clerks for staying here and also to our orderly for maintaining the chamber for us, and wish them a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Any further general business? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Mr Chairman, just on behalf of the Labor team here, I'd like to wish all of our colleagues a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
Further general business? Congratulations, councillors, on a fantastic year. Well done to all. Thank you to the clerks and attendants who have done a fantastic job looking after us, not only today, but all year. Well done to all of you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I will look forward to seeing you next year. Good night, everybody. Declare the meeting closed.